again, you're playing all 5 maps, right? So
What's
your map
good?
will has
Let
to
me
be
see. Just gotta go tweet
strong.
out real quick.
And if you have a lot of experience, and that's something that is gonna
Oh my
go
god,
on your
my
favor.
phone.
Okay, we got Lotus, which we just talked about at university, and now
Wait.
it's having questions, so it makes sense.
Steam.
This M80, then Haven, Abyss,
We're
Pearl,
good.
and Fracture, and we were kind of talking about it. We haven't seen
Right?
Abyss in such a long time, right?
It's
I
been
feel like in
so
playoffs we just
long.
haven't seen it at all. Yeah.
You know what? I like this map goal. I think this is going to be a lot of fun. Lotus should be really interesting. I like the fact that it's M80 picking it and not Winthrop University here, Roy. That's definitely makes you feel a little better. You know that they can definitely kind of stand up. But how are you feeling about this in general?
Yeah, I mean, I think this veto makes complete sense. The M80 ban on Bind, the Winthrop University ban on Split, those 2 maps make the most sense. Everything from there is really just a more of a comfort pick. I'm not really seeing like any sort of counter pick or anything significant like that. I think these teams are truly just playing to their own strengths, and it makes sense. It's a best of 5. There's definitely a lot more room to express yourself and just kind of play your own game. And I think we're going to be seeing a lot of that in this specific best of 5.
And I'm really hoping that we get to go the entire 5 maps in the series. I think that this map pool just in general is going to be a lot of fun. And looking at that fracture for the decider, one that for Winthrop University, this is where they have upset some of those top teams when Fracture has been their own map pip. So I think that's
160 for this one, right?
fun. But looking at the map pool for M80 and what we've seen throughout challengers and stuff so far, it's going to tell a little bit more of the tale. The Fracture doesn't look so great for them, but across the board, like everything else except for Bind, no wonders has fanned out.
Yeah, and just circling back on the veto as
What if
well,
I just
Lotus being the first map for M80,
like
they've
5
looked
minutes.
extremely dominant on it. Of course, they're able to balance multiple compositions as well. They pulled out a fresh comp versus Cuber Academy, going back to that double controller. They're feeling good. They're feeling confident on that map. And of course, Haven, the second map for that Winthrop University pick themselves. I just would like to remind us, they took down TSM 13-9 on that. And right after that, it was Cuber Academy 13-11 win on that map as well. So they're feeling great. So I think the first 2 maps that we're going to see are definitely probably the most confident and comfortable for these teams, like depending on who picked it. And I think we're going to be seeing a lot of confidence going into those first 2 maps.
And looking at the map pool win percentages here on the opposing end for Winthrop University, that's the one that I'm intrigued with, especially looking at a 5 map series ahead. So going into this, I mean, they've played a lot of Fracture. So that'll be fun for the last one. But when we're looking at the Lotus, even though they've had the confidence to be picking it, it necessarily hasn't gone their way, Dan. So I'm still, again, intrigued. But that Haven, like that 100%, like, whew.
And there's also a big difference when you look at the numbers, because the last 2 matches for M80, they were 2-0 and 2-0, and for Winthrop, they've been going the distance, and that means they're forcing to those maps where they're a little bit more uncomfortable. Like you said, the Fractures, they've been playing a lot, but I mean, you still see that 50% win rate. They did lose it yesterday, and it's a map pool where you need to be starting strong as we head into the second map as well. When we're looking at Haven, that is when I think what Roy was saying is going to be showing, right? You see the map picks and you see why the teams are going for these map picks.
Exactly.
They should be getting those wins, but I mean, we've also seen a Winthrop University picking Lotus and losing it, so it seems like there was a level of comfort there that was not showing up into their results. So I have a lot of questions of Winthrop. I just know that I need them to start strong if we want this series to go the distance.
100%. But we've laid out everything. Time to see for the predictions whereabouts could be stand. And I really don't think that there's going to be a surprise when it comes to prediction on the way that we're all voting here. Checks out. Yep.
Still Winthrop. Still Winthrop.
They've only let me down once, guys. Okay. So, I mean, I definitely think that this should be a great series ahead. I think yesterday's loss, I definitely still think it's a world where Shopify Rebellion Black can win because they just look so strong.
Dude,
but
doesn't it look like...
that was a
Wait, what is Mark's looking at,
University
chat?
That was a little
I got a
bit
question.
off their...
I just came back to my computer, and my first words of the day are going to be like, what's Mark's looking at in this picture? Can we all just... He looks...
I think that they should be able to pull this out. And I feel even better now, having seen Fracture as that 5th map in the series. They can get this into this 5th map. I think that they should, Roy, be able to have what it takes to close it out.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And
that's
me,
that's what I was thinking too. I was thinking he was looking at the design on the back of the coat. That's exactly what I was thinking.
compositions on each map speaks to their confidence, speaks to their flexibility, and their level of adaptation that they're going to need to beat a team like Winthrop, who is also very flexible, who can seemingly change compositions, change agents whenever they want, and still look incredibly well-versed and very confident. So I'm excited to see this matchup for sure.
All right, well, you're talking about agents, you're talking about compositions, and the match is almost ready. So let's head into the agent select for the very first map of Lotus. The fact that these two teams have been known to switch things up, either depending on the day, just to make sure the agent pool is completely fleshed out. Always make sure that we gotta double check when we get to the agent select. But what are our thoughts going into this?
Okay, so yeah, we had questions on if the compositions are going to change at all.
Gov on Apex. Bro, this guy is on the world tour, no? Gov is a great pickup. And I like bringing in more, you know, like NA blood. I like it. Make floor, odorous, feel at home. I think, yeah, that's a good pickup. That's a really good pickup. But yeah, seriously, though, Gov literally on the world tour. That's crazy, dude. This guy started in NA, goes to APAC, now is in Europe. Back to China? Where are we going next, chat?
Into the Rays, I do feel like Device is slightly stronger in that respect, but I'm sure that Winthrop University is already taking that into account.
Yeah,
They're going to be coming in with some sort of game plan,
nuts,
and I expect Boobs to have this already heads up, and he's going to probably adjust his setups.
But the thing is that this is also not new, right? We talked about Winthrop University changing this composition with the Cypher. Yeah, last time he was on the Vice, but he's been on the Cypher on this map as well before. So it's something that they're used to, and it goes back to what he was saying during the interviews, right? Going back and forth and seeing what the vibe is and what he wants to play that day.
Well, hopefully the vibes going into the first map for both the teams are immaculate as our players are ready and it's time to head into Lotus. The best of 5 Series Z in the lower bracket.
No, these guys are actually the merchants of the solo clove. They have figured it out. And you know what it is? They just straight pick into B a lot. Like Ollie will just straight like pick into B a lot. And when they go A, they're perfectly chill with only having the clove able to reach the smoke at baby door and the smoke at stairs. They're perfectly cool with that. That's what I've come to realize. So like the clove is cool to die at rubble. The clove is cool to die front B. And I think they've even had the clove die on like a mount peak and smoke B as well. So like they are limited in what they can do in certain phases of the round, but they're cooking.
Bit of a hard time here, but regardless, I'm willing to be convinced otherwise. Winthrop University starting us out on the attack. Let's see what they're made of.
Yeah, with this Sova from Nasi, you're just going to prefer a slower style. And you heard from Winthrop in interviews before that they just need to not be nervous and work the map more slowly and take things one step at a time. And that's great because M80 are running a double controller comp similarly as yesterday. And this is M80's pick. Winthrop also picked this map yesterday, but it did not go well. It was the toughest loss against Shopify Rebellion Black yesterday at 13-7. As the death rated on, but first contact
that looked like it was
Moobs going for the double kill, and what an opener from the lurker of Winthrop.
Maybe just the Cypher pick was the truth, you know? Moob's able to start us out with 2 picks right off the bat. And you see that the Vise is going to be moving over to that A site. But M80, they're still holding strong at C. And that really is the right call. They're going to be walking into B-Dog and Okeanos. And you know what? That's the duo you want coming in on this defense.
Moob's got another.
The paranoia hits Winthrop, but it doesn't matter. B-Dog just gets run over like a train. And Okeanos can't do.
Damn, bro. They came out shooting that pistol. This is M80's opening map pick, too. I think M80's best map is Abyss. A lot of teams will put their best map as map 3.
This is Winthrop University starting themselves on the right foot.
That was a tone setter,
what Roy said is completely true. They need to get this
the way they won
very
this pistol
early on in this series to make sure that they can continue things forwards, because I think that if M80 can pick up this first map,
like there's ways to start this series, and that one was very dry, you know, like it shows Winthrop is willing to take fights this series. They're not just going to be like a set play team. they're willing to like kind of grind out. Even in 3v5s, they're gonna contact in.
Hang
Like
back
fuck,
and
dude.
After kind of getting two-pieced
Showing that on
over at
pistol's
A
kinda
side,
nice.
M80 have already stacked that, playing off their Viper wall, but there's a sort of a pace you have to play at and a window of opportunity for Winthrop to engage depending on that Viper fuel and how they're able to track that. And this Viper wall seals off B and A, and this may allow for Okeanos to kind of go for
What's
a
up,
timing
bud?
down mid and even go for a flank if they hear some action over at C. That door can be open from Okeanos.
Right,
And he doesn't even have
baiting
to come
the
in. He can just
Teo
throw the
drone.
Prowler. Winthrop gonna knock the door
Hunt gets
over
nothing.
at C. And it's Caillou that has to limit that.
Wow, good cam.
timing on the
Holy
orb, but trying to
fuck.
reposition and
Owned,
gets
bro.
sprayed down. And at least you have the time to use the owl drone just to make sure no one else is around. But this time now being wasted means M80 gotta cover up those gaps.
And M80 are going to be starting to scramble towards the site here, given the fact that they don't necessarily.
SR Black, us, so our team is in the finals. We won yesterday against Winthrop. This is the lower finals. Whoever wins this plays us in the finals tomorrow.
University, I mean, if they're able to walk away with this one, it's going to be a full bonus into
I'm
next round, and they're going to be
answering,
sitting
YouTube
pretty.
Comment. Twitch.
Yeah, just to be running the
Peeps.
double controller and the Vice on top of that, this is such a defense-heavy comp of M80, as Ali just sort of playing that secondary pseudo
Oh, no way.
duelist and is
Damn.
gonna go on the hunt to get
3
a double
orbs on
kill,
the
and to
clove
farm
right
those
there.
Orbs is
First 3
huge.
though.
Also, you want to be able to carry these weapons into the bonus, and it's a
Clean
solid
rounds right
finish.
now.
And to even keep that Vandal from Nasi is awesome.
Yeah, Ali just ghost in
Not
hand,
sure
just
yet,
walks forward,
dude.
can't see a thing, just shoots out a couple of bullets, somehow finds a head in the middle of all of that. And Winthrop University, I mean, a commanding very first couple of rounds here. A lot of ultimate orbs picked up as well. They're able to get all the kills onto M80. Nobody left alive in the midst of that spike explosion. But this is going to be the one where we're going to be able to see them potentially turn around. If you tuned in yesterday, you know M80, they can start down, but
Yes,
they come
sir.
back
Both
swinging
out, both
hard.
out.
And so already
I'll show
we're
you the
seeing
bracket
a
in a
bit of an
sec.
aggressive play
Important
out front
bonus
of
here.
A just for
I
a
like
bit of
the
control, which
I like
will
the
keep Winthrop
Viper Molly
University honest as
on
they
A.
go for that reposition back
You don't see that very
right
often.
towards Mound and potentially pressuring in onto C.
Winthrop have had issues converting their bonus
Double
round in
drone
the
right
past,
now
but
on
how many
Winthrop.
weapons they carried over? Surely, right?
Ooh,
But
hit
Winthrop
him.
have been separated by that Vice wall.
Damn, dude, the
And
missiles.
haven't really capitalized on this because they're
Wait,
smoked off over
how
at
did Oki
Waterfall.
not get hit? It looked like he was
Winthrop are
running
trying to get
through the
some
fucking
attention
missiles.
at B, and that's moves with
I'm
the
so
outlaw, kind of an
confused.
awkward position to play it, so he's not going to be too
The
aggressive.
minimap literally
the play goes
lied.
down at C because there just hasn't been much of an answer from M80, despite having all this Sentinel util triggered and them having Phantoms bought up mostly. You would think M80 would go in with a lot more confidence, but taking one step
God,
at a
that
time, playing off
Yeah,
their
you gotta
Fade
break
util,
that.
the opening pick from Bao, the rest flooding
Oh, bro,
in, and the
that
headshot
haunt
hits
ruined them.
Infiltrator. But here's the
No
other
way.
angle from, if anyone is
No,
popping off,
bro.
why is it the Sheriff? And why is it Moves yet another with a double?
Oh no. Chat. I fear the kegger is on for tonight at Winthrop University. The town will be on fire.
Despite the initial contact, the first 2 rounds, Winthrop University.
I fear spring
were doing
break
a really good job of conditioning
about to
them.
go
They saw a
insane.
little bit of utility towards that B site and immediately thought that there was going to be a reposition. Winthrop University have been running around the map, making sure they've got
There's
good
not much
control
town
of things.
around Winthrop.
And M80 just kind of took the bait, like you said.
That
Lemon.
is indeed
Winthrop University
half
got
of the
onto
joke.
that C site for free, had plenty of times to set themselves up, and they thought that they could just run them over with the guns, but Moobs keeps them nice and honest.
The
Winthrop
5
University
people in
up
Winthrop are going to go
3-0 now.
crazy tonight.
Well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Winthrop, just keep hitting C, and you got a crossfire set up. I'm liking this. B-Dog with the paranoia. Sheriffs have been popping off, but M80 forced to save is not ideal. Trying to be more proactive this time because the retake's not been successful. Prowler shot up close.
No way. They're going to push that?
Nothing else
No, you
revealed
can't do that
from there
blind.
on
Yeah,
out.
yeah,
So
don't
M80
do
gonna
that.
sit pretty. And Caillou's job's gonna be to keep
That blind's
these
no
sealed.
good.
But with
All
just the
3 coming
Sheriff,
from that side,
not really
no
gonna
shot.
stand front and center. Tejo drone. Oh, I like that cover though. Just playing off alley smoke actually. So Caillou's gonna be forced to play within the site, or to retake as a team. He's gonna choose the safer play. and Moves is still a menace.
Good
Like,
trade.
he
Winthrop
just hasn't
spacing,
lost a duel in
how
quite a
they're
while,
approaching the
and this
sites.
needs a plant over
Very
a
good
D
right
with the
now.
better weaponry, and you have Ali, the outlaw, washing over this retake. One down. 2 more to go with Sato at 3 HP. This is looking like a pretty cooked round for M80 to just maybe go down with the spike.
Yeah, and you see that they're not playing too aggressively. Sato going to be moving up here, seeing if they can potentially get a single kill maybe. That would be a little bit ambitious at this point, but Winthrop University are looking so clean on these opening rounds. The impact that Moops has been having to consistently win those duels and consistently be on the flank cannot be understated at all. M80.
I had such a fucking funny convo with the coaches. It wasn't even really like a long convo. It was just like fucking around, me congratulating them, me kind of glazing Eric a little bit. Like, bro, I literally thought Vapin played an amazing game standing in yesterday. Like, it deserves all the glaze in the world. Like, I'm not gonna lie. The coach, so here's the bracket to kind of go into the comment of who's remaining. We played Winthrop yesterday, and Monsi was in the hospital with like the really bad stomach bug. So our coach stood in. Bro literally went insane. 25 assists on Fracture. This guy was literally just, you looked at him, you got stunned. He was like Medusa of Concuss. Just literally, you look at him, you get stunned. You look at the Yoru who looks at you, you get stunned. Bro, like,
Awarded to Winthrop because of Moves.
prime Discord kit
Yeah, and,
numbers.
like, you can
Look, he is looking like a kitten out there. We saw him in the interview. But yeah, it was pretty nuts, man. Eric played so well. And so yeah, I was glazing the fuck out of him, bro. I was like, you did everything you would need to do in that type of scenario. It was kind of everything I'd hoped for if we ever got in a scenario
Yet no follow-up
where
was
our
afforded
coach
to
had to
him.
stand
So this time,
in.
Sato going to be going deep. This is going to be important.
Part
to
of the benefit of
controlling
having like a
site.
radiant level coach.
But M80 have to do a better
He
job
didn't take
at
too many
holding these angles
engagements,
on the map and
but he did
forcing
step up
Winthrop
and take
into
some
more
fights.
chokes.
Very impressive.
What a read from M80 to just be so stacked here in the paranoia. Splits Winthrop apart. And we just, we hyped up Moves a little too much. Now he has to suffer his first death after. We just put too much pressure on him to go deathless. In the first couple rounds, still solid for Winthrop. They give up on A and they carve their way into B. And Caillou has a strong hold on that
M80
part
really
of the
need to
map.
get on the board
So
here.
Winthrop are very limited on
So you can
which
see
lane
how
they
that
can really
clove-
push through, and they could easily just open the door and run into C. But at
Damn.
this point, I don't know if we're even
All
gonna
right.
see the spike enter a site.
Guess we're not dry fighting.
It's the
this
Sato
round.
special. Put a Phantom in his hand, or maybe an Operator, but just the Phantom this time around. And you get magic happening.
Do we watch party
Every
T1
single
here?
duel this
What you
time
mean?
around, Sato
Like tier 1
able to
teams?
find those marks super early on. And when Winthrop University get kind of picked off piece by piece like that, they have a much more difficult time trying to get
Oh,
anything online.
beautiful.
They struggle to continue to maintain that map
Yeah,
control.
so I would be like, chat knows, like, they know me pre-kids. I would probably be Sliggy if I didn't have kids, but I do have kids. So I can't do all of the regions and shit. So what I try to do is do all of Challengers NA, all of VCT Americas, and in kickoff, I got most of EMEA. Now, the twist in all this is that there's some VCT Americas weeks that I work. Like week 2, I'll be
We'll
working
have to
it.
keep note
Oh,
of that.
shit.
And
This is a big
Infiltrator
round
takes
for-
note
oh
of
my God, he got
Sato.
pinged.
First blood, B-Dog
Oh
gets
my
out
God,
of
the
dodge and
Sova.
gets straight down through the smoke. No, Keanos is still lurking around. While the wall was up, he was able to trade out and fall back.
And then
into
I
a
try to get
safer
every
position.
international.
The Prowler
Like whenever
getting
oh
too
my God,
close, and
dude.
as the Viper wall comes down, well,
Like every time there's an international, I'll watch the whole thing. Like, Tokyo, Shanghai. It doesn't matter where it is. I'll adjust my whole schedule for it.
Those blue X's just completely dismantled on their a-hole. Just when you thought M80 was stable, they crumble.
Yeah, you saw the death ball in complete action there. Infiltrator so fast with the blast packs, just beats Sato to the punchline and makes sure that anybody else pushing out from M80, they immediately got punished. The follow-up from Winthrop University there was immaculate.
Appreciate you, Sheldon. Thank you.
And now Caillou just probably going to be saving this rifle into the next one. They didn't even have a chance to use any of their ultimates because they simply just were dead. Meanwhile, Winthrop University.
Fun fact about the name Sheldon, chat. I have some trauma with that name. So, your boy, kind of a loner, ended up getting my parents to get me into a different high school my second year of high school. It's like week 1. I'm at lunch, sitting with some people. Happened to meet someone through Counter-Strike that I was sitting with at lunch at this new school. Someone put some shit in my food named Sheldon.
Okay, I found this on the web from where some people happen to meet someone through Counter-Strike.
Bro, what?
Line.
Bro.
Talked about back control. How important that piece of the puzzle.
Anyway, I lost my shit, bro. I was like, no, man, I'm not about to get bullied in a new school. It's not going to happen. No one's putting some shit in my fucking food. I literally just like fought this kid in the middle of the cafeteria. No friends, new school, got suspended for a week. My parents were like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
A little bit more
It's like,
slower on
I'm
this
I'm
approach.
literally no bitch.
I don't think
It's
Winthrop
not happening
University are
again.
really going to be stopping anytime soon.
Did I win?
Immediate smoke
It was
from
like
B-Dogs that
one
Winthrop
sucker
had this
punch.
sense of safety where as soon as their presence is shown, the paranoia and the showstopper.
There we go.
Damn, nice
It's just-
fucking trap.
M80 let it rain, and the Winthrop only have tears left behind. At
Yeah, I
least
got
they
a
still
little
have
bit
the
of respect.
spike, which is the most insane cope in a 2 versus 5. But at least Moves was already having some headway over at C, but he did just get walled off, so a spike
It's not
carrier
bad.
can't even benefit from anything that's going on.
Who do I want to win? Ooh. I think I would probably rather Winthrop, to be honest, just because we would have a chance of playing Winthrop with Muncie. They wouldn't have seen that look. So it's like a new look in a rematch versus playing M80 for the 3rd time this split. Like, bro, we've already beat M80 twice, and rematches in Valorant are weird. Like, I don't like playing a team for the 3rd time. I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
To see the pieces of M80 start to click together. That was an excellent
I would have
set play
rathered
going
any
there.
team but
Honestly, just a
M80,
little
to be
bit of a trap.
honest.
They were waiting for that go signal being the utility from Winthrop University to guarantee at least a couple kills. Very well thought out by M80.
Just to let Winthrop sneak out just a little bit,
But yeah,
just to be out in
that's
the
my
open.
crash out. Ooh,
And
nice
Moves
shot,
places
Sato.
down the cage to
That's my
see
crash
if
out
they can
story. Told you, this
block
front
off
B pick for
sightlines into the
Clove,
door, and he
they
takes
love
a
this.
big
Clove
ol'
can
L.
smoke a lot of shit
So
from
M80
front
have
B.
been able to scrap together a couple of first bloods, and Winthrop know there's a vice wall to worry about. They're going to trigger that and not get separated this time. That has kind of caught that offensive team a few times. It's only going to last for a few seconds. The door has been opened. And do M80 bite on the fake? Well, now there's a drone checking things out. This could get a ping onto these controllers, and Winthrop
Oh,
gonna
good
surge in
step
to
up.
benefit from that on the back.
Damn, got the
Nice
second, the
rollback
fatal, half.
for M80's
Oh my god, the
defense to
fatal
push
went
it back,
insane,
and it's
chat.
B-Dog.
Holy shit, the fatal with the body kills. So like those are all half health because the fatal.
That nightfall from
That is
Luciano's
insane.
great synergy
No,
from M80.
no sound, half health.
And it's so fun to me to watch some of the combo of utility as well as positioning work out for this M80 squad. B-Dog reawakening from that performance that we saw yesterday. But the Nightfall comes in denying, importantly.
But yeah, that's my trauma with the name Sheldon.
I think that's the main reason why.
And the true reason for the crash out is because, like I said, I begged my parents for a boundary exemption to get into this new high school that was built, that was out of my range of my house. And my first year of high school was brutal. I was like a huge loner, eating lunch alone in the bathrooms and shit. And so I was like, I cannot have this happen at the new school. I have to fucking stand my ground right now. I fucking threw down. It literally felt like prison out there.
In any space, it's been a really tough affair on that right side of the map. And they've
That's
made
so sad,
a
bro.
ton of noise over at Mount.
Yeah,
Tejo
I don't
drone
know.
first.
I don't think I would be who I am without
From
those hard years.
Infiltrator, and he locks eyes with
It is sad,
Caillou,
though.
but it is traded. So Winthrop have to make the most out of this opportunity, get the plant down quickly with the smokes in place too, and close smokes don't last as long as other
Yeah, I
controllers.
went to college.
So Moobs takes the helm and already spots that glove of the fade. Okeanos was hoping to sync up with the rest for the retake. Bao starts off in Waterfall, but can't go and do more than 1 for 1 if the trades will just keep favoring Winthrop. Sato hoops to sneak up. Covering that gap is
Dude,
Moobs
Winthrop are
with
winning
the 3K.
all the key rounds, chat. Like the hard reset rounds and shit. They're really grinding this game out. I'm not feeling great for M80. They have a bye here, but if they lose this bye, oh man, the half's slipping away. I guess Sato could build ult. They'll have another bye next. Dude, Winthrop's really impressing me.
For anything really to get set up. And then the rest is history. Moobs able to isolate just the 1vx's and take down so many key players before they even move in. So just an excellent little play coming in from Winthrop University. As this next round, we're going to be seeing that Viper's Pit deployed out front of A. And look at that, Sato up top.
Cool pit. That's a really sick play.
That's a good
Damn.
start from M80.
Oh,
the pit doesn't cover up the A wall,
Oki
but
didn't
hey,
look confident right there. No,
Moobs and
like he
friends are
didn't
about
look
to
like he
figure
was
out where
ready
they
for
should
that.
be going. You can identify where
Normally
the
he's
weakest
so
site is
ready for
off
the
this
fight.
neural theft, and it's gonna be to
Cool
push
play with the
Beat
neural
Dog
theft.
away.
Creep out like that.
Playing that safe position now, waiting for the rotate maybe from Bao with the Steel
Solid.
Garden to come through Waterfall. But he was just making extra sure no one was pivoting
Ooh,
towards
low.
B. So M80 is still assembling, droning out through Waterfall. Winthrop know they have space to work with, so yet another successful offensive round may be coming up. It all depends on how the ults are going to be used. Bao gets traded once again. That Waterfall push looks good, but where's the rest of M80 to finish the job?
Just,
And
just
well,
always in the back lines.
Winthrop seem to be handling the problems well, but they're also
timing
playing
here.
at Mound.
Oh,
They're
no, he's
playing
not
at the
clearing,
start.
dude.
And Sato's just walking
Are you
up past
kidding
the
me?
Sova, so it's easy for Nasi. And you have the Armageddon from Flare just to make things difficult for M80 to maneuver around the site. And it's just up to
Chance,
B-Dog.
bro.
And he's done a good job so far. But
Good
time
move.
is running out. Spike is sticking
Wow.
away. In a 1v2, he can't do it.
Oh man, I was gonna question it for a second. We see Moobs just completely take over the A site while all the shenanigans were happening at Z. The spike's already down, the retake's already happening. Moobs just exploring over on
Did I have
A
a good
and
college
still
experience?
finds a timing
Yeah, I
onto
did.
Caillou,
Yeah.
and then immediately just rendezvous with the squad and applies that additional pressure. And yeah, M80, they're going to be already
Not-
using their second
Probably
time
not
out
like
here
your
to
traditional
try and pull their heads together
experience,
because
but
these are rounds that Winthrop University
taught me a
like,
lot.
they're just kind of tucking themselves into these weird, awkward off angles or weird positions around the map
I
and
went
are
to
getting the
ASU.
jump on M80
I
consistently.
was like,
Moves the standout.
I was like, I don't like to say I was a pro CS 1.6 player back then because there was no real money in the game back then, right? It was like I was on the top of the scene. I was on the very top of the CS 1.6 NA scene, like winning ESA lands. But the salary was like $300 a month, so I was going to school in the meantime. But in order to pull that shit off, and like I said, like my high school wasn't great, which is why I was so into gaming and how I was in that scenario. And I would basically just go to campus really early, rent a private study room, and study like really hard. It was like the size of a closet. I'll actually pull it up. I'll show you guys where I was. No. Let me see. Must be here somewhere.
Yeah, it's so interesting because
Noble
M80,
Science
they're
Center.
really good at waiting out that A fight. Like the initial
Individual
utils
ones,
up,
yeah, these are the
flying
ones.
through, taking that space.
Yup,
M80 are doing a really
dude.
good job at keeping that accountable. But Winthrop University
So you basically get there super early,
pressuring out that
and there were 4-hour rooms and full day rooms. And if you get there super early, you can get the full day ones before everyone else.
can't move in onto C.
And I would just yoink those really early in the morning, grind,
We're seeing the
and
Caillou as well.
then when I got to the point of like practice or scrims, I would have someone else on my team like kind of booking scrims and seeing like when I should go home, and then I would go home and play. So yeah, like my college experience wasn't like, I went to ASU, which is a party school. I probably went to like 2 parties, but it taught me a lot about like discipline. It taught me a shit ton about just like taking care of myself and working really hard. And I think it's part of the reason why I can get through super long streams, just like grinding the mini map, like just doing these like really almost tedious things, but being excited about it.
At least how it did against SRB yesterday against the Breach Tejo, which seems like the superior comp because these sites are small and the Breach and the Tejo do such a good job of zoning and really helping your team explode onto the site, and you pair that with arrays and it's awesome. But M80 have a Fade, they don't have a Breach, they don't even have a Tejo. It's just delay central with not the most
Still sick. That's rough.
Into the site. It would have to be a paranoia. It would have
I am so happy though, chat. I'm proud to say my wife has landed back in Los Angeles. God bless, dude. Oh my God. I wasn't cut out for the solo parent life. Truthfully, I just wasn't. It was a very hard. How long has it been, dude? Since the 8th. Almost 2 weeks. Oh. Bruh. 2 kids, 2 dogs, the puppy. Bruh. Look, I'm not even insulted, Cash Chef.
Sato's already on top of the box, able to find a head really quick. You can tell that a lot of those teamwork aspects are put together. And already Sato on top of it finds Infiltrator, but Macy trades it back.
Such a good response with the Hunter's Fury in case that M80 were just gonna keep putting that pressure at the door and he tried to relieve that, but the smoke is still up, so Winthrop are sort of scared on how to cross that, and it's respawned back up. Nasi is split up and isolated.
Ooh, they could have got doubled.
Winthrop was a little slow, but at least they're getting trades. It's still very tough when Bao converts on the double kill. Moves now in a 1v2, rotating
Singled
over
off the
from
one
B.
here, actually.
And did just spot the legs, and the jig is up. He's been revealed.
Oh dear.
We're winning that 1v1. So now this round is all up in the air.
Yeah, and on top of that too, it's Caillou going up against Moobs. Caillou has been having trouble against Moobs, and honestly, if someone was able to win this one out right now with how Moobs has been playing, this is very possible. 30 seconds left on the clock. A little bit of a misread now as Caillou wanders off. Moobs should be able to get the spike down nice and easy.
Yeah, I don't fuck with that door. Good choice,
Caillou
good
just has
choice.
no idea if he took the SPAC and the spike
he's
and
playing
went
it
back
so
to
well,
spawn,
chat.
or just
He waited long enough where he could literally be anywhere on the fucking map right now. Throws the cam, taps, make sure no one's walking up. All right, get the plan in. Damn, he played this well.
to do so. Caillou rotating over, and Moves will have a camera at the back. Try and see, is Caillou coming from back spawn or over at B? Oh, spike been tapped. Moves rounds the corner. Caillou's looking the wrong way, and you gotta finish off what you started. And Moves saves the round for.
Wow, bro. That was a clinical clutch right there. That was crazy. He worked them.
All of the advantages over to them on that beginning of this of the round, sorry. You saw just the spray through, excellent countering coming in, Sato making sure to do that.
I was also wondering where Caillou was during all this. I think it's because that Viper snuck through B, right? That's kind of wild. I was wondering where the rotate was,
such
actually.
game sense coming out alive. Make sure to win those 1vXs as Winthrop University find themselves at 8. One more round left in this app. And quite frankly, this is a completely different Winthrop squad than what we saw previously.
This is such a good start, and you gotta steal Garden. You gotta
close the kills, but
wow, a showstopper, and
18
Winthrop
on
not as close as
Nazi.
Sato expected, but still some splash damage, which got Nasi down to 18 HP. So still a wobbly round for Winthrop to push forward into.
You see,
Is
this
he
is going to
15
be
and
the
3?
round now that Winthrop University are going to be able to move up onto A. Only a Viper here. There's a lot of Vi's utility as well to potentially delay a little bit further. But right now, the big question is Ali, because these are the close smokes here. Bao already taken down. Ali somehow able to
Damn,
find
bro.
2.
The Clove double first blood has ult anyway. Probably could just keep picking if they wanted to.
Duelist, especially with the ult, and that's why Ali could be so aggressive. But the judge is
Still
still
slow?
going to hurt
Yeah,
at
there's
close
a
range
chance
no matter
here.
how good you are. And Winthrop are still going to
Damn.
be committed to this with 34
They fucked up by not
seconds
using the
left.
Clove entry.
The spike is down
30
though,
seconds
and
left.
that's something Ali and Moobs have to recover. You still have the Clove ult. And Ali, with the smokes in place, knows they have a window to work with. And the ult has been activated. But as the last one standing, Ali has to put in a heroic effort and can't.
What a throw, dude. 5 on, like a clean 5 on 3 with a Clove ult in your pocket? Bro, that's a throw.
Playing that kind of distraction tactic, allowing Sato perfect timing to just walk out with the Guardian in hand and find all the headshots necessary. As M80, they're able to scoop up 4 rounds into the half. And now we are going to be swapping sides. But so far, I've been so impressed with Winthrop University. It just feels like...
Chat. I might have glazed our coach too hard for that stand-in job yesterday. I told him he looked so good out there, he could lock in ISO. And that's when he said he would literally... Yeah, he's going to do that. And he's going to do the Kane Zero routine.
Should have enough to respond.
Yeah, with Winthrop's comp, they're very happy to play this slower style. And now this Viper's Wall from M80 letting them try to get into Rubble, but mainly Caillou plays a very passive lure style on
Why?
Lotus. We saw him yesterday really not
Why
leave
is
that
this-
A lobby side, and this is a different wall than
This
he
is so
used
distracting, this
previously.
pistol, by the way.
He's
I
not seeing
can't.
anyone go for the orb immediately. And now this is way more of an aggressive approach from Caillou to be more forward at this time. Now maybe expecting a jump peek from Winthrop. Winthrop like to be a little silly on pistol rounds. Like they'll have like a 3 or 4 man walk up on mid. Like Winthrop will really surprise you at these moments. I'm really
Let's see if
really
M80
happy
go
that
back to
M80
this
are taking a
lurk,
second
dude.
to condition themselves.
Does Caillou call the squad back? They're just chilling at Mount. He's activating the door. Oh.
Play that defense, or
Okay,
at least
no,
draw
no,
people
they'll
over
go
to this
C
A
now.
site, and it should be effective. But down here on to C, I mean, they're gonna have to go up against moves. So let's see how this one plays out.
Yeah, just couldn't play off your own wall
30
there.
seconds
Nothing to
left.
protect you against the 2 that
Staying
were
in.
stacked from Winthrop on that side. So you lose Caillou, but this was only
Oh
a
my
distraction
God, the
anyway.
timing,
And maybe
bro.
they've already started planting, and they're able to get equal trades. And with where Bao
Holy.
was,
3 on 3.
really drew a wrench in everything.
Oh my God,
from
he's in the-
Winthrop's retake. Still 3 versus 3. And with the Teho drone in, some good
What?
info for Flair
Dude,
and friends
how?
to work with, but it doesn't matter if M80 just have better shots. And it's Ali in the 1 versus 3. Just the smoke to try and isolate this duel
Good shot.
against B-Dog. Heads up play, 1 at Mound, and Bao
No shot.
on the pillar high ground. Having to find where these last players are while the spike is ticking down. Ali will be spotted.
Okay.
And that's
Okay,
all.
we got a
That
game.
will be M80 taking pistol.
Yeah, great job by M80 there. Winthrop University. It felt like just a little bit of Valorant timing was coming into play. You know, they get the jump on somebody, and then Okeanos right clicks and somehow finds a head, and oh, well, there goes someone else from Winthrop University. So they're able to win out the pistol round. This time around, they're going to have the better weaponry on this second round in here. But once again, I just liked how they played it. They played it nice and slow, exactly like how you said. Waited out a lot of this utility because how Winthrop University's kit is put together is they want to force you into weird positions. They want to force you forwards and then catch a timing and be able to gun you down. So great job by M80.
Now with the buy-up from M80, look at a win initially. They'll prowler up into C. And Caillou's going to take some pressure on the A site. So Winthrop really forcing that map control. There's also an exchange from Bao with 2 against B. We'll go 1 for 1. Depends on how this exchange goes.
Okay.
And Winthrop take W's.
Oh
both
my
sides of the map.
God.
So M80 kind of make quick work of getting this spike
Bro,
down
that
at
clove
C.
smoke
They're
on
2
C is
versus
gonna make
2.
it weird. Look at these clove smokes
Speaking
on
of
C.
Classics somehow finding their shots. A little bit of ridiculousness
Booba
there. Down to this
smokes.
2v2. Ali still has this sheriff in hand. Spike already down. Okeanos going for a little bit of a reposition.
Nade flushing out the corner. Okeanos
that'll do it. That
spots
should
out
do it.
both in mount.
Okay.
Stepping up, Nasi just tried to reposition, I guess, instead of waiting for the repeat. And either way, that's going to be a tough
Yeah.
take against the rifle.
So I saw someone mention about, you know, all chat being stupid. I agree. Actually, I was actually just talking about this yesterday. So I was to give you a diagram here, the IQ bell curve. I think chat is looking probably somewhere in this range down here. I'll be honest. Streamer over here. Streamer over here. Streamer over there. Mods in the lukewarm, actually the frigid temperature.
He's an infiltrator.
Single
He
digit.
gets back up to full and stacks up with Flare. And usually with Flare, he's been salvoing that front door.
Water
Winthrop
freezes at the
join up.
mod's IQ.
See if they can get to the other side of rubble. I don't think they saw
Celsius,
much.
of course.
And
Celsius.
maybe hold their positions. And this lurk
Oh,
inserted
shit.
at Mound got 2 kills. So M80 may just
That's a
pull the spike
bonus.
towards that side of the map and give up this vision game against Winthrop and A.
Yeah, this time around, it's the flanker from M80, or the lurker, I should say. Val coming alive, able to find 2 picks just by Mound, opening things up, and this is looking very reminiscent to how Winthrop University were doing the attack. Just wait for those couple of kills to come through from your Sentinel agent, and then move in for free. As P-Dog finds an unbelievable headshot onto Flare. I talked about the economy being a little bit
Just
wonky
right in
for
the
M80,
middle.
but no longer.
No, don't put me in the middle.
Yeah,
I want to be on one of the extremes. I don't want to be in the middle. Don't put me in the middle.
still ended up with the win.
I either
Also,
want to be
M80
down
know
there
how
with
to
you
play
guys or fucking with Einstein up top.
Against the deficit.
I don't want to be in the
Thinking
middle.
about what they were down
No,
like 1 to
I'm not
6
in the
on
middle.
split. Different map, but
I'm not in the middle.
they know how to
Like,
build
I'll be with chat.
momentum
I'll be
and
with
taking
chat.
that pistol and anti-eco
No, I'm not in the
going
middle.
forward.
I'm too normal? No.
Gonna
I'm
hope to
very
keep these
atypical.
Rifles and infiltrator. Well, gets 1 for the count, but M80 keep themselves at arm.
There's literally not a single normal quality about me. Nothing. Not even if you were to look at all of the qualities, because every one is an extreme. It's not even balanced.
So
like,
thankfully, no more damage was done to M80 as their economy is looking nice and solid here. And you raise a good point. M80, they're a squad that
Don't
in
put me
these
in the
previous
middle.
matches have been, you know, not super favorable for them, especially at the beginning, and they're able to turn them around, especially yesterday, showing their
Quad.
mental resiliency. And I know we talked about Winthrop University being the ones who, like,
Winthrop
they put in the
kinda hit a
reps.
wall
They're
in
going
this game,
so
yeah.
many games after games after games. But I do think that M80's resiliency and just experience as well make sure that they're keeping themselves honest in this competition.
all right. Good one
All
with
right,
Cage.
Nightfall,
Put the late
Prowler, a
trip in.
lot against moves, but he's been deadly with the
Oh,
Sheriff,
damn,
and he
bro.
strikes again, but just kind of second guess whether he wanted to escape or not. He could have maybe gotten away, and Okeanos will catch him. Now with equal numbers, M80 may just push past the spike and past the site, I should say. And with being confident in their buy, I don't blame them. They also have the Steel Garden, but you don't even need it with what Winthrop have. They're going to be coming through main. The M80 line up with the smoke in place. It's going to make Winthrop difficult to go in. Placed off a flare, trying to zone
All right,
off with
tied
the
game,
salvos.
Chad.
M80 just lock in to
We have a fucking tied game, dude. Holy. Remember the last round of that first half, chat? Do you remember? Do we remember the 5-on-3 with the Cloval? Never forget. Never forget. It's been a collapse since that moment.
You know, let's see what they're going to be doing. And they read it perfectly because the bulk of Winthrop University decide to take the door, go out towards
What
Mound,
is this?
and suddenly it's like a switch around as to who's
Oh.
on attack and who's on defense. It was played so perfectly, and
They
the
got
firing
such, like,
squad
a
was down
nice
in
pick of go.
so far deep onto C that even
Like
though
a-
we saw Winthrop University
not a
make an attempt
professional
at
one,
it,
but a
they were
nice
hoping
one.
to catch someone off guard out towards Mound. There was simply nobody home So just once again, just finger on the
don't
pulse.
even know
Great
what
job
it
to
is.
M80 to bring themselves back and tie up our series. As now Winthrop University, they're on the other side of the coin. They're calling this timeout now because
No,
M80
NC
are
is
really
not the
starting to
coach for
gain momentum
Winthrop.
after 4 rounds in a row.
Which team? Maryville.
M80
right?
are so
What's-
deadly on
is
the
that the one,
offense,
chat?
which I don't know where your expectations would be at with like a double controller and like a Vice Sentinel. Like it's not as flashy as like a Breach Tahoe or other things like, oh, actually oh yeah, that's their comp. And just with the Fade too, it's not a Breach. It's very info based. So M80, they went on an absolute tear against Cuber just for win streaking like crazy, getting super rich off of just winning all of their offensive rounds, and that's starting to
Maryville,
build
okay,
a
gotcha.
lot of wind in their sails.
That's
Interesting
where NC
setup
is.
from moves too, to
Looking
just have
TP
all the
out,
Sentinel
ready to
util.
break
The
dart.
trips
All right, so they're probably figuring this is a Cypher setup. They fake the TP, they get no reaction at all. So they're like, let's see what's going on at Mound. Okay, they broke that shit. They're definitely fighting for Mound. They even had a Clove Smoke here, so they have to be somewhat close.
Tell game that Winthrop want to really
M80
capitalize
huge
on.
dubs in the early rounds.
Talked about how important map control was for Winthrop University on the attack,
off
and
Clove ult.
you see their attempts right now at trying to reclaim some of the map back together. As M80, their sights are set onto this A site, moves in the back line, and Ali going for the jump peak actually spots quite a few of these people out here. So M80, they actually decide to pivot over and commit the ultimate onto this B site.
Steel Garden just gonna flush anyone out. Winthrop, all aren't smoked off, so it's a showstopper that breaks in and
Oh,
Paterna
where are
couldn't
the
get his
trades
gun up.
there? What
and
the
then maybe
fuck?
we're just quicker to react. Sato has been such a true star for M80. And I think it was hard for Nasi to try and retake with an Odin anyway. So M80 get the lead back.
Oh man, you can see it. Boobs was just like walking in and then saw that dark cover fly across. I was like, wait a second, uh-oh. And then that's got to feel good for B-Dog, outflanking the flanker. And honestly, I think that retake from Winthrop University was a little
think
bit
it
of an
might
interesting
be
tactic.
GG.
They just decide to just flood in and try and take it the speed advantage. Something to keep in mind about their composition, they don't
Why
really
does this
have very effective
feel
flashes
so
to utilize
familiar?
against the squad.
Front
So that
B push.
retake is going to be difficult
Forward
every
here.
single time. That made just being able to win out that gun duel, but okay. I might have spoke too soon, Jen.
What the hell?
They have some really good ults
Seriously,
too.
the sheriffs hit different through the boxes. And it just
Dude!
rains and pours. The Thrifty is about to possibly
Yo,
be a
we wasted the
flawless.
Sova
Are
ult,
we
but who
serious?
cares?
And well, all these guns are also being dropped in spawns, so like Winthrop would love these upgrades, and maybe, especially with the spike down, they're just gonna send it as a team so they could pick up these rifles. And Caillou, well, his job is done, and now was to lurk around A, but he ain't got a team to plan with, so GG, I guess.
Yeah, and that's great for Winthrop because they're able to rescue all those rifles too. So makes the economy just a little bit stronger here.
I'm looking
Of
real
note,
quick at some
Nasi
shit
did
from
end up using the Hunter's Fury.
M80.
I think that might have been a little bit too proactive there. Of course, you want to be able to win a round back when we've swapped these sides, but making sure that you take that ultimate out of Winthrop University's pocket is something that M80 are
For some reason, I thought they ran up the table on their attack half before, but I guess they didn't really. I mean, they kind of had this run to close out Cuber. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
You just can't be mental boomed about this, right?
So all their other Lotus games, though, it wasn't like they just ran away with it like this, which is what I was curious about.
Ali is still trying to convert things too in the 5 versus 3, so it's you can always come back when you got the rifles at a 3v5, but man, just M80 gotta lock in.
So much
You can't let
money
that
still in
happen.
M80.
Yeah, you definitely can't. And once again, we're seeing some
Cypher setup
shenanigans out
again.
onto the safe side. Showstopper available for Sato. Bao going to potentially punish this aggression.
Oh, off timing. That's-
Walking up, Bao doesn't want that
This is
smoke,
scary.
and now worried that Ali is gonna catch him. But now the ult, Ali's back into the fight,
Okay.
and Bao's holding his own, 10 HP, and there's more problems ahead.
Cloves can't get a
Meanwhile,
kill
M80
now.
benefited from that distraction. And it's the nightfall from Okeanos to ward away the storm that they think is up close from Winthrop.
Oh wait, did Clove get an assist?
And right next door is Infiltrator and friends, and Flare
Oh,
tries
shit,
to
he did the
solo push
play.
through tree, and
Oh
no
my
util,
goodness.
and Ali gets revenge. We're in a
Damn.
2 versus 2.
He smelled the up
somehow.
dog.
And it's all thanks to Bao even making this close. M80 on the post plant, working together, have to cross the orb, address the angle one by one as soon as it drops.
No way, bro.
Quicker to the trigger
That
is
orb.
M80.
That orb did magic.
B-Dog pulling out the ultimate
You respect the attempt?
Just going on top of
What
the
do you
door
mean?
while it's still rotating. Trying to get a cheeky little kill.
I did say that very fucking casually though. I fucking just slid that in there. You
Bar push.
it's
Talking
so
about how
seamless,
Winthrop
no?
University's composition has to play. It's got to play frag forwards. They got to be so fast. They got to be aggressive moving in onto things. And the fact that Bao was able to punish that, slow it down for a second, give M80 plenty of time to get themselves set up is the main
Who's
win
on the
condition.
podcast?
So fantastic job
players.
from Bao to make sure that that is secured.
Is Six
M80
on it with them?
once again in the lead, but this is going to be the buy-up round for Winthrop University.
Open sight lines. Prowler to check around through baby door.
Austin
M80
used
is
Xander Falk,
separated
dude.
by
Least favorite 3.
Smoke, and Sato gets
Just
pinged
kidding.
around rubble. So Winthrop
That would
hold
be
their
insane,
ground.
bro.
Rainbow drone gets some information
Oh,
from the defense,
shit.
Spam through the smoke, and that's why Nazi just keeps buying up this Odin. Last time it was to cover C.
I
This
actually
time,
love all
he
three
helps
of
out
them.
at A.
That was
M80
just
starting a little bit
such an
behind. Even
insane thing to
Sato's
say
HP
that
is
when I
low,
thought
so
of it, I
Sato
had to
being
say it.
aggressive may not be the move. Okeanos just takes paint shell damage, so M80 are kind of
Damn,
stuck
wish it was the other
waiting
two.
for
Fuck.
Winthrop to make a move
Least
off of
favorite
this
3
advantage.
is crazy.
And that was just an excellent hold from
Least
Winthrop.
favorite 3
Use
is
that
so
utility.
funny.
Deny any of that space. Make it so difficult for M80 to do anything. And now the firing squad is just waiting for them to aggress.
Paranoia Alley just shooting as best as they can.
No
through the door,
way,
but
man.
Still M80. I found a great
They're
pivot into
collapsing in the
site.
mid-round.
Yeah, the salvos from Flare to delay things will play out and at a different retake angle. But no, the spike still gets planted at A because Flare just limited their options. And Boom just falls and still manages to adjust
Wait.
his accuracy.
Miracle round again?
And Winthrop have managed to equal these numbers, but it's just too little too late. M80 just one step closer to taking map 1.
And Okeanos really being the clutch factor for M80 on that last round. Clears out that A site when they decide to make a pivot over to B. And then immediately just goes in there and frags out yet
Soft
again.
carrots make you
keeping them
sad.
into this. Obviously, Okeanos.
Dude, I actually think soft carrots are so good. Do people not like soft carrots? Or are you griefing me with that message? My girls don't eat soft carrots like when they're cooked and shit. They only eat them like raw. I'm just like, what? I thought they taste better this way.
And we see that Okeanos is really picking up the slack on some after that first initial engagement happens. And Okeanos is usually good for a couple of kills, bringing M80 back in these rounds where it doesn't feel like they've got a single chance. So Winthrop University feeling the pressure just a little bit.
Yeah,
The temperature
for a
rising,
grown person, not a
and
child.
they call yet their second time out here as M80 are looking to secure map number 1 shortly.
Yeah, Sato has only been a boon to this team ever since he joined, and you could say the same thing about the addition of Ali, where yesterday was a much more quieter performance on the Clove, and definitely stepping up, being way more aggressive. And
Yeah, I'm talking about like
mainly
if
just
they're in like
winning a lot of
soups or
these
stews,
duels
like they
and getting
don't really
value from
fuck
the
with
ult
it.
and just being
Like a soft carrot and like a chicken pot pie, they don't fuck with it. They would rather have like me
Frank,
like shave
I
down a
will
raw
hold
carrot
a
and give them like
lobby,
a little bit of
but
ranch or
Winthrop
something.
Got the orb. I'll have an Armageddon.
Something I learned about kids is they don't like complex
with Flare
flavors
over
very
at B,
much
'cause the solo
until they're
sentinel from
very
Winthrop
used to
to
the
hold back
individual flavors like a
anything
lot.
over at C.
Like, they
while the
like
camera is up.
Absolute basics.
Maybe also have a deep insert of B dog at B.
Like, you
knowing
put too
that,
much seasoning or
well,
sauce on
Winthrop
something, they're like,
sometimes
nah.
walk down that lane, and Infiltrator gets information on where that lurk is and has taken early damage. Moves also has a sheriff, so not the most ideal buy for Winthrop compared to what M80 have.
Oh fuck.
Oh, jeez.
I can't believe he got that.
Armageddon gets tossed out as well. Excellent job from M80. Just Okeanos alone draws so much fire, so many
M80's tearing him
resources
apart.
towards that A site.
Playing with so much confidence
sorry,
now.
Ali's able to find Sato here.
Missed the
Nazi down
time.
to 5
Wait.
HP. Ali not done yet.
Damn, so close.
Would have maybe liked that Armageddon for the retake at C and just reacted maybe a bit too quickly for Winthrop, expecting M80 to just rush through a lobby when the hit was actually at C. And now with the Viper's Pit, you don't have the best of tools besides a drone, some shock bolts, and
Get him,
Ali just
B-Dog.
fragging out.
Get him.
Ali's just within this pit too. Nasi, you can't really do much being already 10 HP, so M80 on match point.
Match point.
Oh man, and once again, that was just all Okeanos, creating so much discomfort for Winthrop University. It felt like Winthrop University, they've seen Okeanos with the main squad consistently.
Have I reached out to
spawning
the
that
dog
fade out
players yet?
caused so many questions.
Unfortunately, like, I had to get the funding for it, and the only person I could think of that would fund a team like that is Tarek, and he denied my request, so no one is willing to fund the dog team, and we can't get the buyouts to get it going. So I'm also under contract with Shopify, so kind of hurts the chances a little bit.
Poison's off.
At least Winthrop did what they could with this buy. But Caillou, if Winthrop tries to be aggressive, he'll have the Vice Wall up too. Trying to isolate that, and Caillou will be there to capitalize. It's a very passive approach from M80. Maybe
In France, we say
Kinda
eating
punish
carrots
if
makes you
Winthrop
kind.
get
Damn, y'all don't eat a
desperate,
lot of
but
carrots then, huh?
Winthrop are
Fucking
just
kidding,
gonna
I'm kidding, I'm kidding.
keep the map control that they have. And maybe even think about a B walk-up. Look at this 3-stack.
It was
from
just too
Winthrop.
easy.
They hear noise from M80 at C.
Like, why are you serving
them
them up like that? Stop.
And M80 could face a lot of trouble, all depending on if Moves can hold his own on the front lines. He's got an engagement
Great timing on
against
the swing with the
C-Dog,
flash.
and well-timed util will give him the edge. Now Moves needs help. Reinforcements coming through Waterfall, not through that B-Link door. And the wins are coming. Winthrop sway at a lesser buy than M80. But Winthrop have to play flawless from here on out if they hope to face an overtime against a top 3 team in challengers.
Good face.
Winthrop get up to 10.
If Caillou found that first bullet onto Moves' head, I think that would have been a different story there, but just excellent job from Winthrop University, keeping the Storm at bay.
You got COVID for the
Like you said,
first
it was like
time
that death ball
last
competition.
week?
You see them push out a B and immediately just double
Dude,
back around.
you're so
They
lucky.
were moving those 3 members just around the map, trying to guess where.
I feel like I'm one of those people that got really fucked up from COVID. Like, I don't like to bitch about my health, but I just came out and said it to Jennifer like a month ago. I was like, bro, I think like all the sinus infections and like all the fucking muscle pains, like a lot of that was from
B-Dog
COVID.
this time with an operator in hand is going to get the heck out of there.
A lot of the stomach issues I was having.
Don't blame him. With the salvos that hit and the Viper wall, it was... I'm really very glad to keep all 5 alive.
Jennifer
but
had like
B-Dog
no
brought down to
symptoms. I'm
half
so
HP.
jealous. It's so
Tally
weird how
numbers
some
are
people
on
just have like
Winthrop and
nothing.
the right side of the map. I made
Bro.
him make the call. We gotta hit C. We gotta deal with usually throwing out their prowler to deal with all these.
I feel like I had
trips.
COVID, like,
There is
fucking
one,
5
not
times.
The second, with the Steel Gardens used from Bow, this is gonna limit
Bro,
what
so
moves
blind.
can use. But he's got the neural
Oh my
theft.
god. Oh shit.
Winthrop
Good
got
point.
the flank through B, and what a timing! Oh, the mid showstopper! What the heck? B-Dog is somehow still alive.
Oh.
He's like a cat. He has 9
Oh.
lives, and he still has the op.
Oh,
Showstopper,
shit!
Of course, now gets fired, and now it gets moved.
It's over.
And Winthrop have to turn around a 3v5 to keep themselves alive on Lotus, and it's a nightfall from M80. And it just gets worse and worse, but Winthrop, it's like they play better when they're down for the count.
Yeah,
A huge
what is
double kill
this?
from Ali. Evens up the playing
Okay, there we
field.
go.
But there is the finish, and there is M80 winning their best map of Lotus.
Coming back into it, starting it off a little bit shaky, an 8-4 half for Winthrop University, and then as soon as the tables turn, M80 come alive. I am so impressed by how they were playing off of one another utility-wise, making sure to not
All right.
overextend it. You think, oh, well, let's use a showstopper to enter? No, we've got a couple of other ultimates.
What a bounce back by M80. Considering how that shit started, wow. That was their opening map choice. But look at this. Look what they came back into. If you came into the stream a little late, you might not have realized, bro, they were getting slapped around in that first half. And this was a 5-on-3. Crazy. Because they made it feel like they owned the fuck out of Winthrop with how it ended. But it's still a 13-10. Great map by Bao and Sato. Wait, I could have sworn Okeanos died front B on an entry. I guess he wasn't the first blood that round. Play the game. How do I do it? Sorry, I'm reading something. Okay. What's the name of this shit? Is this it? Oh, there's it. Overwatch 2, that's the name of it. So what is this game? What is this? I don't even know what I'm in right now. Like, I have no clue what I'm doing. Streamers, that sounds like where I should be. This sounds like... Wait, I have to put in twitch.tv? Really? Is that actually what I'm doing? I guarantee you I'm just fucking... My life savings is literally fucking gone right now. I guarantee it. Seems like something Kara would do. What? We're in there. Play as little girl. Okay. Interesting game. Sean. That is very weird that it has my name but spelled different. What is this game? Is this a fucking troll? Kiara? The names are a little too familiar. Units left. Get it now. Bro. It's trying to bleed me dry out here. How do I go next? Training? Get me the fuck out of here. No, 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 no. Practice? Talking practice? All games. Only subs. Hold up. One sec. Is this it? Yes, indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the tech. put it? Fuck. Just put that shit over there. Okay. Spawn streamer? What do I do now? The fuck? Click on... Stand in the wrong place, you will die. Oh god, I see everyone. What do I do? What's happening? What's happening? Space to start? Okay. Where am I? What? What am I doing? I gotta stand in purple, right? What am I doing? Bro, Egglet. Man. No. That's crazy, dude. EMEA brain, no? I don't even know what to think about that, Egg. What just happened to you? You clicked before you knew the rules? What's this one, Egg? Do you know this one? I'll give you a hint. Green, that's right. Good job. Good job, Egg. Good. How do we make this harder? Wait. Oh shit, bro. Like there's a bunch of copycats up in here. Yeah, this game's a game. How do we speed this motherfucker up? What is bro cooking? Bro is not cooking. Absolutely not cooking. No. This one's actually kind of hard. What the fuck? I'm gonna go here. Wait. No, it might be darker than that. Might be this one. Oh, fuck. I think there was a glitch on the game. My game crashed or something. The game crashed, I think. I don't know if you guys saw it. You guys see that? You guys see that? You guys see the game crash? You guys see that shit? It's fucking... Holy fuck. It was on and then it wasn't. I think it crashed because I was trying to pick that one to the right and I kept clicking it. I don't know if you guys saw, but at one point I was actually over there. And then it put me on the left and it crashed my game. I'm pretty sure is what
They're
happened.
gonna change it. I feel like it's very likely that they change Stato on this Neon, maybe put him on the Jet. This guy is used to playing the Jet. He played it a lot of this agent in last year, as we were seeing in Ascension, as we were seeing in Challengers, and it's something that a lot of other teams have opted to do. Change its composition for the Neon, go for that comfort pick that we've seen on the Jet instead. And I wouldn't see why they don't want to bring this change. I mean, you get 13-2.
All right, guys, we played Kiera's game for the year. It was really fun, and now back to Valorant for the rest of the year. That was it. That was your guys' game. That was it. That was really fun, everyone.
When you look back to what they've played, this has been really strong for them, and it's one of the few maps that they don't really swap this composition up.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's a tale as old as time, okay? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I would be so surprised if they actually did make changes, even though they're undefeated on the map. So I am expecting the same composition. If they really did want to switch things up, I wouldn't be surprised to see a duelist swap up, but I feel like the Yoru fits Infiltrator extremely well on this map, and of course, the Vice has worked extremely well for them as well. If they do decide maybe moves will swap to a Cypher or something crazy like that, it pairs a lot better into the Neon that M80 might pull out. But a reminder to all of us, right, that these are two teams that can just swap up comps any second, and it feels like they're playing it at a level that they've been practicing for a year. It feels
what is going on, man?
I would not be surprised to see changes, but I also would not be surprised to see the same thing, just fixes and solutions to previous problems that they've had.
That's one of my favorite thing about these two teams is sometimes when you get really deep into the playoffs, it's like, okay, well, it's going to be the exact same thing. There's not switching anything up. But with M80 having a flexible map pool and Winthrop University on the day, like, okay, this is feeling a little bit better. We can swap it. I definitely think it makes things exciting. But to Haven, I definitely think...
I saw Jennifer was in my chat. Why are my fucking texts going through as green on my iPhone chat? How do I get my fucking blue text back? What's going on here?
Change that much, right? Just that Sato on the Jet would make all of the difference that they would want to. I can even playing the Neon is okay. And I mean, as we find out, the composition is going to stay the same. Sato is going to keep playing on this Neon. So another point that you talked about, Roy, that I feel like is worth mentioning is the Cypher. Right?
I got fucking stun locked because I was reading chat while I was trying to think, and I was like,
going to do today, knowing that Sato was going to be playing on this Neon. But no, of course, they're going to keep it the same. This is their map.
I did see, No, Sato's played now 3 consecutive maps where he looks like a god, right? He looks like he's in the form that people expected. And I think before these 3 maps, people were giving him a lot of shit. But that's like his 3rd one around 200. Like this 187, I think it's super close to, 196. So it's really like leveling up right now.
80 is the type of team that will learn. And again, the reappearances have been great, despite them having former losses, sweeping losses at that. But this is the team that can turn things around. Again, just a reminder, Winthrop University really needs this map. It is their map pick. Let's see what they got.
With no changes coming up from the composition, it's time to see what changes they've cooked up with the gameplay itself. As for Winthrop University, again, must-win map. It's time to head into Haven and back over to your casters, Jen and Marks.
I'm gonna throw this brick till they fucking put the mini map there.
We started off with
I'll break a hole into the fucking
map,
Haven wall until they put the mini map there.
Now we go to the Winthrop playground of Haven, and like the desk said, this is a must-win, or you're looking down the barrel of a series point to M80, and this is a ticket to the grand final, Mark.
I like the neon. I like the neon. I mean, Amari makes it look really good when we run
just
it.
Just figuring out who is going to be our 3rd place team. And I think a lot of the criticisms that the desk had brought up around M80's composition, they're still valid, but I do think that M80 are really starting to click together as a squad. Of course, Shopify Rebellion Black, they've been extremely good in the playoffs thus far, and so that loss shouldn't deter them from using this composition at all. But of course, this is the playground of Winthrop University, exactly like you said. So they're going to be the ones who have the hands on the wheel. And let's see if they're able to do it. Winthrop traditionally stronger on the attack as
making some C pressure.
And that's exactly where they're starting. So I'm imagining we're going to be seeing a lot of chaos
TP going
and
back
a lot
to
of
A.
repositioning
This
from
is
this
a fake,
unit.
surely.
Sato had gone away from the Neon yesterday on maps that he otherwise would have played it on. So I'm glad that after the win that they had, on Lotus that M80 feel confident to go back to Comfort, to go back to Sato.
Very risky how
a little speed demon,
Yoru
but
took
right
that.
now he's standing still at B. The real exchange will be, did B-Dog get a read on how close this breach is?
what?
Nasi just puts his forehead right into the barrel. Makes things easy
Nice
for
shot,
B-Dog.
Moobs.
But Moobs at least gets the trade, and this is where the garage holders of M80 emerge. It's a double kill
Winnable,
from
though. They're
Bao.
low, chat.
A huge conversion.
Not great HPs
leaving
here.
Winthrop
Lurk on
really
C.
lost, and
Omen in the
being
middle of
careful to
them.
pick up the spike.
Timing
There's
right
still
here.
some
Omen
in
versus
garage that
Astra.
Winthrop have to worry about. Now he's hoping to clear that,
Oh,
remove the
no.
danger, so he does. Numbers are equal.
And it comes down to this 2v2. Both of the initiators still alive for M80. So if they want to be disruptive, this is the time to do it. A couple of seconds till the fault line comes on. Ali be able to take Okeanos' head off.
It gets the high-low.
Yeah.
That was sick from Ali. And I really thought Caillou and Okeanos could have done more. Like, they had a flash, but honestly, the action was too close for them to really have a setup. And that's a Winthrop pistol round, just the same way they kicked off Lotus. But we all know how that ended. They need to be able to close things out, you know?
Yeah, I feel like M80 is the team where it's like,
do
even
I
if
feel about
it
Omen versus
seems like they're
Astra?
not going to be able to win, you don't want to count them out yet.
I think
Obviously, the
Astra
last map was
low-key
a
is
fantastic
stronger.
example of it, but if you look through their map history, like
But
it
people
happens more.
people are just really comfy with the Omen TPs on this map and getting the space with them. And it ends up being like a big difference maker, that comfort.
Picks, but M80
So
just
it's kind of a
playing
wash.
Very disciplined and not giving themselves up.
But truthfully, I think Asha has the better
Locking
kid.
down, Infiltrator deals with one, moves covers his angle on the other, and Sato's caught in the open with no HP. M80 had such a good setup, and Winthrop addressed every gap in their defense. And this round is pretty much over. I mean, the anti-eco, you had to go for a big play if you were M80.
I also would rather Omen in this comp. I don't know.
to Winthrop.
I think I would rather Omen in
That's
this
it.
comp.
And I think it's so funny how Bao still has the Sentinels Classic in hand, even though it was M80 that kicked out Qbert Academy in the last matchup here. But yeah, this round is going to be all but over. I talked about the discipline from M80, you know, just playing it a little bit more carefully.
Dude, Bao
And
just deleted
Winthrop
it.
University just found some excellent time.
Oh,
to
chat. I was
in
actually
there.
going to tell you about Bao a couple days ago.
Cage forces
Wow,
in
great
isolation. And
This kid's actually insane. So when we were running trials, he was probably the player that like surprised me the most. Just listening to comms, I couldn't believe how he was communicating and like the setups he was using on Cypher, which he had like no reps on. He sounded like a player that had played in like tier 1.
It's like one of those, like, real
I
races where
immediately
you have the baton and you're, like, passing it
was
over
like,
and
I
over.
want this kid on the team in some capacity because it's like a diamond in the rough, like a clear diamond in the rough in my eyes.
Honestly,
Like he has low experience, but comms like that and
what
aim
should've
like
been
this.
a pretty easy bonus, but
shit.
not going to be the case. Okay.
Oh my god.
Damage mitigated.
Well, I'm very, very sorry about that. Now.
There's too much there of just popping out. I like when he cooks though. I like that he's got the Bucky. And when you're planning at C, if he can hold up close. This is definitely gonna hurt M80, but Sato has
Classic.
the speed, and M80 have just droned up in garage, trying to give themselves an alternate angle. And it's an opening pick from Sato. It's from Winthrop being a bit desynced, but now you have a garage push too
Just
from
blind.
Infiltrator, trying to go on a flank with
goodness.
the Bucky where the sun don't shine.
No
Oh,
way, bro.
B-Dog's
Too
vision
close for
fades
that ball
to
in the
black.
hit.
And M80 are trying to claw their way
2v2.
back into a stable position on the site, but all the
Wow.
angles that Winthrop took.
Bro, that's insane. I can't believe Bao got caught right there. Damn.
We got to see a little bit of the Rays on the last map, but Moves kind of stole the spotlight. This time around, Infiltrator's Yoru has been immaculate in previous matches, and we're already seeing the kit be fully utilized here. I mean,
Yeah, this is both
2
games now. They
Bucky
started with
kills
pistol
and
bonus.
still able to stay alive throughout the entire round. on a very important, what do you call it? Couple of kills for Infiltrator to make sure that Winthrop.
So yeah, back to the Bao story. He was so impressive that I was basically like, I don't know if I want to take a big risk on this player because we're already taking a big risk if we put like BCJ as IGL, and like it's too much risk. And so I was really gonna like considering putting Bao as like our 6th player, but we had Floor as our 6th player, like as like a free 6th player. And so I was like, well, that doesn't really work out. And then Floor ended up going to Apex, and everything kind of fell through, and he ended up going to M80 and didn't play out, but he was very close. Like to be on the team.
For this A crunch.
Very close.
Coming out here.
Like I think Bao is very good.
Rightfully backs off. M80 do have decent reinforcements here, though.
Yeah, just wanting to use this fault line to get through main, and
like he's still young, he's still like raw as a talent.
Setup going into this,
but
just needing to play
he's
off
very
the Nazi's
good.
call. That is the IGL,
God.
and they flood in together, and Caillou converts 3 with the Sheriff. What did I say? This is now very winnable and a thrifty potential for M80, but it is B-Dog that has to wait for a rotation over from Bao. And a neural theft, the corpses are all over the site, so not accessible by Bao. B-Dog has a paranoia, and Bao just is winning this against Rifles. I can't believe that. The neural theft, there's the advantage, and Winthrop don't have much time left. That is the most disrespectful knife kill in Challengers. What the hell?
B-Dog cooking it up.
Yo, he was up dog. He actually was up dog.
Yeah, I mean, a fantastic pistol round there. I gotta say, Caillou coming up absolutely massive. Finding those 2 kills as the 3-man flood comes into the dark cover, able to hold their ground, find just enough kills, and Bao, that kill cannot be understated.
Dude.
It was such a fun.
Going for a knife right there is fucking wild, by the
That
way.
reposition nice and early, but gets shut down completely. Infiltrator already stunned up, but will not give up this A space for free. The good thing about this Yoru is that it can reposition really easily, but losing moves is not how you want to
The
start.
wide swing, yes, yes.
M80 are taking L's across the board.
Yes, dude.
Forward position at A. No Kianos.
Oh my God.
He's gotta
I love
converge
this
with
response
Caillou.
round.
They got recon, they got shock bolts, they got breach util, they're not using it. And Winthrop full punishing this setup.
What a
This
response
is
round.
tough. M80 just get broken open like an egg.
It was literally Winthrop University kicking the barn door down right on top of M80's face. No utility was even going to be able to bail M80 out. And once again, with how this composition plays, it's meant to just spiral off of one another. You just use a little bit of utility here, a little bit of utility there, and trust that you're able to go in and find people stunned up, take them out, and then win those fights. Exactly how Winthrop University executed this round. And yeah, it's just going to be a save coming in from Bao. Stayed alive on the other side of the map, has plenty of utility.
Yeah, what
as
is
well
the
set
MA
up
doing?
to make sure no little
Why are they
shenanigans can
doing
catch
that?
them off guard. As a Winthrop University, they win another round
Right before
pretty
split one.
decisively here.
Being able to keep most of their rifles too, which, I mean, Winthrop are not necessarily rich right now. It's kind of a struggle. And I remember M80 said in an interview that when they scrim against Winthrop, they, quote, play so annoying. And M80 are like shooting bodies in round 4. Like, they were excited for this match, but also they know that Winthrop's playstyle has been difficult. Like, M80 are trying to surprise them, and they just get really caught with their pants down, just being out in the open with nothing much to respond with.
Yeah, I can't wait for the next interview where they're going to talk about how they're ready to bust the knife out on round number 4 instead.
Yeah, what
Trex
was
will
that,
be,
B-Dog?
though. There's no way, dude.
B-Dog
Okay,
just
this looks
doing
like
B-Dog.
that looks like a trap play cam. We should get a trap play here. Omen with the blind out. Normally there's a third player though.
They feel so comfortable moving in here. B-Dog and Bao just
Can
on
they
the other
cut this
side.
distance with these two?
There's a shoe. I see the shoe. Oh, clone back, and it's all a bait.
I think they needed the
The
neon.
B for B-Dog stands for baited. And Bao could not punish. Really good play from Infiltrator too. Just
Or like
teleport
the
Bao.
breach to like cut a fault line through.
Yeah,
Normally
and
there's
now-
a third
and now
player
we just
there.
see like Winthrop University are playing so slow. M80, they've reinforced themselves. You see that Bao and Sato do have a rifle in hand. Overdrive online, but At this point, Winthrop University, they're
Yeah,
just
the
kind of
ults are
keeping their feet up,
terrifying.
waiting for M80 to push into them.
Wow.
That's all M80 keeps
Pre-fire.
doing is like walking up. So I don't blame Winthrop for just
All right, we know that
standing
player's
there
C.
holding
Fuck
an
it, go
angle.
ahead.
And
It's the Neon though, so honestly, the Neon could fucking beat us there.
3 now at
Oh,
A.
past the clone.
So this is going to be a quick take, and M80 are trying to rotate behind.
Flank
And there's a
is
rolling
very
thunder from
close.
Caillou, but to hit this from behind, it's got to be perfect coordination with
well
Sato.
played by
Who has the
Nasir.
overdrive, but I don't know how much M80 really believe in this.
Yeah, I think at this point, it's just going to be Sato trying to find a couple of more kills. Not punish the economy of Winthrop University. Is immediately Nasi doing an excellent job at watching that flank. Make sure that Caillou can't do any more damage. And this is just going to be Sato trying to make an attempt at it. Finds one. Does get taken down. Winthrop
right,
University
5-1.
starting to run away with things a little bit more as they find themselves now at 5
think same
rounds.
score
and
line.
Their economy's looking really darn good.
Let me see.
This is totally exactly how Lotus started, though.
Yeah,
That's true.
5
it's
to
actually
1,
5-1.
and then M80 hit a timeout and come
Slightly
back.
different, but
I don't know. I don't know if I'm an M80 coach, but that's maybe something to talk about. Of just first you get baited, and then you walk up
Yes.
thinking that Winthrop pivoted somewhere else. You get caught in the Winthrop crosshairs, and you have a chance, and Caillou starts cooking a flank, and then he gets cooked. So
out
M80 are
bunny
adapting
mid.
on the fly, but Winthrop are
We've
just
seen this a
having
lot.
better
You're
reads at this
ulting
stage
through
of the game.
garage.
You got the,
the drone
dimensional
going
drift, exploring
C
around
main.
C, going for side quests, but
Wow,
doesn't have a
he's-
Bucky this time, but
He's really getting all the info.
Uncloak on
No one's
mods.
here.
And given the economy too, this is when Winthrop University
Powerful
want
ults
to
for
use
this
their
flood.
ultimates to try and win out some of these rounds. A little bit of a failed
Got it
clone
down.
there. But Moob's able to find B-Dog pretty early on.
Not a good.
That is going to be a lot of that
dude.
flank potential
Little
just taken
Omen
out.
died right there. Oh,
Moves
this
has
is
been so
rough.
solid at mid, finding
Great
these
grab
picks. You got
well.
a rolling thunder finally from Caillou to break open this point to make Winthrop uncomfortable, but they stay in cover.
Oh my
And M80
God,
is playing a
moves!
distance battle. Fault line hits them
Bro.
all the way at range.
That was crazy. They got through 3 of the ult. That was a very impressive round by Winthrop.
Start to hang back a little bit more. And
I guess
that
I'm sorry,
insurance
Sato didn't
policy
ult, but
of keeping
both initiator ults wasted right there. The gravel caught the Neon, and the Neon couldn't capitalize on the breach ult. Literally insane gravel. How the fuck did he catch the Neon?
to be another save round for M80. Finally, we get to see that timeout coming through. This is what started to turn things around on the last map. Let's see what M80 got coming out of this one.
M80 have been trying to be proactive at A, just kind of walking up A long, not winning the duels there, and then the retake's tough, and at least the exchange of ults. Oh, we just really had to put that in the replay package. Damn. Damn.
Gotta keep things spicy, you know?
And just playing off of info,
That was a good
and
little
just
protocol.
the timing of that teleport back from the Yoru was so gross too.
And while it looks like Winthrop University, they've got a more normalized strategy. They're showing us different varieties of how they want to actually play their attack.
3 is
and I think that
Abyss.
is the main reason why
It's Winthrop play
M80
here.
have been having a hard time at going on to that read. We've seen them have extremely dominant A rounds and extremely dominant C rounds. But
Where?
it feels like they're just playing off the information that they're given.
They haven't played
playing
this in a
off
while,
the
chat.
picks that they're able to get before they decide to make that call. It's aggressive this time from M80.
Holy fuck.
Okay, Sato's just gonna take fate in his own hands.
Oh,
Goes
too
towards
much.
Spawn. The firing squad is even too much for him.
Damn.
At least
Spam.
M80 with the sheriffs, they've thrift beat this before. I think it was what the only round they got.
was the
So
garage push?
they'll try to make it a second. And hey, they do better at a deficit, I guess. Not what I expected. They have Winthrop in their own spawn. The Spike is solo pushing C
Jesus.
while Winthrop's bodies are being used as a distraction. And now Nasi has to pull off a 1v3
Has ult.
while M80 have picked up
Broke
3
cam,
vandals.
broke trip.
This is one of those moments
Yo,
where
this
it's
has
just like,
leg
oh yeah,
shot.
M80, they
Wait
like
for
playing
it.
it slow.
Yo.
And Winthrop University
God,
were
he's cooking.
completely counting on that to be the case there. As just the storm that M80 just runs forwards in. Winthrop University had no safe haven at all and just got completely run over. Sure, you can talk about it being a save round. Oh yeah, they're the best on the save.
Yeah, that was
but
a
I
really
just
good
genuinely
push. I was worried when they traded out Sato so quickly. Bao's kill pushing out Garage was like everything. I think that kill that Bao got after Sato got traded out was like super pivotal to the push working.
I think one of them rounds like sent it, but for serious, they do have Sato, who's been trying to reinvigorate the team, give them confidence, go in with the overdrive, even though he gets chewed up here. The rest try to follow through, and you just gotta go in as a team. And maybe if they were a bit more synced up, it would have had a bigger splash.
Oh, dude, I want one of those
But
cold
an
brew
op?
cans.
Oh, okay,
I wonder
no
if we have
more
any
op. They were thinking about it, decided to just go with normal rifles. And it's not starting off well with
He
the
was even
peek
tossing a jiggle,
from
too.
Sato. And maybe a fault line that could have came out from M80 to support that. You got the walk up from Okeanos. It's where they converge. Caillou is going to look at the sideline, call for Okeanos. Do they want to go deeper than this? And remember, Winthrop have punished this before for
Both
they've
initiators
punished
staying
M80
up,
trying to
very
go for flanks
aggressive.
at this A-long spot.
Good
Yeah,
info.
at this point too, like
That's a
you
really
can tell
good
M80
info.
are aware
This
that
breach is
Winthrop
gonna get
University are
hard
just
cleared.
trying to get that timing there. Oh, Caillou.
Wow.
The timing just a little bit shy there. At least Okeanos gets one, but might
Bro,
not be able
Moops
to
has
escape.
been so good.
Yeah, maybe M80 expected them to be more towards
Ratty
spawn,
play here.
'cause
I
last
fuck
time
with
Winthrop
this.
punished that's where they were. And
Oh, this is
just
not-
like on that platform. And okay, B-Dog just eats a shotgun.
What?
This has been a very weak-sided A-site defense, to say the least. But M80, their
Oops,
bread
sorry,
and butter
chat.
has been offense. So
My
just
restream
you
logged
wait
out
for
on
their
OBS.
attack and how they're somehow
Inside.
going to win this map. I don't know how M80 are going to do it, but I swear this has happened multiple times.
Jen, put the crystal ball away. We don't need any more predictions to come true here.
My
Let's let these
conspiracy.
teams put the board down with all those nails that you're going in together. M80, ooh, they always come back. But still, I mean,
dude,
like you
I
said,
lost
this has been
track.
a very dominant half from Winthrop University.
Why'd that
It really
happen?
feels like no nonsense Valorant coming in. Everything just feels very well rehearsed. We see so much pressure every single time outside of A. One of the benefits of having that Yoru in your kit is that you're able to just get in, get out so nice and easy. Meanwhile, M80 are just having a really hard
that's
time
super annoying.
at trying to stall out and find these timings
have to
against
pull up
Winthrop
and
University.
check out in a second.
It's
I have
that
to pull up and
mid-round
check out.
stage where they struggle the most. You can tell that they're trying to get a read on what's going on, and they go for these repositions, but somehow feel like they always kind of guess wrong when they go exploring. They're getting constantly punished for being in the wrong place at the wrong time, as Winthrop University now lead at 7-2 with 3 ultimates online.
Because Winthrop plays so slow. Maybe that's what M80 means when Winthrop are so annoying to play against. Because
Holy
you
fuck,
can't even
man.
take map control without Winthrop hosing you down as soon as you walk up. And Sato's going to go for the same sewer
Okay,
push
gotcha.
play.
Chat is back.
But now this time,
Dear
a
God.
better coordinated flash or
don't
even
even
fault
know why
line,
that
I should
happened.
say, from Caillou. And Winthrop aren't going to make contact with anyone from M80 yet. There's the fault line. There's a swing from Sato. And no one there. Even the B-Dog paranoia to add on top of that. And M80 were hoping for a first blood off of that. There's
Contenders
the
for what?
rolling thunder, and everyone from
Right,
M80, all
anti-breach ult
4
setup.
are caught by this as Winthrop hope to flood
Plants
on
over in
in.
that corner.
They got the flare
Oh my God,
Armageddon.
the stun kill.
And Winthrop are somehow taking L's despite catching
Damn,
M80
what
by
a
the
hold,
heel.
chat.
I swear to God, these pistols from M80, they're different. It's Caillou with 3 off the pistol.
Wow.
But, you know, the rest did have...
They had the anti-breach ult set up. They hit a guy in the corner.
Tell
Well
just the
played.
chaos going around. Sato's like, I'm gonna get out. Oh, we can block him off. Okay, perfect. I'll just do a little bit of a bunny hop and stay in place. Caillou pulls out the classic, holding it super close by because can't use the rifle in hand and somehow is able to find something else. It's just M80 really digging in their heels there and taking advantage of all of the ultimates that were coming in. The way that the Winthrop University composition was hoping for was that they were just going to simply back off of the site. They would get the site for free, be able to set
Nick,
themselves
thanks for
up,
gifting one.
but instead they just walk into an M80 squad ready
Same-
to
same shot we saw
frag out
earlier,
in
the
all
drone
of the
going through
chaos.
C-main.
And already Infiltrator
The Yoru
so
going
fast,
through
so
garage.
furious, clears
Moves
out
on
that
this
C-site.
flank duty.
He's got to unplug eventually, and he's got the
Dude.
flash on bow, and he has
This
the edge
shot's
too.
destroying
He had the
M80.
Tejo drone to clear the site
Could
too.
be the third
Winthrop
round.
very comfortable. Get an immediate spike plant. Here's the flank activated from M80.
That's
P-Dog
annoying
and
as fuck.
Sato
Oh
hoping
shit.
put pressure on Winthrop, who hide in this nook, and the stars are up, and this is good map control here for Ali to try and slow down M80 on this flank. And it's Sato having to think twice. It's Okeanos on a different angle, and Winthrop address it one by one.
Good stun on Sato.
With the neon walls up 2, we're left with a 3 versus 3. Spike is ticking down. Not a lot of time. It does get tapped. It's gonna get Flair's attention. A quick flick from M80. We need to get this halfway, and it's just not gonna happen. Winthrop defends so well, and it's 8-3.
Bro, Winthrop did a really good job of flipping the site. The second they recognized that like double or triple flank was coming in, like Moobs called that, they immediately dropped his smoke. They decide, fuck it, push back site. That was a really good call. They made the round super sloppy, long and drawn out. But yeah, the first bloods off the Yoru ult strat are getting a little out of hand. That's 3 for 3.
It feels like the momentum behind Winthrop University just completely topples over M80, and they're not able to do a darn thing. It'll be the last round coming into this one. Bao only on a sheriff in hand. Sato pushing out aggressively yet again. This time, mitigation on that A site. Hemorrhage some of that bleeding as B-Dog goes in super deep here.
What is happening on Sideshow's stream right now?
Wow.
How did Infiltrator? No! B-Dog didn't even shoot the first person. He was being almost too patient. Infiltrator is such a good duelist, and it's a first blood as Winthrop
and he tags
has to deal with this
nothing.
Hunter's Fury from Okeanos. Try to slow them down, and awaiting them is Bao. The sheriffs from M80 are disgusting, and I swear, as long as there's one sheriff, it's winnable from M80. Makes that 3 more kills than all the rifles, and we have an 8.
All right, Bao just single-handedly won that round. Holy fuck! Was that 2 thrifties on the half, or 3?
At this point, hey Psycho, hey Drew Spark, tell your squad to just drop all rifles. Just give them only sheriffs, because apparently that's your winning strategy when it comes on to Haven. I can't believe, once again, we just get treated to a
Jin with the 28, Gary with the 88.
Sheriff in hand,
Appreciate you both.
finding
oh
people just walking in one at a time. Makes it such a winnable scenario, and the reinforcements are there, of course, but it wouldn't be possible if Val did not find a couple of those kills.
Okay.
Now,
Big
M80
pistol.
onto this attack. The Winthrop University comp still tells me that they're going to be a little bit more aggro, a little bit more exploratory.
Opening half for Winthrop.
Let's see how they're going to bash heads against one another in the second half.
Wow, just the salvos to limit M80. Look at this position from Infiltrator, but it's been discovered.
He had anti-timing.
Safely. And with the fault line, it forces Ali out of sewers.
Reaggress.
Get some headway over at
Reaggress is kind of spicy.
That was in place too. Now things are opened up, and you have Kai with fault line and a flash remaining, using one to just shake things up from the defense of Winthrop. But look at this 3-person walk up from Winthrop at A short, I should say. And Bao has marked it. He's playing safe, and now coming from behind is Bao and
I got 2
of M80. It's a good exchange. Bao gets 2. Okeanos with the 3rd. This offense still has some crumbs left to try and plant.
Frenzy.
But to prevent this,
Cross her up! Cross her up! Holy
shit. A fault line and a flash in his back pocket. Here's some steps. Could definitely execute, but maybe has a sense that they're running away.
It was a bit of a risky gamble, and unfortunately, they took too many losses from the M80 side there. Should have been a lot more clean for them to properly be able to get away from that, and yet they're only left with 2 members left standing. They threw everybody in just a single person.
Moobs has the wall still on long,
just nail down the numbers now.
So they know no one came back, but they're still walking just in case someone is here.
2v2.
They've cleared back C. They don't have eyes on garage.
Okay, they are realizing now because they're peeking
spawn. Had the time to go for this flank. Now the fault line has revealed them, and they still have to cross on the other side of the smoke. And they almost go for a spike tap. It's 1v1 Nasi versus B-Dog. And finally, B-Dog gets his revenge for what happened in mid in the...
Damn, he had to just run around. I felt like that was too easy for B-Dog. Way too easy.
It's happening again, Jen. It's happening again.
Oh, no. It actually... Yeah, that's how M80 started the comeback, actually. Yep. You're right. Deja vu. Uh-oh.
If they get 4 rounds in a row, then you know what? Maybe there is some deep-rooted conspiracy going on here for M80. An excellent just round coming through overall. I like the way that they played these flanks here. Ali's still able to get a little bit too much value than I would have preferred, allowing for a bit of better timing from Winthrop, but it's so aggressive already. Sato going in, Ali just looking for an opportunity to maybe get a punish as the Winthrop University are pushing out mid very fast.
Winthrop are able to take these early positions because of these salvos.
The Sentinel holds
Look
on
at how much
opposite
control
side
this
map
defense
on these
has.
second rounds have been very impressive. Last like few matches we've
To
seen.
play off the Sova info, which the drone gets shot in A short.
Cypher,
So
Vice.
M80 have to take their
Who was
time,
it
but this
yesterday?
allows maybe a fight from
Knights.
Winthrop. They're trying to play as fast as they can. As Beato tries to shut it down, the rest of M80 get kind of stuck trying to punish Ali, and at least Okeanos pushes through sewers and takes care of that. The spike will be planted soon. B-Dog watches the flank, already spotted the cross from Infiltrator, and he was low HP anyway. Easy win for B-Dog. And M80 should be able to convert this anti-eco and bring a lot of weapons through unless they fumble somehow. There we go.
No shot, but also too, it's a sheriff, so you never know, right?
Yeah, right? I get scared when I see sheriffs.
Yeah, everything you know about traditional valor, throw it out the window. Sheriffs are king. But I want to really shout out Bao right now for being so pivotal to this M80 offense, being on that flank watch. Obviously, it's just the first couple of rounds. I know I don't want to get too ahead of myself here, but those trips alone are doing a fantastic job at keeping Winthrop University honest. With how the composition works, they want to push out, they want to control a lot of that flanking space, and the trapwire just makes sure that that's going to be a lot more difficult for them to be able to do that. Already Infiltrator does have the Outlaw in hand, gets a little bit spammed down here as the M80 once again aggress onto this A site, leaving Bao on the lurk onto C. I'm wondering whether or not we're going to be getting that mid-round call to rotate over to C, depending on how far that lurk can go.
What's up, chat?
M80 had a 5-round win streak on their attack, and what made that comeback possible was the economy. And oh, Infiltrator too slow on the trigger. Now Sato races to put pressure on Winthrop at A, as the clone is used as bait there from Infiltrator. And no one bites.
What is Josh doing over there, chat?
Well sold.
What's happening
Like
to his
said,
life?
following up on the bow
Is that
lurk, which
butter on his
didn't
head?
trigger this Vice util yet, and there is a wall that could be separating things, and the thorns
Butter on
can
his
at
head.
least give a
That's
hint that M80
insane.
that the Vice could be set up around here. And this is so slow from M80 trying to get through garage, and Winthrop now have the advantage with M80 falling like flies, trying to go even past garage on the flank.
All right, they're not getting bonus.
Winthrop could just take a step back, play off the Outlaw, and play off the win, as Winthrop won't let them win their bonus.
And this is when we get to see the Vice utility kit really shine there. You saw the
Dub
SC
joining
coming through. The
Apex?
share
Oh, I was
goes
saying
up,
earlier, I think that's a
buying
great
moves
pickup for
just
them.
enough time. You see moves kind of flicking the mouse around,
I
just
missed,
trying to stay alive.
I did miss. Someone asked if I think that they can be a playoff contender. I don't know. I don't know if I have them that high up. I still think like the upper echelon of EMEA has them beat. They might be able to like sneak into playoffs. I don't see them making international though.
4 rounds in a row. And so Winthrop University very poised to win
that
this
had-
one out. They still
that had a
have a
chance to punish.
3-round advantage over M80.
This is the first time we've seen M80 just
Double
try
swing.
to force their way
Wow.
past the salvos, but
That's a
Sato was
Vandal
kind
dink.
of by himself trying to get a punish
18
on
on
Ali,
flare.
who got pinged out. This is M80 at a disadvantage yet again. Winthrop have been so good at catching Sato.
Nice kill. Good
And,
crosshair
well, Bao
placement.
catches
Holy
moves looking at the
shit.
minimap or something, and that neural theft could be everything for M80
That's
to
such a
take
big
back
neural
this
theft.
round.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
It's like
as soon as
the
they get
max
neural
value
theft,
on
they're
a
like,
neural
oh,
theft.
A side is completely open. Perfect. And now Bao has this flank. I imagine Winthrop University should be wise to it. They will be taking down Ali, and now this gets so much more difficult for Winthrop.
That was such a menace. And having to match up what Moves does is a tough task. But now Winthrop have to worry about a flank coming through B, but they're just gonna focus forward.
Good
And
shot,
Winthrop, it's not
Wade.
been easy. But Nasi is
To
pretty
jump out to get the
nasty,
space?
but
Nah,
they
the
just get
reset.
by Caillou, who's the better breach.
Oh, the calm
That was
reset right there
crazy.
was nice.
So aware of what was going to happen. The aftershock coming in, no problem. Let me just wide swing it and just hold a really weird angle so that even when Nasi was hopping around the corner, exposes already so much of that body, and it's so much easier for Kai.
Dude, is this happening again? Are we literally having the same fucking script?
Yet, and I gotta say, it is that offense that it feels very strong from this squad. Bao being a pivotal player
what's up,
at
Excel?
running a lot of this misinformation campaign against Winthrop University, really
like the
making
same
them
fucking
second
script.
guess where M80
Omen
might be
ult.
going.
See Omen ult, chat.
And a
Neon
broken
cut through
buy
B,
from
meeting
Winthrop,
up.
But guarantee themselves a rifle. Whoa! Pistol
That's a big one.
from Nasi that time, but still good damage.
That opens up this flank here. We have 3 on the
Look at
flank. You're
Rolling
holding
Thunder will not
spawn.
be able to use this round there from Nasi. And
Do
you
they
got
put?
M80 planting
Oh,
at C.
drone is GG.
This drone that's gonna catch and also here that Bucky. No dimensional drift fun, not yet for Infiltrator.
All right.
I like that Okeanos
Teo
is
drone
playing
through
this far
garage.
forward.
They have breach flash. I'm sorry, vice flash.
Just gonna
Clears
have
front
to
sight
back
for them.
away, though.
They know no one front
1080,
sight.
Just try to fortress up
Reposition's
and focus
nice.
on how they've left garage open, and that's where Winthrop are going to be pushing from. Big read from Okeanos, and Sato on the flank really is stressing Winthrop
Dude.
and conditioning them to worry about.
Really good post right there by M80. They were super active on the map. Like Sato's flank garage. I mentioned Moobs had the vice flash right here, which was activated in that retake to clear front sight. And that's why I drew attention to Okeanos, the Sova, who like slid into this corner. That's why the player garage was like super unaware on that kill. It was a nice
Stay
kill.
alive in the midst of all
That
of it,
one.
despite moves finding such an excellent kill at the beginning of this round. This is a lot closer than we were really expecting, but like the desk said, this is such an important map for Winthrop University to win. Even though it's close right now, they gotta see the finish line.
First blood.
One, the op
They had the first blood though
Infiltrator
last gun
behind all
round.
the way down to
The
0.
bow.
And having
Neural
the
theft?
dimensional drift, 3 ults from Winthrop, but and especially
Caillou
getting
one
rid of
off ult.
Sato is huge because he's been starting to flank
High
and
low
being
here.
a lot more aggressive as
Dude.
he should on the neon. And Ali, able to
That's a
anchor
weird
B
high
lot
low.
better compared to last time because those
I don't know if
lurks
I've
have
seen the
been
team do that high low.
killing Ali. Winthrop, a good chance, the 5 versus 3, to build more insurance after starting off 8-4. Does M80 think of flanking through garage? Ali lines it up
Yeah,
and
nice
manages
kill.
to isolate that 1v1. Bow revenge
Holy
and
fuck.
gets the 2-piece
Great
against
fucking
moves.
kills. That
So
looked
Winthrop have met
insane.
a bigger challenge than they've expected.
Okeanos
That was
will be able to
fucking
get the spike
insane
plant
looking.
down.
The way he
Having a
fucking
little bit
burst
more
and
time, but
reset.
with that dimensional drift going to be online for Infiltrator.
It's like old school
This information has been
MW0
good
burst,
coming
if you
in
know,
from
you
the
know.
order.
That's what it reminded me of. Oh, God.
Rolling Thunder.
you're not coming out ult?
Trying to capitalize on that. Easy for Winthrop. Great coordination from Nasi.
Okay, he knows
And it's a
way
complete-
better. He knows way better than me. He fucking cooked completely. The clone got
From Winthrop.
immense
Of course,
value
you
right
have to
there.
expend 2 of your ultimates there. You got to make sure that you start to pull this one back. Anything to make sure that you stay alive. And look at this. They've still got 3 ultimates on a line for this next round. We're seeing just these weird angles once again being the prevailing factor. Bao almost went on a little bit of a spree, but ultimately it just came down to good individual micro plays coming in from Winthrop at the very end there to make sure that they walk away with this round. They find themselves at double digits. M80 looking for an opportunity, a little bit of a scattered buy coming into this next one. Infiltrator, though, still has that operator online as Sato runs in and immediately runs out.
Oh, fuck.
Sato finally
Man, when
benefits
Sato's
from
getting
these
these
aggro
challenges,
swings in the early
chat,
round.
He's literally
To
just
punish
putting people
what
to
someone
sleep.
usually does what in his position in sewers.
Some of like the
That moves
neon
will be
movement
cleaned out.
shit or like playing off teammates util,
M80
results,
stress
like
this
weird
defense.
stuff
them to
outside of like
reposition.
true individual
So you're looking
mechanics.
for where this rolling thunder
are
is going to
slightly
be
off,
hitting from
but he looks so
Caillou, and
good.
it is towards garage. Sato jumps in, but that player is long gone, and the rest on the C side are pretty safe.
My.
And moves equalizes.
what
You
a
got the
3K by
Armageddon
moves.
Sweeping through garage. And this
Thorns
Sentinel
hurts.
is more than enough to anchor Winthrop back into this game. 2 versus 1.
Bro.
Caillou with the spike dances in the 1v1
Wow,
and can't
moves
do
with
enough.
The 3K response. The stun was so good.
So effective with each other. And that's exactly what we get to see on that last round. I love it when a good Armageddon comes through and completely crunches M80 in that garage area. The fault line makes sure that they've got nowhere to run, are all stunned
Wait, that's our
up
first?
and out of options. And just the Armageddon comes through and annihilates all of them. Very well played from Winthrop University to get a clean round without even really needing to show their face at all. It was just purely just off that execution that made sure that they were able to secure their 11th round. So M80, they go to their second time out now. They're starting to fall behind a little bit here and would love to start to string together a couple more rounds. This is going to be a thrifty round for them, as they're not going to necessarily have the proper weaponry to make sure they go to the bank, but this means that, you know, we could see anything. If they get a couple of sheriffs, this could completely turn on its dime, and Winthrop University are really poised right now to be able to win out this map number 2.
It's true.
Yeah, just the Rolling Thunder didn't get as much value for M80 as they would have hoped, and then the Armageddon 2 is like a huge investment. And this was all
I know what you're talking about in chat because I happened to stumble into it yesterday. I randomly get sniffs of like some of this bullshit drama that comes in chat. I hope this one's not true, but I'm never like in the weeds enough to know for sure.
now the Sentinel Util from Winthrop is all over C, and the usual salvo fault line from Winthrop shakes up Sato. They're starting to learn that
know. I
it's
don't
not
know the
really a
details
full
of
commit from
anything.
Winthrop
I
to
have no
swing
fucking
off
clue.
of that. It's just to cause a bit of chaos from M80.
This time M80, they go back to what they know. Playing things nice and slowly. Haven't over-aggressed on any of these spots. B-Dog, the only person with a
Trippy
rifle
will
in hand.
be ready to hit
The
C.
shear is going to be going
Immediately
off.
broke
Take a
the
look at where
drone.
the spike is. All the way down on C long. Never mind. As soon as I say that, they actually move it around. This is going to be a huge engagement here. That B-Dog is able to win out, allowing for that neural theft to come online, and now the A site is this target.
What a play, by the way.
Yeah, the only
Ruby
rifle
dead.
M80 had was a Phantom, and they collect now a
Damn,
Vandal.
bro,
And M80 are just
what
doing
a
work. They've had 2
round.
thrifties in this game, and I swear, the worse their buy is, the better they shoot.
What a
I don't know
fucking
what it is.
round by M80 here.
M80 will get a plant, and it's moves that has to save this rifle.
What an excellent round coming out from M80. They go for the double push across the shear, which pulls the Winthrop University members towards that B site, and making sure that B-Dog as well as Bao are able to win that. They get all the information in the world, and then suddenly you can see that Winthrop University, they're not too comfortable where to go. They don't know where these flankers are, where those members of M80 are alive. And that really is the linchpin in making sure that M80 were able to secure the round. The rest of the squad just kind of zooms in. Sato makes sure to clear out the site, and now they've got the weaponry as they find their 9th round here. M80, they're not quite done yet.
I haven't looked at
Yeah, just
Twitter
for
today.
M80 to
I saw
help
it
their
yesterday.
support their economy by picking up all
know.
those rifles may just mean that they could
Someone took over someone's account
still try
maybe
to
or
make a
something. I don't know
sprint
what was
happen to the
happening. Someone that
finish
I
line,
follow was like,
keep themselves within
maybe
arm's
got
reach
hacked?
of Winthrop.
I don't even know if what I was reading was true.
We'll see what the buy will be for
I
Winthrop,
have no
but
clue.
Cosmic Divide has been huge for how Ali's been able to seal up C, but it all depends on how quick M80 are going to play, which has been pretty fast, especially if Sato's still in the lineup.
And look at that. Bao has 21 kills. You don't expect that really from the Cypher.
Oh my god, B-Dog was in the
We'll be
open.
doing just that. It's already engagement out A long.
Holds out. Sato's still there.
Infiltrator just pulled a lot of
Huge
util
exchange.
out and conserves his life.
Clear out heaven right
Teleports
now from
back
the
to
Omen
spawn,
ult.
and Winthrop will just reinforce the site.
Big C push right
It's
now by
Winthrop who had
Moobs.
their own thrifty, but it wasn't the last map, so I'm not gonna doubt these sheriffs until they're all dead. Alley jump peaks and definitely some presence from M80, and look how deep Moobs is at C. He's gonna have to trigger this trip. And there's no A control from Winthrop in terms of A long. They just have their backs against the wall. That's where the spike is gonna be hit. And M80, we're already baiting, using the neon wall and using the speed to get Winthrop
This
to
is
play out of the
scary,
site,
dude.
and they force those defenders out.
The
So
Teo
M80
nested in
will
short.
make the objective happen very soon. But Winthrop will have all 5 alive for the retake, but they're very far across, and Flair kicks things off. But it's M80 with numbers that equalize.
Wow,
And the
Sato could have
rifles
died
picked up
there.
have been huge.
18.
There's the plant, 2 sheriffs to retake, and no initiators to help Winthrop.
M80 are so clutch in these late
Yeah,
rounds.
it was just a little bit
Double
of a
face
fake
on Heaven
of
here.
a
It
fake.
looks nice.
You tell the Winthrop they thought, especially too, hearing them back out, okay, they can't be going on to this A site. Makes it a lot more weaker, a lot easier for M80 to go in. Moves the last person left standing, gets a nice little shot off onto Bao, but Okeano seals the door as M80 find themselves now onto double digits. It feels like when they've got the upper hand on
Dude, it was
Winthrop,
just
when
a
they
crash
are
out. That's
able
a
to confuse
crazy
them,
crash out.
Winthrop University just have a really hard time at readjusting themselves to make sure that they're playing counter to it. When they fall bait for one of those types of things, you don't see Winthrop University have as nice of a recovery as M80 does. When it comes to those weird individual frags, weird individual micro plays, usually
challenge
speaking,
release
M80
stages.
will come.
Yeah, I was showing this a bit ago on stream. So this is from the rule book. So this is the point totals, right? And the reason why this gap is here is because if you win stage 3, you just go to Ascension, right? You just make it. The other team that goes to Ascension is going to be whoever has the highest total points. So while it's not the end of the world if like you didn't make playoffs, it certainly helps a lot for us to be in the finals and be like guaranteed one of these two, you know? It helps a lot. I would even argue like something that dawned on me today was like, oh man, you know, unless Winthrop is like one of those teams that's here all year and consistently like going to be in the finals of challengers, which would be crazy, dude. That'd be crazy. That means they're like out competing like a lot of salary orgs.
Getting tossed. Not punished yet.
It actually
Fury
might help
behind
us
Sato to
that
support
Winthrop
him.
is
In the
up this
overdrive,
high, you know?
Sato's just going in solo. He's
Unless they can
outpacing
keep it
his whole
going.
team. He
They
uses
look
the
insane.
wall and still takes the L to Flare. Oh, that burst of light that could help Winthrop get back into this game, which felt like was slipping away. And they still have the numbers advantage after a sewer swing from the rest of Winthrop. But M80 can still march forward. They still have the spike. And they still have a flash from Caillou.
I'm not gonna lie, it feels like Sato on this Neon is not getting the results that they would necessarily want. There's that like W key mentality that works when you've got that support off of it, but we haven't seen M80 really
playing
support this
offsite
Neon
with Astral.
aggressive style of play. Usually they're just like, hey,
Ollie's
Sato,
getting
run in
so
there and
much
find a
info
couple of
every round
kills.
with these
And
jiggles.
that is a near impossible task to release.
By the way, it goes without saying, Winthrop absolutely need to convert this round, and they lose these. Based on last map, they fucking lose these.
Plant down. It's going to be a 4v3 retake as already the fault line and the flashpoint comes out. But
no.
Bao, excellent headshot.
3v3.
Good disruption
Just a
from
one.
Winthrop. They realized they stopped the plant and they
A
are just
one.
gonna slow swing and Bao
A
keeps them
one.
in check. Goes for the third. Wants the fourth. Ali denies. And wait, we have a 1v1 for match point for Winthrop or M80 tying things up. And it's B-Dog that just has to play the play. I'm surprised
What
he's even
the
playing
fuck
on the
was
site.
that
He's probably
retake,
worried
chat?
about the smoke, worried about a cosmic divide. Ali is tweaking, and B-Dog gets the
Bro.
win.
Oh,
What
no
is
knife
that
time, but,
fucking
you know,
retake right there? What are they doing? They had that. They didn't use the Astra ult. They didn't flood in together. They didn't have anyone in heaven. What the fuck?
Now, just holding a singular angle as they one by one march in front of those crosshairs. And it isn't until Ali decides to walk in themselves, make sure is able to find a couple more kills, keep them honest, isolates those 1v1s themselves. And B-Dog's able to win that one out. So we're all tied up. Make-A-Wish 11-11. One of these teams are going to be going up to 12.
Winthrop can't choke this.
Bro.
They just can't.
Surely.
I'm gonna
Surely
lose
not,
it. I'm
right?
gonna crash out. And I believe in Ali. the sheriffs, the thrifties.
This is
have been
tragic
sick.
how they're
They haven't done it this
falling apart in these
this
late
map,
games.
but Allie, I'm believing in the slurp, but there is going to be a trip, and it's going to be supported there by moves at the back through garage.
Ollie again
And
with
this
like
site is
massive
completely open
info
at
out
A,
of
and
garage. Like
It's kind of weird. M80 are like
They
we're
should be
used to
fucking
getting
stacked on
salvoed, we're used to
A.
getting
Yeah.
all fault line and all this stuff, but
or at very least
it's gonna be
baiting
open.
Util
They're gonna
out.
realize it off the drone.
Yeah, the drone's a
Yeah, and
huge
honestly, too, the
tell.
stealth drone doesn't really find any value on the other side. And yeah, it's going to be that open site. Keep in mind, dimensional drift online and a bucky in the hands of Infiltrator. And that could be a fun madness.
Ooh. All right, a little bit of damage from the salvo, but M80 comfortable to now just play off of time. Dimensional drift, the clone. Okeanos doesn't bite, but still Infiltrator. Bucky
Flank coming in.
helps
Big
them
fight here for
get
Val.
set themselves apart. And there was a
Dude, this
flank,
guy's
and
been
even
so
the spam through the
pivotal in
smoke,
these
that's huge
fucking
for Val.
rounds.
And M80 are about to get up to match point. And this will
Val
be
is
close
on
to
one.
series point. And Winthrop fall apart.
They hold so well there, setting up these crossfires that Winthrop University decided to go into. You see them try to force their way in. Infiltrator able to find a kill onto Okeanos, which is absolutely massive. But
By the way, sorry, chat. Normally I'm like reading chat in this, but it's not letting me log in. Like when I log in, it just refreshes. It's being weird. So I'm like shuffling right now to like read chat, and it's a little fucking difficult.
so difficult for them to get anything done. Of course, too, keep in
I'm
mind that they
triggered.
did
I'm
only
triggered
have
over
light
here.
weaponry in that last round, but still, M80, they're ready
I'm out
to
of my
potentially
flow.
get the second map. And I just want to remind everybody the stakes. Roy mentioned it so many times as we were coming into this one. This is a must-win.
It is true that I don't read
University.
anyway.
They've got the experience under their belt. They've done the reps. They have to keep their head back into it. And I still believe that they should be able to win out this map in overtime.
Yeah, because Abyss is one of Winthrop's weakest maps, and at a 75% win rate, one of M80's strongest. After the timeout, Winthrop gotta get their ducks in a row. And they got the Armageddon,
May. Tell 'em,
Cosmic
May.
Divide,
Tell them.
Neural Theft available
Put them
from
in their
Val,
place in YouTube.
and you got an op buy from B-Dog 2 on the offense
YouTube's
of all things. Maybe trying to
fucking
lock
throwing
eyes with
shots
someone
at
from Winthrop. who
my
could
boys
swing
on
off
100
of this.
Thieves. I don't know
They just
what's
have to be
going on over
wary
here.
of the salvos from Flare that like to push this
Okay.
A lobby. There's a responding fault line from Caillou to try and suppress
The
Winthrop
Yoru
in that moment.
very up.
This is just a stalemate.
This is one of those plays where they're
Silence
fault lining
is
through,
loud.
and then they tail ult
It's like if you
forward,
drop a
chat.
pin drop anywhere on
So
the
like
map,
you're
then you'd be
tail
able to
ulting
hear it.
up, and you just get fucked.
Tension
We've
is
seen
just
this
so
ult kill
high, and
so many
You
people.
can tell that Winthrop University.
You often see it with the
they
trap
feel
cam,
the pressure
but they don't
coming
have
in
the
right
cam,
now. And I
right?
think that this might actually
So
work
like
in M80's
you often see like a
benefit. If they go
cam
for any of these
there,
trick plays,
fault
I think
line,
Winthrop
potential
University might just
blind.
completely take the bait. But with that owl drone and a flashpoint coming out here, Winthrop University, they believe that this is going to be an A-side hit, and
Could be
M80
aftershock
are
for like double
walking up a
aftershock
little
here,
bit,
and then like
but
double
still
missile.
not giving up any information.
One there and one somewhere else.
And Winthrop are not as aggro at map control when you have this early
There we
quiet
go. They're
30
cooking.
seconds compared to how
These
M80
two.
were. That's how
Do
M80
they catch the
just
neon?
kind of fed a bit in that
There we
first
go.
half. And Sato's jumping around, and
Sato.
Infiltrators immediately reacted.
Sato.
The Armageddon plus the salvos.
Great play. Great play.
M80 just walked
All right,
into the
3 on
Winthrop
5.
trap.
Seconds left.
And soon we could be heading into overtime. All depends if Bao can get a corpse, use his neural theft, and swing
Ooh,
it back.
finally.
Not too greedy for it. A huge shutdown from moves. And surely this seals the deal for this round and for overtime coming up. M80 is also still plant the Cosmic Divide. Ensues for
That's
Ali
actually a really good idea.
to allow this retake to happen. But how do they press on the other side? But B-Dog is just solo on the other side. And fades back
Okay.
to safety. And it's a 1v3. No, it's gone. Winthrop have forced overtime.
I have to admit, I am very impressed with Winthrop University when they got those ultimates in their pocket. You see the trap play kind of coming through, and it kind of works, but there must have been a little bit of a miscommunication with the shear there. Usually, you see all of them hop over at the exact same time. That's when you want that execute to happen on that A site to really throw your opponent off. But instead of that happening, the
Classic
shear cuts the
Overwatch
squad in
round.
half. It's
You
disjointed
think that was
timing
Overwatch
coming in,
round?
and they're not able to securely
No.
quickly walk in.
I feel like
onto
that was
the site.
pretty
It was a little bit of
team.
shenanigans at the end there, but Winthrop had the numbers advantage, and they played that perfectly. An excellent job coming out as we now find ourselves into overtime. And with how both these teams have been playing, it's going to be which one of these teams are able to get that defensive round. If they're able to defend properly, then the attacking round, according to the statistics so far, should be a win on this map.
Both teams went 8-4 in terms of offensive
the
rounds to
Lord Smoke is
defensive.
in. Does it get
So I
respect?
completely agree.
Do
Which
we get the
defense
drone
is gonna
coming
pull
out from
through.
Oki?
And the first two defensive rounds from M80 were
I'm
off of Sheriff
surprised.
Thrifty, so
They're just like floating,
now
and
that
there
you
could
have
easily be a
rifles,
guy
I
up
worry.
short.
But obviously, things got better for M80 as they just hold their ground. They're not going to press for that map control that
Alright,
they
he's gonna
got
drone it
punished
now.
at so nasty by
Drone
Winthrop.
should go out.
When M80 would just walk up, the silence gave them a sense
No, they're
of
just gonna
security, gave them
taunt him.
confidence, but M80 have really dialed things back.
I mean, you're playing really like
Infiltrator
void
as
of
well.
info right now, not
Ready to go in
reacting.
deep with the operator. Spots out the trap there. So it gets shot out, which should give M80 a little bit of information. Look at this. That C site is completely open right now. And if
Bro, this
Winthrop
is
decide
so
to move
weird.
there,
So the clone
look at-
goes
well, they're
in.
actually
These guys are like,
retreating
what's happening? What's
just
happening?
for a
We
second
don't know what's
as,
happening at A
Lotus is
because
now
we
gonna be
didn't
moving in,
drone.
and now
We don't
that
know what's
gets spotted
happening
out
at
by
C
Val.
because we're not playing C. We're
Just
just hiding in
M80
garage.
Are getting their steps in for sure. As
What are
soon
we
as
doing?
The clone was
30
heard, the
seconds
York
left.
clone at C. It pulled 3 rotates out of A, and maybe M80 just want to play out of sight. I don't know, but moves with first blood. Does get traded. His lurk was over at B. Meanwhile, Winthrop taking
Bro.
care of the defenders is still
This
Caillou.
is a very awful
Hanging
round
around.
for
He's got to
M80.
wait for Bao. He's got to wait for B-Dog. The paranoia, the flash. is
B-Dog
what
on a
M80 have to
flank.
use for
We'll
this
get a fight
retake.
ahead of the wall, it looks like.
But Winthrop, other side of the box,
No.
on hell, in hell, and all over, especially in sewers and all
And the wall
different
was
types
triggered.
of positions.
Actually, he
you still
TP'd
have
over,
an all
right?
from Infiltrator ringing true
TP'd
with
over.
B-Dog. And this defense is looking scary in a 1v2. We'll see if we can pull it off. And the shot through the smoke.
Wow.
Hey, you know what they say? You miss 100% of the shots that you never take, right? Just an
Wow.
excellent little timing coming in from Infiltrator. And yeah, now that we're in overtime, M80 will be taking their extra time out here to make sure that they're able to secure this one.
I don't
Like
know.
I said, Jen, this is still
Cornelius, I haven't thought about it in a while, but I think I actually enjoy the one round switch OT. I've come to enjoy it. I think it makes the game feel like the OT rounds aren't like a little snoozy at times. There were times in like CS where it feels like the flow of OT can be like boring because of econ and like it's just full buy, full buy, full buy, full buy, and you've already seen what the teams have to offer, so you want like a new flavor of round, and I feel like just getting one is enough for me. I like this. I actually really like this. It's a hard disagree for me after all these years. I can't even believe I'm saying it as like someone that came from CS. It won me over.
Getting through math. If you can sit through that, you could sit through Valorant. And it takes all the brain power too. So Winthrop have to win a defense though to try and even up our series.
Yeah, well,
And M80 gave
well,
them
that's what makes
plenty
it
of
so
time.
interesting to me. It's like there's a lot of ways to get the round, right? Everyone's
from
3
Winthrop.
orbs off of
Purple
ult,
sending
so it's
that
like
A,
some
stacking
teams
it.
might make a
With
pull.
salvos, the teleport across from B-Dog
Oh,
to dodge
fuck.
it to get the punish
Nice
on
TP
Infiltrator
kill.
who walked up and didn't teleport in time.
That's telling. Usually it's Sato who goes down first, and then Winthrop University are able to try to scrounge their rounds together, but B-Dog is on a tear right
Oh,
now.
sloppy with the
No,
crosshair
Ali
placement.
moved his crosshair to look at something, and that is the worst timing ever. M85
All right,
versus
well,
now
we go
it's gonna be
again.
another attacking round converted. I think Flair and Nasi want to prevent the plant. At least they're on the site. You got 2 flashes. And they're out in the open. M80 just gonna play their lives. They're gonna not peek, and if anyone should do it, it's Sato. Got the aftershock from Nasi to force some movement. Nasi with a win against
3-4
Okeanos.
now.
Enemy remaining.
Bao
No
and
chance.
friends add pressure to the person in heaven. Flair's the last one left in a 1v3. But time is running out. Salvos were able to regenerate. And yeah, we're tied 13-13.
Yep, who could have seen that one coming? Both of these squads just so much better on this attack here.
Yeah, so like kind of going back into like the single round OT. I've seen teams go for like the play where, I don't know, Stacks when he was on DRX tried it, where like he got the orb C in OT, it went all the way to A. They had like an A default early round that allowed them to push back this orb, maybe something like this smoke combined with some other piece of util. And he then got this orb and then the plant. So it's those 3 orbs, and they had breach ult in post. There's teams that like the op on this round. I don't know. The teams just try so many unique things on this round with this quantity of money with these orbs.
It's unconventional.
I like Valorant OT a lot.
Moving forwards, but
I really do.
Oh,
like that's a huge investment for a Neon to buy that op right there. No shields.
You don't see that op buy every day from Sato, although it was so nasty with it yesterday. I'm kind of waiting for the Sato op. Now will Winthrop worry about this map control on the left side after losing
Of course,
Alley,
no, I
so
respect the opinion. I really
wanna
do.
pace
I
up
actually
and where
get
they have
it. I
moves
get
inserted.
it.
Surely this should give Winthrop confidence, but
Great
you also
lurk
need
again
to
by
have your
Boobs.
smokes around. And guess
He's
who's
been
dead?
so
Get
fucking good
smokes.
on these lurks.
And
Looks like
playing
M80's
for
not
B is
giving
kinda
him
sketch if you have
fucking
those doors
shit.
open.
I mean, the player's spotting the B pushes,
It's a hard
so he
knock life
spawn.
if you want to plant here on B.
You're gonna
But
try
I
to
also want
pinch
to just mention this
probably.
is the first time we're seeing any of these teams actually engage onto that
you
B
go.
site. So this is unknown territory.
The key
for
player to
both of
look
these
at is
squads.
honestly B-Dog. Does he
As,
hit the
it
timing
is
oncoming
that
link, or
5v4
does he
retake.
like fall and everything is
Player watches the
one-dimensional?
Right, Nasi on the left. Move supports the left.
B-Dog is the player.
And you have B-Dog in position for a paranoia once the rest of M80 want to play this from front to back, but B-Dog's also exploring.
Oh,
You have
wow.
Infiltrator leaving the site,
Don't
and this is
get
catching
there.
M80 off guard.
Bro.
And what we thought was going to be our first...
I'm not gonna
defensive
lie,
round
I
over
thought they
time
would
has
push
been
into
flipped on its
B-Dog.
head.
They pushed into the majority and won every single engagement. What the fuck just... What?
Kind of wild, actually. I mean, obviously, yeah, we did talk about the fact that they haven't been
Bao on
on this B
29.
site, so they don't really know what to expect on that post plan.
Dude, Sato is kind of missing. I didn't even realize, man. I felt like... I... Did you guys realize before that Opkilly had 10 kills? I did not realize this. Jesus Christ. Bao B-Dog hard carry.
Being a little bit more strange at the beginning, not how they would want. And this time, it's going to be aggressive yet again from M80, just outside of this A site. But Infiltrator has this operator now and is going to be trying to just keep them honest.
Yeah, to capitalize on the pressure that the salvos create from Flare at this A lobby, and plus the smokes from Alley, so...
No, new patch. Can't play Waylay.
Really gambled this op from Infiltrator.
Portal closed.
And is he gonna
Oh
continue?
shit, here we go, chat.
Is he
They're in the
thinking
double
maybe he
hold.
isn't here? And look at where
Good
Sato
punish,
is
good
looking.
punish.
They're expecting Winthrop to walk up like that.
Missiles
Look
come
how
back
slow
right
maybe
now.
are playing too. This doesn't even
Just gonna try to flush him
immediately
out.
activate Sato into overdrive. And if Flare doesn't touch the orb, but this
He
could've-
knows. He knows this guy's on the
does.
right.
Definitely cause
Everyone
a
knows
reaction
this
from
default
B-Dog, who's a
setup.
paranoia, and Sato could just jump into his loving arms and not even needing the util. Easy shots for M80.
I felt like he didn't know
who
what
have
to
been gifted
do.
2 free kills off of just patience alone. And to limit them is Nasi, who stands in the way of the fast lane, the aftershock, the fault line. Will
my
be the
God.
last man standing
Great
to
flash.
prevent the plant. And he's created some amazing
Oh,
delay,
fuck.
especially with the thorns from the Vice, but not enough firepower from Winthrop.
Low
to
HP
come
on
out
Caillou
to
and
take a
Sato.
defensive round to take the map. Not yet. Alley 1v4.
No way is this possible.
Some damage being done. Caillou and Sato low especially. Alley's trying to force the engagement. Hal has to reload. Caillou and Sato can also just coordinate the swing. 3, 2, 1. And look
Dude,
at this positioning.
this
It's
is
just
so
like
funny
the
looking.
firing squad of M80. As Alley has so many corners to
So
clear.
funny
It's
looking.
just- The controller isn't the one to do it, but wait a
Wait.
minute. Wait,
Wait
the
a
star
second.
comes up as the
What?
fault line hits him. So Ali buys time, goes into hell, clears that. Once
Bro,
at a
that was
time,
insane that he lived through all
Spike is
that.
taken down. And just gonna get tapped, and it was a really great effort from Ali, though. Had been the first half, not
That's-
gonna lie.
There's something so funny about just watching Ali turn the corner, and of course we can see the outlines of all the defenders just hanging out on their own individual corners, waiting for an opportunity, and yet
Like-
still somehow.
Bro, that was the biggest NT 1v4 1K I've ever seen in my life. Like, I've never seen someone in a 1-on-4 get 1 kill and collectively chat's like, damn, that was a fucking hella nice try. NT. I agree, chat. I agree.
Get the punish on the aggression.
The hardest
from
kill
Winthrop.
ever.
And that is more than enough to make sure that they win out that defensive round. So we go again. I believe that this is now going to be a triple OT. As things go yet again,
We're
and
collectively on the
it's gonna
same
be
page
Winthrop
there.
University pressuring in onto the garage as
that
well
C push
as onto
again.
the C site. Sato investing in the operator yet again.
Oh, Ali, the
Oh,
timing.
the timing is
Kills
brutal.
them again every time they hesitate.
Okay, last time Moves
They
took
take it
this
out with
space on B
Sato.
right away.
Ali will get it one day. I swear.
Spam kill.
Oh, man,
What?
Of course. Wait, this is
Yeah,
huge
really.
for a defense
What?
to finally win to end this never-ending overtime. Look how far pushed up M80 are at C. And Nasi needs to be careful as the spike carrier. He's waiting for the rest of Winthrop to clear C, but they don't have eyes on C
Oh,
long.
you are cooked.
So Nasi may have a sense of security. And
Oh.
that is going to reveal the entire plan and the
Sato's
spike
off
being
so
down.
good.
All that effort for
All right,
nothing. A
M80
defensive
in the
round win, and
lead.
M80
I think this is their first OT lead, right?
freeze point.
And I love the difference that we're seeing on that defense coming out from M80. Sato's not getting enough value
Yeah.
onto that A site. Well, we know they either like to go A or they like.
Dude, look at the scoreboard right now. So Winthrop got that last in regulation to get it to OT, but then Winthrop was always like front running here. It's finally switched. God damn, they're collapsing again. This was first map for those that missed it. Very similar, an 8-4 lead, 5-1 start. Again, this is actually a 6-1 start into an 8-4 lead. And here we are in OT. God damn, are they fucking throwing this shit?
Away with these attacking rounds. I want to see a little bit more of an adaptation. They can't be doing the thing where Infiltrator just walks out and immediately gets punished by them holding their ground. We need to see them try something new in order to disrupt this M80 attack. Otherwise, this could be map 2 for M80.
And Bao at 32 kills is so incredible. I feel like we always sing
Yeah,
the
Bao's
praises of
great.
someone like Sato, how much they've invested into him.
Yeah.
Okeanos when he was the duelist before he came in. B-Dog who was explosive yesterday. And Bao is so consistent, but to light up at this level is so awesome.
With a 32-19 KD, that is... You don't see that on your Cypher, especially too on the Haven.
Yes, they're using
Usually,
Abyss
It is going to be the duelist taking
for
the reins on
playoffs.
it, if not B-Dog.
But they are
Val
on the
has
new
been
patch.
so solid at punishing that over-rotation from Winthrop University, especially on this defense. And speaking of
It's like
defense,
Abyss is
Winthrop
in the pool and you can't
changing it
walk
up.
away low.
Infiltrator this time.
Why?
Oh my goodness, jump scare. It's holding so close in garage. And actually decides to back out of there, which gives M80 a little bit more space to be able to
Same
freely
default
move in
hold over
onto
here by
garage.
these three.
I
You
feel like
can see
I can't
how the
blink.
crossfire
Infection just
functions.
made me do that.
First contact
so-
on Neon, potential stun here
M80 with garage
on the
control.
breach,
I've already
or flash
suppressed and put
peek.
shots
Probably
into
flash peek on this
Winthrop. We're
wall.
holding window.
Omen first contact on long,
They're
hides.
just gonna hold their ground. They knew
Neon
they
could
got
swing.
punished when they walked up at A from Sato and friends, just bunkering down. So any aggressive play has been dealt with from either side. We could see M80 try B, thinking the perimeter has been stacked. At least they have their controller alive.
M80 hasn't done a lot
this
of
is
these hits.
huge.
seconds left.
Front sight
The
plan.
vice wall did
Not
limit
in
them
the
for a
spam
second. The
spot.
salvo could clip
Cut
B-Dog,
out.
or Caillou, I should say. No damage, though. Now they can play from main. But Ali could zone them off, has a star in place
Dog
at B
on
main.
box.
Watching either doorway. B-Dog at left. Sato on right. And this is for the win for M80 to go up to series point. Oh, and the jump out. Good trade. M80 still with
Slide.
the advantage, but the left side weak.
Oh my
Slide in.
God, too much,
Sato,
too much.
6 feet under. Equal numbers. As
Heads up
Okeanos
play to
is in
wait
main,
for the
holding shot
aftershock.
pull and just react to the
Wow.
spike we tapped. But Flare dislodges
Not in the
both,
spam
and
spot.
the defense back to back-to-back wins.
Wow, dude.
Oh no.
Of course, when we get one defensive round, then Winthrop University says we could do one too. And it's that B site.
Yeah. I mean, I love how Flair waited in that smoke, by the way, front B for the aftershock. Like, he didn't rush that kill. If he rushed through the smoke to get the kill cubby, which is honestly, like, not a horrible play because the smoke clouds out in a way where, like, you know, this player isn't going to see you. This player in window isn't going to see you. No one can kill you from over here. And so a lot of people would make that play.
Ramp it onto them. That with a little bit of a misclick. That camera's not going to be available for a little bit. But this is going to be Winthrop University moving in pretty quickly as soon as that information is given.
I'm sure the nerves are really setting in. And look how deep the thorns were thrown, and Winthrop have the clone leading in. Now Bao can readjust his camera, but also Winthrop are peppering the site with util, and Sato inserts himself on the up. And the bullet where the sun don't shine. Goodbye to Infiltrator, a huge part of Winthrop and their attack. With a defense with an advantage for once, and the flash in time for Sato to get into a better spot. Winthrop thinking about Garage too. With that trip from the defense preventing Winthrop from going too deep, at least without M80 knowing. Fault lines across the board. Garage presence from Winthrop. As they're ready to converge. 35 seconds left.
Oh my god, he whipped over and got...
Really testing their limits. A great shot from Sato. More around the corner. Winthrop want to pressure this up. And getting away from the aftershock.
M80, man up. Here we go. Big fight. Both here.
Clear from A-Long.
Oh,
and just saw the gun from Ali. Another unlucky timing. The overdrive. Where is Nasi? Oh, there we go. Okay. And that's a back-to-back-to-back deep.
Bro just stood in the smoke. Tracers just coming out everywhere. Just tracers everywhere coming out.
Hey, M80, after this map, take notes, especially
he was
for
so
this
dead.
Defense, because Sato with this operator is absolutely deadly. We were seeing him consistently be outmatched onto that A site, not able to find those opportunities, not able to find that value. But
yeah, his alias is Nasi, which is his name backwards.
Operator in hand, so much value. Winthrop not able to do a single thing.
So it's not like a real
word. It's aggression coming through. Sato loses that initial engagement.
Oh, and it was off the just same play of racing past the salvos, hoping Caillou's fault line connects and for Sato to win that, but just couldn't sidestep well enough against Flair, who studies his aim. And a defense with a first blood yet again. As 3 stacked on A.
Yeah, Ethan.
And M80 with a flash from Caillou still available, and a Paranoia 2 that's in position. With a drone for Kianos if they really want to take their time with it.
Bro's ready.
He's ready, Chad. Caught off guard by a random.
He's ready to
M80
pop off.
So
the coach is ready to pop off, bro. They can't contain him anymore.
With the fault line and the flash.
They can't contain him. He's fucking literally losing his mind.
As M80 get ready to hit their execute. There's smokes in place.
Coach going crazy here.
Gonna step up into this. With the shotgun of all things, one shutdown.
Oh my god, he came out stunned.
From the rest of M80, stepping up to
no way!
With the 180, flicks and turns.
Oh my god, that's how it ends.
1v2 is moves.
How the fuck is that not a 2K?
And they know exactly where the threat is coming from.
What?
Couldn't spit back. The 1v1 to extend OT. So Kianos with the plant. He sees moves. Already taking damage. Shock bolts and drone. As moves, doesn't know whether right or left.
Shit, dude.
With more than an okay play, M80 series point.
Dude, M80. 2 insane comebacks. 2 8-4 comebacks, chat. 2 8-4 comebacks. Damn, bruh. You know what round's sticking out to me? I don't know what round sticks out to you guys. Like, whenever I see, like, a comeback like that, there's always a round that's, like, in my head. The round that's in my head right now is the 4-on-3A retake, where they came out spawn dry. I just felt like that was such a poor attempt. That was such a poor attempt. Fuck, dude. No, I'm not gonna play another game right now. I'm not gonna play another game. I gotta get up for a second.
Slowly started to crumble as more.
I would let you guys play if it's possible,
And, that was a very important round.
but I can't.
Map for M80 to win. And they
I want to see where Jennifer is. She's literally gonna be home like any second, I think.
I gotta crash out though because this is another 8-4 half that
Bro, I can't believe they lost that map.
I'm not gonna use the C word. And a win streak that Winthrop that's now
What
broken.
do I
This was
think?
one of their best maps. And applause to
I
them
can't see.
to go to such a long overtime, but now they gotta get their books together and study up because Abyss is coming up and that's one of their worst maps and one of the best out of M80. But first we gotta hear from the desk because that was a map of all time. We'll see you after.
Dude, I can't believe he didn't get the transfer in the last round. Do you hate us? Fuck. Dude, that really took it out of me, chat. We had a series. We should definitely have a series right now. We were robbed of a series from these comebacks. Bro, how did M80 do this twice? The first bloods were even going their way. They held Sato down for a long time, man. He was 10-20. He was 10-20. And to end 19-23 is pretty nuts. Okeanos, who was like, Matt, isn't it wild? The two players that really like came out in OT are on the bottom of the scoreboard right here. Because Oki won that one-on-one to close it out. Oh, brutal. Now they go Abyss. And like I was saying, the last time we saw these guys on Abyss. Let me see. Down here. Surely not. Right? I mean, this is the same day as well. So I think this is more in line with the real comp. This is probably... Is this like some kind of weird Asian elimination tournament? Like what... Actually, what the fuck? No, bro. They actually do play this guy. What? Okay. Leave it on for you guys to play. People are going to get upset, though, because they're going to want to watch the game. I feel like that's a bad look if I put on a game and just leave during lower finals. I don't like that out of me. I would rather leave the desk on. It's disrespectful to the broadcast. Okay.
Trying to do that.
An empty chair isn't
I'm also
disrespectful.
blessed
Well,
to
an
be
empty
the
chair is on the
outskirts in the day
broadcast,
with
though, and they
you
can
know,
show their
feeling
sponsors
the-
and stuff. And the analysts that are working the day. The players who want to go back and listen to the analyst glaze.
Map 2 that certainly went the distance here in this best of 5 lower finals. And after 4 rounds of overtime, it's going to be M80 to be up 2 in the series and on series point. This was a crazy
I'll be right
match,
back with
Dan.
that.
I mean, any map that you get 4 rounds of overtime on is sure to be a banger. But even before then, like these teams fighting tooth and nail.
And there's so many things to talk about because we saw so many rounds of Valorant just be played. It was at 17-15 to close it out. And in the first half, second half, we were talking about how many Thrifties Winthrop University were losing. And the back and forth that we saw where Winthrop was willing to invest so many of those ultimates into the eco rounds to make sure that they could close it out. But that doesn't happen. It goes all the way to overtime. We see 3 rounds in a row on the defensive side where Sato is very much present on that C side with the operator. Everybody everybody else kind of around it having just trying figuring a way to close it out in the way that in the side they're struggling the most, and finally they make it happen. So that puts us in a 2-0 position, only one map away from the grand finals is M80.
The fact that we get so many rounds of overtime, Roy, it just shows how close this was. But again, this was outlined for Winthrop as a potentially must win. And M80, I mean, recognizing that, they did not let up at all throughout the series. I mean, it was a quirky one with all these thrifties and everything else. But when M80 needed to put on the gas, they certainly stepped up.
Yeah, they definitely did not relent whatsoever as soon as they started feeling that the game was in their control. But I do want to talk about something that Jen was mentioning in the 8-4 half, right? Like, yes, it was an 8-4 half for Winthrop University, but if you consider the 4 rounds that M80 had won, a lot of those were thrifties. I think 2 or 3 of those were thrifties. So the fact is, Winthrop University were in complete control to close out this map in an even much cleaner fashion than what it ended up being. This absolute just back and forth in overtime that allowed M80 to steal a map away, it feels like. Now we're in the situation where I can't help but feel like we're going into this third map. It's really going to be a little bit awkward on the Abyss side. But before we even get there, let's dial it back and talk a little bit about somebody that I feel like had a massive impact in this game, and that's Bao.
Yeah, what we saw from Bao was just unreal, by the way. And this is not something that we just saw on this map. We've been seeing it constantly, but especially today, Bao was having an insane impact when it came to closing out those rounds. Even that 8-4, when we go back to that round 12, he gets a 3K with the Sheriff. He makes sure that the C side is going to be held until the end by M80, and he's doing this over and over again as we go into the overtime. Especially, he ends up with what, 33 kills or something, whatever it is. Unreal.
It truly was. I mean, I'm still just like, oh man, this could have been a different game if, you know, we were not peeking the attack from the defense off from Sato every time. But like, the fact it was so close, and pulling up how the players performed through all this. There was already a quick shout out here looking at Bao and what he was able to do. But I feel like we got to see a lot of step ups across the board. B-Dog was someone that also was popping off, that B-God, as Roy likes to say, and especially to the knife kill. Sentis from both ends stepping up. And we had compared and contrast, Roy, Sato going up against Infiltrator quite a few times. And Sato definitely near the tail end of that, I think, had so much impact. But Infiltrator on this Yoru was something that was definitely a little tricky to contend with earlier on.
Yeah, Sato was definitely struggling in the first part of the half, but I can't even really say that he was playing poorly. It was just Winthrop University that had a good read on how they wanted to minimize the Neon value. And it really did feel like they had Sato's number. They kept countering him in many great ways, using a lot of util to shut him down, using the Yoru to just be so annoying, getting into positions, into these one and dones where he could just teleport out. But I really do feel like Winthrop University did play a great Haven, all things considered. Yeah, they could have secured rounds. They were in favor, and especially in the economy advantage rounds. But ultimately, Winthrop University just found their win. Bao having a great pop-off moments as well, really putting the team on his back.
It looks so nice from Bao, and we already talked about it, but it's just, it's crazy because we don't really see this from a Sentinel that often. And when we do, it's just a statement of how good they are. We talked about it on that map of Lotus, that first map that we saw, what he was doing, playing by himself in so many of those rounds, and he just did the exact same thing on Haven. I feel like this is one of those guys where you can really trust him. He can leave that site all by himself on the Cypher, and don't worry, he's gonna take care of it. That's also why a lot of those kills and a lot of those 36 kills that he got, they turn into the first kills, right? He's the only one inside. He has to defend it. He has to take action while the rest of the team is making that rotation, and he's gonna handle it just fine. 1-2 kills almost every single time. I mean, I don't think I ever saw one play from Bao where I was like, okay, what's going on? He always knew what the plan was to make sure that the team was going to win it.
Yeah, and whenever you have a player like Bao on your team, it really does feel like your options are so much more open, right? Like if your teammates are getting stuck on the other side of the map and you need somebody to try to make a play or try to like put pressure on the map, this guy was the player to do that consistently on their attack side. It really did feel like he was almost wall hacking, where he was just so aware of where everybody is on the lurk. He knew exactly where to look. He knew exactly where people would be jiggling or holding for space. And it felt like he kept like even this round right here, like walking in, knowing exactly what angle moves is holding, opening up the map, Cypher ulting, getting kills on the lurk, just the level of impact this player is having, which is crazy because I feel like we very rarely talked about him after the first few regulation matches, right? Because he was just so largely overshadowed by the Caillou pickup. He was so largely overshadowed by Okeanos, who was playing Duelist early on, and how well we did was performing. But now we're getting playoffs Bao. That is end game boss Bao. I was not familiar with his game, so I'm sorry. Shout out.
And I mean, I don't know if Winthrop University was entirely either. And Bao, I think in some of those rounds, I would have loved to counter to be like, how many rounds would M80 have lost if Bao just didn't have the most insane step ups? And now Winthrop University have to deal the consequences of Bao's pop-off actions is now they're down 2. And now going into the next map, things looking a little dire because we're heading over to Abyss. This goes back to an M80 pick. But also, M80, Dan, they look great on this map. They got the double duelist, they have the aggression, whereas on the side of Winthrop University, we actually haven't seen this since all the way back in Swiss Week 3, and it wasn't that great then.
It wasn't great then, and I'm really concerned on, I mean, what has changed since, right? We saw again when they played against Burger Boys, it was a 13-7 that they lost. And it just a map. I feel like we haven't seen this map for a good reason. A lot of teams kind of opting away from it. And for M80, like you said, it has been good. It has been consistent. I think you can rely on the fundamentals, the strategy that they've been relying on for the past few maps and how they want to play these retakes, how they want to set up around the map. But I don't know. I don't know if I see it for Winthrop University. We talk about the experience that they have and how much experience that they have compared to everybody else, but it doesn't apply to this map. And also, you're coming from a loss that has to hurt a lot. That's when teams have always struggle to recover because you think it's winnable. You're always a few rounds away, one round away. You think the last round was winnable because you take down Sato, and guess what? You lose it. Can they come back in time?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I would also like to remind us that the last time Winthrop University played this was 6 weeks ago. I know we brought that up, but they were literally running a Gecko. I feel like I have not seen a Gecko or Abyss played in so long. It feels like. But now M80 is going to come into this map. They're running a composition that really fits
I took
their
a while
players,
to come back
because
some crazy shit was going on my timeline.
The Winthrop University side.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they switch up, if anything, now heading into the agent select here. And you're talking about not having seen it for 6 weeks. They played it a little bit in non-official matches, but it's also not something that's necessarily gone their way. They swapped off the Gecko for a little bit, but most recently went back to it. Not feeling it today, though. It's going to be no Gecko,
same
Roy,
double duelist
and
comp
instead all this other good stuff agent
no
going up
Gecko,
against this
Gecko.
double duelist composition that M80 has.
Safe. Maybe.
Yeah, also one thing as well that I would like to point out is the fact that Winthrop University is choosing to start on the defense side. This map has been historically quite awkward on
the
defense.
double duelist has worked out really well for M80.
Play, and it really does feel like you're very restricted in how you want to approach the site holds. And now we're going into a map where they're opting to start on defense. And of course, M80 has looked so good on their attack sides. So I feel like it's slightly, I say slightly, but it's heavily leaning in favor of M80 here for their first half sweep.
Last time that we saw these two teams, or last time that we saw M80 playing on this map was a 13-11, where they won against MV. But I just have to say, I love to see Oki back on the duelist, back on the Euro. We know that this guy, towards the beginning of the Swiss stage, towards the beginning of this year, he was on duelist role, and while they were waiting for Sato. But guess what? Now Sato's here in every way possible. He's fragging out. He's playing for the Jet, with the Jet for the first time today. And also Oki is able to frag out in one of his better agents on the Euro. So expectations are high for M80. This can be the map that takes them to the grand finals.
Oh, you know, Winthrop University down 2 in the series hates to see.
That's fucking crazy that you just.
This to see if Winthrop University can turn this around and try and take us to one more map, or if it's going to be M80 to clean sweep the series and send themselves into the grand finals. Let's go over to Abyss and back to your casters, Marks and Jen.
Thanks so much, Sierra. Yes, we are approaching possibly the end of the series, all depending on if Winthrop still have fuel in the tank. And this is just not the map they wanted to go to. This is chosen by M80 at a 75% win rate. We hope to see more of this series, Marks.
I mean, we really do. just the map pool alone is not really favored towards Winthrop and more favored
appreciate you.
towards M80.
Yeah.
But once again, maybe we'll see something different come out from this Winthrop squad. We haven't really seen this map, like the Tusk was saying, in quite a long time. So maybe this entire time, you know, they've just been...
I know, I mean, in addition to M80 just looking really good here, I just favor them. Like, they've looked...
Opposition from M80 has just
This is
been
like by far their
dominant
best map, I
previous
think.
times.
Oh,
Oh, all right,
early
they're gonna lose him out.
pistol. An alley, just the 2 or 3 person walk up from Winthrop. And
Every map so far
they
has
love to
started
do this
off
on Lotus,
with a
and they do it
3-0
again
Winthrop
on
lead.
Abyss, just to lead, fight off with confidence.
That
And
first
the
kill means
Tejo, I mean,
nothing.
Flair has played only Tejo for a month.
My
straight.
dopamine
And we were
levels
talking
were
us
even
too about
effective.
whether we're going to see a second controller, because he also plays the Brim and the Astra, but trying to stay to something comfortable, which Winthrop not feeling so comfortable after taking
Ollie
some
got
damage
timing,
over
too.
at A, but Nasi's still with us.
Oh, he's really good.
Yeah, I
say
wanna
that every
also just
time.
highlight again. Okeanos
Damn, cool
playing
drone
this
passing.
Yoru
So the
was
Teo drone
previously
just
the
goes like,
duelist here, but has
jumps.
a lot of games under
Goes
his
out.
belt as that Yoru. So this isn't just kind of like a, hey, let's play Yoru on this map. This could work out in the long run as a Infiltrator finds
Sadly.
yet another kill.
Can be flashed if you shoot the clone while you're in smoke, but Winthrop,
Damn.
holy cow, are just
We've been here
lasers
before.
today. A
We've been here
flawless
before.
Pistol round. They love to kick things off well when a match starts. But again, it's just the
can't even
8 to
get
4 curse
excited.
that they sort of need to overcome.
Yeah, I mean, if we're following history based off these last 2 maps, then we're gonna see M80 fall behind 8-4. Oh no! And then suddenly they're just gonna
Yeah,
come alive into that last
exactly.
one. Given the fact that M80
Even the
is
casters
a little bit more
know, bro.
comfortable
The
on
script
this
is
map,
fucking
I would
so
hope that
old.
they could get that snowball rolling just a little bit earlier here. But still, Winthrop University just doing a great job at holding mid that last round, as it's going to be a little bit more aggressive. Infiltrator going in, taking some
ding-dong.
damage, will back out. It's neither here nor there as Okeanos gets that ultimate orb. And it does look like M80 will be moving around onto B, where they might run into Moobs, who has been fantastic.
I'm not sure
on
what the
map
boys
number
would
one.
rather who they'd
I like
rather
this camera
face.
to just try and circumvent
I would prefer
all
they
the
played
smokes that
Winthrop
are just
just
gonna be
because
annoying
we
as
played
hell, and
M80 twice.
Camera's gonna be gone, and
Like we played M80 twice with Muncie playing. We played Winthrop once with Vapin playing. So if Muncie's here for the finals, then it would be a different look. I don't know. Playing a team 3 times is just
I'm gonna
like
play off of maybe some info from
fuck.
B-Dog.
Yeah, B-Dog just hanging out. I mean, it seemed a little bit rushed at the beginning, but there's still 45 seconds left on the clock, so M80 by no means had to go through. They will shoot out that door there as
How's Lucy
Nasi will just
doing?
launch a shock bolt.
believe he played Proc
It's going to be
today,
into
so.
Flair's crosshairs.
How's Flair
Better.
gonna do if he's outnumbered though? Rifle's nice, but a focus fire could be nicer. But no, M80 are
Good
so
smoke to give
split
him
up by the
space.
smokes and addressing the lanes. Pretty isolated and staggered. And even the sheriffs are
Wow.
getting wins, so good flawless win, and another flawless win at that, I should say, for Winthrop.
Yeah, and that's going to be important for this next one. I mean, the lowest weapon that they're going to have is potentially just a couple of sheriffs. We're actually seeing Nasi buy up, bring that Vandal into this next round. But
Am I worried
just
for them if
a couple of
M80
excellent
win?
trap plays
No, I
coming
don't
in
think
here, forcing
worried would be the right
M80's
way to
hands to just
describe
kind of
it.
walk into exactly where they would want them to. As M80 have really showed us something
Like,
that
truthfully,
leaves
man,
room
like, I'm so
for a
impressed
lot of
with how
work
the
to
team
happen here.
bounced
But now that
back.
they've got rifles, moving into this next one,
They
I'm
are
hoping that we can
definitely
see something a
favored
little
in the
bit
matchup.
better.
They'll have double ban
They're
advantage.
walking
They
right
beat
into the
both
Cypher
teams already.
yet again. And
But I'm also like,
hopefully won't do
I
most
would
things
be
to M80.
mentally prepared and
Wow,
cool if
it's
they
a
lost.
round
Like, just
three
because it's a
dimensional trip
rematch, it's weird.
From Okeanos, okay. That's just the firepower of double duelists.
Very
and
proud of
M80
what they've accomplished.
We have a
so
strong
far.
offensive start, like we know them to be. That's full control of B, although the backside is pretty exposed from Winthrop, and B-Dog
good.
doesn't allow the flank to really be activated there from Flair.
All right, they're not getting bonus,
Just
chat.
continues to crumble for Winthrop, who have yet to register a kill in this map. And I'm glad I had a positive curse for once, as Nasi helps kick down the door. He's gonna need some help in flooding in his alley. 2 versus 4. Where the spike is, there's a jet lurking around, and Sato finds his way around the back.
Fantastic stuff. That double duelist, so good at taking a lot of space. Just using the single dimensional drift from Okeanos, like you said, a kind of a crazy third round dimensional drift, is able to just flush moves out completely and scout out everything that could be a hindrance for the rest of M80 to move in. After
Why
that,
am I a
it's
snake?
just easy pickings. They set themselves up, and
I
Winthrop
am,
University
but
with the inferior
why did you come to
weaponry
that conclusion?
have such a hard time being able to do anything. M80 swapping their tactics, now going to be potentially pushing out onto this A site, leaving Sato to just take that mid control here.
Sato
as
solo
Okeanos
mid.
will be the tip of the spear, at least to contest against this
So they
A
give him
side
deep smoke.
defense as this round
Second
starts out.
Astra Star here. Sova comes
Nazi
back
gonna
with the
go
deep
for Orb,
smoke.
but this is pretty aggressive. Maybe trying to set things up and make a call for Infiltrator to dash in.
Oh,
Timing.
shit, dude. What is that, bro?
Okay, B-Dog had
You've
so much
gotta
time
be
to put a whole
joking
clip
me.
into his gun and kill Nasi. Kind of insane. Maybe Infiltrator gets his revenge. Maybe B-Dog gets backup. No, he's just going to teleport a play away and keep safe.
How did this play out this way?
B-Dog just kind of like, I got mine, and I did a little bit of damage. I'm out of here. Gets away nice and easy, scot-free. His Infiltrator is forced to back up, but they know that this site is going to be weakened. They just have to take this jet down.
Scott is like the freest
The
fucking...
Infiltrator's not wanting to.
It's crazy. Everything is
make a play,
scot-free.
not having dash and
Be terrible to have the
having
name Scott.
smokes, but just needing to be the last man standing, I guess, on
Astra.
A as Flare rotates away, and there's a mid push, pretty aggressive.
Ollie gives
from
no
Allie, and
fucks.
this worked out for Winthrop. That pistol, but they also had more numbers. Zally takes the 1v1, but also takes the L.
These ones are
As
not
Sato
going their way
now
right
gets
now.
caught by the rotations of Flare.
4v3.
And Winthrop try to reinforce B. And
Moves.
Moves does a great job at limiting M80's
2K
numbers.
makes this so
and it's a
doable.
2v2.
Good
And second
reposition, guy
let
under.
M80 plant. But with how quick that plant went down, B-Dog is still just quicker to
Spot him, good
react
ult.
than everyone else, even
nice.
when they got the pre-aim on him. Use the teleport to get
Ew.
some information. 1v1, B-Dog, Infiltrator, not a lot of HP. Infiltrator
Good reposition.
above, Ponytail spotted, and the pistol is not gonna give you luck this time. That's a 4K for B-Dog.
Fantastic stuff from B-Dog. Just
This
being
dog
so dynamic,
is in the
flowing like
mud.
water all throughout this map.
Muddy dog
Making
type
sure
moment.
not only to be able to get in onto the site, get a couple of frags out there, uses the ultimate, scouts out the final member, and is able to return and just play so intelligently off of it. And quite frankly, B-Dog on this Omen has been something that has been a staple for M80. Obviously was highlighted with the matchup yesterday where B-Dog just activated, but we're seeing a lot of that on this map as well. You want your Omen to be that dynamic, be able to take over so much space for free, find a couple of frags, and B-Dog is definitely living up to that expectation. M80, they tie things up this time. History will not repeat itself on map number 3.
Just feels like B-Dog also capitalized on Winthrop kind of fumbling from that first kill to
Call it.
even being lower HP. And the rest of M80 continued to just have stronger kills in the early round and able to have an open sight while Ali waits for reinforcements. And you maybe got the longest flank of all time from Moobs over at B, but where's this hit gonna be? It's obviously gotta be A, and as M80 are gonna unite, this is gonna put a lot of pressure on Flare and Ali.
Here's your Yoru jump scare for the map. We see the engagement underway now.
I like the
It's just
idea
gonna
to
be
have
Flare
this
up top, and
smoke, by the
Flare
way.
has been popping off this game, but won't be able to do so this time.
Every game I've watched of M80 on Abyss, by the way, this A exec that they just ran, the dart back side, the Omen blind left side, double smoke, TPN, this has had insane success for them.
Have eyes on that side of the map, but I think they're not playing together.
Like, that's
It's
their
gonna be
bread
their
and butter,
demise, and
what we just saw.
I don't blame them for maybe feeling a bit off after how long that last map was, but Moves surely hasn't given up. 1v3 tries to camera to get vision on the right side and adjusts his aim against B-Dog. Wait against Sato. The 1v1, but the spike is ticking down, so this clutch looks cool, but does he have time to pull it off? And Caillou is just gonna shock bolt him off the map.
That looked
Since I've seen one of
fucking
those
goofy. I'm not
animations.
gonna lie. That looked amazing.
So funny to see. But no, I was just about to say, like, oh yeah, moves just in a 1v4. This should be fine. Or sorry, 1v3. This should be fine. And moves, you know, turning it up yet again. We're
It did
seeing-
look fucking
it
hilarious.
Feels like the Sentinels of both of these teams being the real big impact player. And I'm sorry, it actually was a 1v4 after all, but Caillou just being smart about it, knowing the raid boss that Moves has been previously, giving full respect over and just playing off the shock bolt very intelligently. Sato now, knives in hand, tries to go for it, can't quite find it.
Damn, he had a chance.
Oh, just the spray, 51
Oh,
HP to
bruh.
nothing. And just, I don't even think did damage to Ali.
All right, target
Winthrop
Sova.
stays
Oh,
stable and
win.
stoic as they
Right there.
reinforce. And now the Hunter's Fury hopes to force them back. M80 have some real estate, but now their spike carrier is surrounded.
big
And Caillou
trade.
got smoked off, so he couldn't support. And this is so awkward. How does Caillou try to fight back when Bao
2v2
is a secondary?
minute on
He's
the
still
clock.
rotating in. The spike is down within the site.
M80
and
should
it's
bleed them
within
right now at time.
vision of Nasi with his own Hunter's Fury and his own shock bolts.
Oh shit, he made noise.
Moves moving in right now. Still this 2v2 scenario, smoke goes up.
Oh, there's the double,
double
swing
face was
and
nice.
better
Wow,
coordination out
well
of M80
played,
in that
M80.
2v2.
Nice 2K by
And for
Caillou.
the spike to go down, and for that, how awkward that round looked from M80, they pull it together.
And this is an important one to win, given the fact that it makes the economy of Winthrop University look that much more rough. And of course, too, making sure that they're able to have the round advantage in their favor. It is going to be a full
Last year's
save coming
M80 or
in
this one?
from
Well, last year's
Winthrop
M80 was a lot
University.
more
And I
polished, right? Like last year's M80 was like veterans that had grinded together for a while. This one's going to take a little bit of time for like the cohesion. Most of the teams in challengers are going to get better with time, right? They're all like young
in
teams.
case we see Winthrop get
A lot of these
aggressive,
orgs are like
which we
taking some
kinda know that
chances.
they're
I like
known
it.
for playing. And as soon as I say that, already look at moves just moving up and taking so much space. Does get smoked out here as Sato trades a couple of these bullets, trying to get a little bit of value, and Ali already very low.
M80 are losing map control quick. Don't have the right side. And Winthrop could be spotting this. I think Moves has already smelled something is up, and he's got sheriffs, but we've seen Thrifties with this before, and the Yoru clone trading
Okay,
some
so
of
the
his
ult
util
cutting
as
through.
Moves tries to play
Got
his
one.
life and hope that Aussie gets picks, and that's huge with the Hunter's Fury. After
Oh,
Okeanos could
man.
teleport away and use
I could have
his
flipped
clone
around.
and the Cosmic
4v4.
Divide to try and make the site even smaller than it already is for M80 to seal things in. The salve was just seconds too late. Couldn't prevent the plant. Now M80 set their vision forward, their focus at the top site, and
Oh.
player was checking something else, was able to turn and burn and get revenge. B-Dog with the two-piece. It's a 2-on-1.
B-Dog in the mid round, the
The
GOAT.
retake from Ali is gonna suffer. And M80 have a strong lead with 5 rounds in a
Well
row
played.
built up.
Yeah, and on top of that, too, we see Winthrop.
M80 look really comfy in the post, right, chat? Like their ideas are just like spawning just so quickly. They're way more comfy on the map. Like Winthrop aren't in horrible situations in the late round. It's just they're slow to react. Their ideas aren't cooking. Like the 2v2 in A, where I think it was Moobs came out of heaven, made that step. They got double swung. They're just getting like outcooked.
One of these sites, they always come up good for it, no matter how much defense Winthrop University throws at them. It feels like Winthrop are really good at catching a couple of members on the entry, catching them in these awkward angles, able to find a couple, but still the ball that is M80 is doing more than enough. And right now it's right off of B-Dog's shoulders, being very solid in all of this chaos to make sure that those kills come through.
Yeah, you're exactly right. What can Winthrop do when they're outnumbered and they always leave it down to, it's always
second
down to the last
timeout.
1v1, 2v2. Like, this is so insanely close as
Is that
Winthrop
right?
took a very early
Did
timeout
I see that
to
right?
try and not hemorrhage too much and also figure out how can he set up Infiltrator for success.
Yeah.
His first jet ult is online.
And that's a really excellent point. I mean, when you look at Infiltrator, this is the guy you want to be fragging out. You want Infiltrator to become activated. And Infiltrator has been getting nothing this game. It's so difficult for that Jet to find any value here.
Man.
And now with the operator bullets shooting out as well, M80 are so aware of where that operator is and are understandably.
I was just thinking of hypotheticals and like how happy I would be if I was in a snake competition with Kiera.
Also shooting
I'd be
a
so
Yoru
happy.
decoy, so
She would win.
that was tough. And now they have to quickly rotate back, but holding the line is Nasi and moves.
Oh,
The
fuck.
Sentinel has been
They got
something
the
else for
hold for once.
Winthrop.
Blood is
to
really
help them
good.
Scrounge up some more rounds. And it's just Oki
One
versus
off
3.
ult. Oh,
And the
shit.
spike is
Good
down
flash.
too, so time won't even be on his side.
ult?
And it's
Okay,
just
no.
the dance, and what's left is Infiltrator cleaning up the round.
See, and that's good. Just take the fights on the actual site before they even move in there. Make it so much more difficult for them to be able to push in that time around, whether intentional or not. Winthrop University simply just had people hanging out there. And when M80 are engaging off of throwing all their
Where?
utility, getting people into position, it's just easy pickings for Winthrop University to make sure that that entry just simply does not happen. They react quickly, and that has to happen a bit faster. When Winthrop are playing that slower style, when Winthrop are waiting for the confirmation that M80 are in,
Okay, can they
M80
string
have
them
already
together?
taken the site and found a couple of members out. We need to
Spike's
see
still
the
in
response
spawn.
from Winthrop
Just
to
a
be a little
fake.
bit quicker, even if that enables M80 to start playing a little bit more mind games.
Weird early round right
Now
now.
just the alley stars,
drawing
the
a huge
trips, and all the
rotate.
delays. Winthrop have a different crossfire setup, but Santos just quicker to the trigger and matches
No.
that
No.
1-for-1. Sally jumps away in that
Oh.
hesitation. That butter knife could have rang true there. As the rest of M80 continue to commit
This
now
is
that they
getting
have
weird as
support.
fuck,
But
dude.
Winthrop
3 on
just
3.
trade blow for
Spike is
blow.
coming to B
You
finally.
still have the spike like on its way for M80, so all the space may be for
33 on this
nothing.
guy.
As Sato's in trouble and has to
Sato's done
smoke his way
so
out.
much damage this round. All right, Spike finally
Still
gonna get
quite
planted.
a
They know
bit
they're
of
both here
damage
now.
done. Sato's still walking out, sheriff in hand. It's never over when there's sheriffs on the board.
There's a Tejon drone to just assess and get all the way towards the spike. So this is going to reveal Bao. Or at least that a
Oh, HP
member
lead.
is on the spike side. They're going to
Sorry,
use the
I thought Lotus
Armageddon
was leading.
to force him out of position. And Sato tries
Okay.
to back him up. Such a smart
2 in a
play
row.
from Winthrop.
And I know what you're thinking. You're sitting there being like, an Armageddon, really? Yeah, you're going up against 2 people. You got the superior weaponry. But at this point, Winthrop University need to get their economy under check and rolling. The fact that they have that operator in play for Infiltrator, that is a very expensive boon, and they need to protect that to make sure that they don't fall into an economic collapse, even if they do scoop up some of these rounds. So it might, some people might argue that
Oh, you
that
guys
was a
finally
little bit
exposed there? Yeah.
overkill, for lack of better terms, but still you need to make sure that you are scooping things together. M80 on this next one will have that dimensional drift. I was
Just a
such
matter
a
of
fan
time.
of seeing what they could do based off of it last time.
all
I'm
unraveling
expecting
now.
great things, but this I imagine is going to be a faster play.
Winthrop went from
They
breaking
pinged
the
it. They know,
5-round
chat.
win
They
streak
know,
from
they know.
M80 to start building their own.
No dash.
Infiltrator off is going to be pushed. The
Imagine,
dimensional drift
imagine he got one of those
is
cheeky
going to force
Yoru kills
Infiltrator all the
right
way
before.
back. You know, Kianos is not going to want to pop out.
All
And he's
right,
all the way
site's
at
clear.
the back of A.
Free sight.
With the smokes in place, M80 have really
Look at all the util they're
encapsulated
saving for
this
post.
objective,
Omen
and they
blind,
got
double
the spike down.
stars, full
Got a 5
Sovakit.
retake though from Winthrop, and they pop their ult. And the drone just get themselves their half figured out.
What if
As
someone was
Winthrop
over there and
begins
looked down
pushing
and
in
killed
up,
him?
One of the smokes have cleared. That's the Asher smokes. The Oma one is still present at the window.
Shit. Good awareness by
No flank
Bao.
from Winthrop. A paranoia from the offense as M80
Ah,
are
the
just
post
standing
again.
and delivering as Winthrop need to get an edge. And it's Infiltrator cutting through 2.
Only 3 still.
But not having a lot of time. And there's the grab
Well
wall
played.
pulling off a potential diffuser. M80's protocols are so
Okay,
clean.
Winthrop.
It's just so good. And
They might
on top of that
buy.
too, we were
It's
waiting
sketchy.
for that round where Sato was going to be able to pop off, and that time was just doing just that. Hanging out
They're
on the site,
buying.
finds a couple of kills, gets the jet dash back online,
Oh, look at
just
the buy,
sidestepping
chat.
all of the knives that Infiltrator tosses in.
Either we're winning this round or we're 8-4. We win. It's win the round or go 8-4.
Stoppable. Okeanos is doing a fantastic job at flushing all of the defenders off of the site, as well as making sure that they get all the space that they need, allowing the rest of M80 to move in. I think there's a reason why we're seeing them just shuffle all these old orbs to the Yoru. It's because so far, every single time, it has been a round win for M80.
Yeah, the smoke setup from M80 has just been so clean at A, and they found a lot more success there. There's 2 stars, though, if they want to... If Winthrop...
The flash gets Sato across with the recall.
Or just flare.
Oh!
And Infiltrator popping off.
Awareness.
What a read from Infiltrator.
Giga high.
He knows too
Okay.
much what Sato's up to.
Caught.
The Hunter's Fury's getting pings. And there's the final blow on Infiltrator.
Bro was so
The
happy
numbers
about that
favor
kill.
M80 once again.
No.
Taking care of 2 key players of the defense.
Yo.
And leaving moves to be on a flank. And he's been checked in the past. But this time, it will be Bao that has to shut that down. As the
Late mid rounds have
wanna convert
crushed
at the
Winthrop,
right time from
man.
the front and
Their
the
early
back.
rounds have been so good.
It's so good. The fact that Moobs has all this space, Winthrop know exactly where
timing
M80
here.
are.
30 seconds left.
No shot
the
again.
flank
Bao
shut
gets
down
that
again.
win
How
on
many
the
times is
fight.
Winthrop gonna keep doing it. And M80, it's not been an easy frontline war.
No.
What a quick turn from Caillou. And Bao has been so pivotal, popping off again.
Just the awareness, the flicks.
Our
coming
game.
out. It's so good.
It's literally fallen like this. This is literally what's happening to the game itself. This is actually a great representation of the series.
Winthrop University, especially too with Ali alive. Ali has been doing a fantastic job at finding a couple of kills when they need him most, but just off of a
Peter
single
caught shit.
ultimate, still finding so much value. M80 are so powerful every single time they use one of their ultimates. And I imagine that this is going to be a trend that we continue to see.
All right,
as
Insta
also
Teo
too, their
drone
ult
on
combi
A.
has been extremely
Jet push.
well cycled.
A broken buy from Winthrop as they just take a big risk.
Oh!
What?
Dude, he doubled him? No.
A weird dash. And now
my
the
God.
flash as Oki capitalizes. And he,
What?
wait, he had the spike? What are we cooking? Okay, I guess they're just going to suppress Winthrop back. I thought that would have been a moment for Winthrop to try and fight that. But they were worried about the paranoia and what else from M80. But that could have been
How did
dire
that
for
work
M80.
out for them?
Well, they still have that Cosmic Divide online, given the fact that this is the last round in this half.
Jet's holding
Be
for
one
the
of those where
dart.
you might as well
You
use
see,
it.
like, playing anti-dart.
Winthrop University, they've got their fingers on the pulse. They know exactly where
They're
they're going to be
calming.
coming
They're
from.
calming. They have
Still
ideas,
50
chat.
seconds
Look,
left, though.
Sova's playing
Plenty
dart
of time to
out.
play off of.
One's playing spam,
55
harass.
Can't have an 8-4 curse if it's not 8-4.
Okay, now what do
right?
we do, though? Our guy that's spotting got
Depends
pinged.
on how this is going to be
We
broken
do
down.
nothing. It's all good.
The Cosmic Divide breaks the site in half as M80 have a sense of
No.
security. They're
No.
met with a lot more force,
No.
but they dispatch every
There's no way.
danger from Winthrop. And we're left with a 2v2. A 5 versus 3 turnaround. No theft as moves. Doesn't have a corpse in sight. It's all the way at A main. And you have yet another Winthrop flank. And M80 have 11 seconds. And you
No.
have a big shutdown. And
What?
He kills the spike carrier. And Bao needs help. He's got to go for a last second plant.
Oh my god, that's a
Moves
smart grab
interrupted
wall. Holy shit.
by a star placed in his
Was that, wait,
path.
was that Bao's?
And Winthrop managed to
okay.
clutch.
Okay, so everything we know about the last maps, throw it out the window. Winthrop University, they secure their 5-7 half. The first time that they are in the, or sorry, the first time that M80 are in the lead after a half of match.
What is this?
And once again, it's moves to clutch things up. Infiltrator starting it out with a very good headshot, but it was a fantastic comeback
Why
from
did you send me
B-Dot
this?
as well as Bao to somehow bring this back into winnable territory.
Is this the right lane?
Yet, of course,
Hold up.
leaving moves alive, allowing plenty
one
of
right
time
here.
for Elite to just move all the way around on that flank. Works out perfectly for M80 now onto this defense.
The year's
Arguably
2025,
their
by the
better
way.
side. So let's see what Winthrop University have in store.
I'm
for
gonna
us,
fight you.
especially too, bringing the flare onto that Tejo. This is a little bit more unconventional. We haven't seen this team play this map, and let's see how this one spells out.
M80 always win the second pistol though, but
Holy
I don't
fuck,
know.
dude.
My conspiracy could be
That
out the
was an
window.
actual
Having
blindside
but
sucker
depends on this
punch.
Matchup. Sato's
A
out in the
Rick
open.
roll.
Can't even dash back to safety, and there's no backup
Ain't no
for
way.
Caillou, who cowers around the corner, was maybe hoping to recon or do something else, and was not on the same.
Honestly, that
vibe as
surprised
Sato.
me.
Somehow on the pistol round yet
I
again,
opened your
Winthrop
link and I was
University
like,
win
I'm not
those
watching this on
long-range battles.
stream. But what am I
Makes
watching?
it that much more punishing, but it's not
Okay,
devastating
I'll
for
do
M80,
this.
only losing Sato out of all of the members. So 4 people still alive. Winthrop University
Triple sheriff,
looking
double
ready to
ghost.
engage this B site at a moment's notice.
Good read from M80 to await them, and
Oh,
it's going to be
fuck.
equal exchanges with the smoke in place from M80. Also
Abilities
getting
are
some
looking
vision
a
of
little
who's
low
the
here,
people on
chat,
the
with the
high
triple
ground to
sheriff,
spot
double
each other.
ghost spy. I think we need a pick, if you know what I
Force maybe
mean.
Winthrop
Any
to
picks in the
retreat.
chat?
And there's no one from M80 in mid
30 seconds
that
left.
kind of catch this rotation. So M80 are going to be a little bit behind.
Yeah, and on top of that too, still plenty of time. It feels like there's such fast engagements on this map where we see just a
gonna work,
pop-off
too.
happen at the beginning, and then a nice long lull before the 30 seconds finally happen, where we will be seeing this spike go down.
10
It's gonna be
seconds
3v4 onto this retake. Still 2 smokes available for B-Dog and a Paranoia. As yeah, they just get
What if
down
it
in time.
happened
That was a little
again?
close.
What if it happened again?
All right, the window is open, and okay, Ali is gonna cover those bases. Flare watching as well. Nasi just front and center, and it's Flare that catches someone at the window,
Good movement.
and B-Dog is ready too. No real
Damn.
detail for the defense, and
Nice
Nasi
shot.
just postures so well. Really great coordination from
Okay.
Winthrop to keep themselves in the shadow
Alright.
of M80.
You must cultivate a sense of calm.
Yeah, this is still very much
Low key. Dare I say I favor them from here? Double duelist on defense? Double duelist, double controller defense? Ooh.
M80. The point gap is closing. Very possible that we're going to have a tie up, despite the fact that they were able to get the right read. Winthrop University just doing a really good job at these mid rounds at making different calls, and this has been very characteristic of their attack on every single map.
Winthrop have pulled through on both pistols this time.
Pushing
See what
B
this
right
look
now into the
from Moves
cipher.
can do as there's a double walk up from B.
Surely
And with the
moves good
trip
for
in
this.
place, which he could just play off of that, and that would be the safer play.
Think it's about it.
Hopefully has heard this. The trip has been triggered.
Damn,
The
Moves
double
is
kill
so
from
good.
Moves. He's been able to handle that type of pressure before. Think about his impact on Lotus. And he does it again. And he's going to call the rotate from Winthrop.
Yeah, still plenty of time. Like I said, that first initial clash happens. Still got it, and
goodbye.
off the edge. Yeah,
Last
let's
player
just make this
standing.
round over so they can even plant the spike for that additional ult orb. So a little bit of a tactical fall there, as now it's all tied up.
This is a nice spot.
Wow.
I'm the
What a
biggest
comeback
Sen hater
from
exists.
Winthrop. Could be as
Would the biggest Sen hater to ever exist do this? Would he be best friends with Rob Moore? Would he work the Tarek Ludwig Invitational? Perhaps. I've always been a Sentinels fan.
Now when we're being treated to it, honestly, or just having the utility to make sure.
Or
that it's
perhaps
so
I'm a Trojan horse in here. I'm gonna fucking take this shit down from the inside. On God, one of these days I'm gonna fucking tear down everything in this office. They're gonna let me in at night. They're gonna come back. Everything's gonna be gone.
It's one that you honestly didn't expect. Everyone thought it was going to be all
Delete the
about
VOD.
the duelists on this one.
Delete the VOD.
But the Sentinel players have just been so sturdy in making sure that they support the rest of their teams on this entire match.
very slow default from Winthrop, and this is the pace that they like to play at. Now confident in Moobs' call.
They're waiting
to
out
just
these
try
gate crashes, by the way.
test out B. But it's the rifles at range that you got to worry about. Oh man, and
Got the
doesn't
first
really
blood.
work out for Moobs. And maybe
They
Ali
heard
with
more
the
coming,
outlaw could
too.
have a range
Sova
diff
on
against M80, but
Sova's regrouping.
sightlines are open. Oh, that shot from Oki. That was gross. Now the star, the
30
smoke
seconds
is gonna delay things as Winthrop have to choose how to
Chat,
stagger in.
y'all got any of that
Despite
Teo
sort of
util?
falling
I'm
behind as
curious.
Winthrop are just falling behind. They may just grab
think-
the orb, and now they have all the
I think our
attention.
Teo forgot the
They
lineup.
feel like they don't have time to go elsewhere with how big this map is and the
One
slow
enemy
walk up.
remaining.
Just
Bro,
Winthrop
we
don't have any
didn't. I don't
tools
know
to
if we used any util this round.
create an advantage on this. M80 get back into the lead with a flawless.
That didn't
The
make me
two
feel too
duelists
good.
basically doing that meme where like the two really strong and muscular men grab each other by the fist. Both Okeanos and Saito just staying alive and just taking timings one by one, finding.
It felt like I was watching the pistol round with like the sheriffs and the lack of abilities, except it wasn't the pistol round. It was like the bonus round, you know, like with the abilities and the guns. But
With M80 clutching it up.
yeah,
But now Winthrop will have the guns to respond onto this next one. Keep in mind, though, Okeanos 1 away from
Unlucky
getting
that
that
didn't work.
dimensional drift online. And I'm very excited to see how this one might play out, especially on that defense instead.
Slow default didn't work out for Winthrop last time, but now with better weaponry, surely, right? His moves is sensing something around this box. Camera's right above him. Uh-oh. Okay, forces the teleport out. Hey, that's still one cooldown that you're happy to remove out of the arsenal of
does
M80.
B-Dog get a kill
And
here?
this has pulled the attention of 3 from M80 on the left side of the map. And they're going to keep Caillou to
Cloudburst
watch
on the
over mid.
ground.
Got the one way that's going to give
It's all
B-Dog a
timing
chance
here.
to really
Ready?
put a dent
Set.
into this attack.
Go.
And a smoke to try and stagger things. B-Dog gets up to him.
Oh, they
and
got it.
his position is revealed, so now he loses that advantage. And moves his lurk,
God, that's straight.
causing tension
What is it,
on the
smoke?
defense. And Caillou keeps things stifled for Winthrop as they cross on through behind the
30
lead
seconds
of Infiltrator.
Holy
But the
fuck.
window is open.
I know
And M80
exactly.
have eyes.
No.
They have a paranoia, and this hits most of Winthrop. Oh, the rally is built differently. The supportive play while the plant happens is huge. This has salvaged the round and given Winthrop the numbers lead 4-2. Asato and Bao.
Bro.
I don't know what they're planning here, but to be a crazy flank.
That's a lifeline right there.
I think they're just bowing out of this one, yielding on
They're
everything. you know.
bowing out of.
Apparently, the lesson from Star Wars episode.
I tip my hat to you. My lord.
So much value
player
on
standing.
just shooting them at their feet. And now it's just M80 trying to at least walk away with one of these weapons. Looking unlikely unless Sato does something like that. Still finds 2. But Winthrop University, they tie things up. This could go either way here, Jen.
Fuck.
Still think those kills are massive because look how broke Winthrop are. Like they were up to the couple hundred credits and they have to. They're getting pretty dangerously low now, down to 0 for
I
someone
see
like
we,
Slayer. So this is a pretty
Are
must-win round for
altering
Winthrop.
how
And
history
I want to
is
say that M80 had a bit more wiggle
written
room.
here.
This was such a
Okay.
funny play. Oh, just a little sidestep moves has created so many options for Winthrop to pivot, and he alone could be what inspires them to go to a weaker site.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, you see
Good
that
hit
the
coming in.
engagement is happening onto A, but as soon as Moobs gets that pick, Sato has to come back and reinforce because it could
We
go
got pinged.
bad already. Sato
Dude.
gets gunned down.
Holy cow,
That
what
was
a
not
cleared, what a
it.
take from Winthrop.
Ran through the missiles into the ping.
Reinforcements will be coming in, but dimensional drift, this is possible. Would he want to maybe give this hop to someone else? Or what's going to be the play? Is Oki, I don't think anyone's moving out with just the state of the credits. I mean, you just don't even want to risk the 3v5.
Yeah, especially too with that operator in hand. That's an expensive pie
Just
that
what
we see
again?
come in from M80, and they're rewarded with pretty much nothing. They're just gonna hold on to these weapons and hope for the best. And of course, on the other side as well, Winthrop University, being pretty low on credits, are not necessarily going to be chasing this one. Only going to send out Nacy just because of how the economy is kind of working out there. But this is a good round from Winthrop University, really changing up the tempo of how this one would play out to
Wait,
make sure that they
did
just
they actually
take
do that?
M80 by storm. And it works out
When?
perfectly for them as B-Dog finds Nasi just at the end there to get one kill closer to having that ultimate online.
And the lead just keeps going back and forth. All right, it started off with Winthrop with pistol. M80 went on a 5 streak. Then Winthrop start with a lead in the second half. And it gets tied up, and
They
then
actually
it's back to Winthrop.
Dropped
Like,
Simon?
this is for all the marbles. This is to
Really?
go to the grand final.
Yeah, it really is. And, you know, everyone was kind of counting Winthrop out based off of previous match history. But they're doing a really good job right now with just a little bit of individual frag potential of moves being so annoying to M80 to kind of deal with on that flank. And we've seen so many rounds just get swapped around just because of things that moves are doing, just like this, forcing the spacing there, winning the duel against Okeanos, forcing the hand of this M80 squad
M80 is really
to
struggling
deal
here
with
on
how
defense.
annoying this Cypher has been.
Oh, fantastic great transfer I missed.
They lose the
That
lead
was
in
insane.
what started as very dominant, but I think this is just the match of comebacks coming through.
What is this?
Yeah, even if this registers as a sweep, like, it just doesn't tell the full story of
Ah,
what really broke down and how much M80 really had to sweat
Interesting.
for this. Like,
19-year-old
17-15 overtime is
I bet this kid's gonna be
insane on
cracked.
their best map. Like, there hasn't been a team that
Oh,
has
tech,
pushed M80 to their
course.
limits except one. That's Shopify Rebellion Black,
When
the ones that
keyboard,
sent
what
M80
keyboard?
to this point. And
I don't
that's
even
who
know you
awaits
actually. Who's
either
this
of these
person,
teams in the
chat?
grand final against everyone's expectations. So it's important, but Winthrop are gonna have to pull it together, not only on this map, but to try and pull off the reverse sweep, which I don't know when the last time you've seen what happened, Marks, in a best of 5, but that would be generational, which is how you could also describe Winthrop's run in this bracket in the first place.
I mean, at this point, like, we have to think about it a little bit in that stamina mental game here.
This is weird.
As the series continues to drag
This
out,
is
Winthrop
weird.
University will be a little bit more comfortable
is
because once again,
weird.
M80 are going to be the ones who are like, well, we had 2 maps already.
rub it in.
Should be able to get map number
Well,
3.
no
And if they lose
shit,
this one,
it's
then
weird,
they're gonna
bro.
be kicking themselves about that. Have
You're-
to play yet another map. And
Why
all of
is
these
he
maps
saying
are
it like-
relatively close?
I don't like having food on my head.
No shit.
Don't call me a kinky weirdo. This doesn't feel good for me either.
I said make it
Oh,
Make
I
it
mean,
shine.
that's just...
That's horrible.
That's such a mess, man. That's
That
such
looks
a-
horrible. His wife is seeing him like this. It's actually over.
Will do just that, the cycling of weapons, to guarantee that no one from M80 can pick up yet another gun.
Bro has
As
butter
it
on
is
his
just
head.
A slow mid-round.
What is
defense
going
from
on?
University. They've been doing a good job of exploring that middle, making sure
He's
that
a
no one
broken
from M80 is
soul.
pushing up, but when push comes to shove,
What
it's
has
that insight
happened
that
to
they love
Sideshow?
hit.
Yeah, you just gotta go for a Yoru check, even though Okeanos is very dead. But for anyone else to sit on behind that corny box, no more corny plays for you. So, Op from Infiltrator and friends that try to look a little bit above, just not tall enough to see over that smoke. M80 are just right on
30
the other
seconds
side.
left. Lurk in
mainly
mid,
mainly
chat.
Caillou with
Look
like
at
a
moves in
sliver of
mid.
health. With B-Dog that could support him with a
Moves in the back lines is going to
Paranoia
go
right
insane.
down the tunnel.
Because these two on A have a
He also
lot
not
to
too much to play
do.
his life because he has paranoia. And there's the paranoia. Infiltrator goes in blind. I think he was blinded. Still gets a kill.
No, he
He's
shot.
traded. 11 seconds left for
Oh.
Winthrop
10
to
seconds
race
left.
in and get the plant. And M80 will not be able to prevent it.
What?
One
And
enemy
if B-Dog
remaining.
was able to get that single frag, I think this would have been a completely different story. The time with Crunch would have been just a little bit too powerful. And now Bao up in a 1v3 to potentially try and win this one. It still was a buy up from M80, and that's what makes this much more annoying. The call has been made to save, so Bao is going to be just running for the hills. Keep that rifle alive into this next one. As Winthrop University, the comeback is mounting. It's going to be 10-8 as soon as that spike goes off.
With how many save, like, rounds ended by saves. It's kind of been such an economy battle between these two teams, and this is now a 3-round win streak as Winthrop's offense has been really sick, and this
What's
is
our next
one of their
map?
weakest maps in their pool.
Yeah.
They lost to Nightblood. I think the last time they went to this map was
Like, dude, this is like a sneaky situation Winthrop is in. Like, M80 doesn't look like they. I don't know. I guess now the op is online, right? This is the adjustment. They need this to go crazy. Ollie, the op and coach Astra.
actively.
Ooh, the
It's a
mythical
lot of
op
pressure
and
that's
Astra coach.
just continuing to mount on this M80 squad.
Drone gonna
Giving
spot
Winthrop
this.
that opportunity, like you said, just to close it out potentially. They got to stick the landing here. Hearing that operator from Sido should give an implication as to where Winthrop University need to focus their attention. A smoke
him a
going to be
recall
going up,
across.
allowing for a bit of a reposition as the bloom happens. And this time around, M80, they're getting a little bit exploratory just outside, with a cosmic divide being invested from
double
Winthrop
missiles,
to make that
dart,
plant that
they're
much
in.
easier.
And you heard the op, and
Trip
Winthrop
broken.
have
Moves
to
is
commit.
aware.
He's had
Moves got
so many
one.
stars in place too
Oh,
from Winthrop.
man.
And this lurk
Good
from
blind,
Moves
good
is just
reposition.
more successful than it's not. Trying to challenge this speed dog, and he gets the edge on two.
Oh,
Moves is
fuck.
just that guy. Best
No
sentinel you
way.
could ask for, but
3v3.
Bao trades it with two
The
equal
throw?
numbers after all that effort. The cosmic divide in response to seal off half the site for M80 to approach safely to get access to the spike. And as they move past, Moves surprises them.
2v2.
It's traded
shot.
2 versus 2, up and up. The spike getting touched, and what a timing for Caillou. And now Sato with just no time to
shit.
defuse. And Ali with the clutch for Winthrop to get up to a.
I can't believe it. He actually ended up dipping him in the end of the
The
round.
momentum has securely swung back in the favor right now of Winthrop
Yo.
University. Look at the string of rounds coming together.
Damn.
As a reminder, this was
The
just a
6-1 half.
7-5 half. M80 only able to get a single round, as Winthrop University are just running all over them. Look at the ultimates that are also coming back online for Winthrop. They are ready to go, and it's all because of the Cypher. Moves has been immovable on this flank. M80 have tried so many different things and have gotten nothing away from that one Cypher player. I cannot understate just how impactful Moves has been on this specific map, and this calling for M80 to do yet another timeout. Try and figure out what they can do to stop the bleeding here, but M80 are poised to force out that map number 4.
Yeah, if Winthrop win this is because Moves allows it. He better get like pizza ordered for him or something. Like, what an effort from that guy. And
Yeah,
Ali,
of course.
to
Chat-
help.
Chat
Shot
and
the
me.
bottom, that clutch scenario.
Chat loves fucking with me.
And how is it
But
that
you know
Winthrop
what?
do better at a half deficit?
I'm like a
than when they're up
stone.
to
I
8-4?
don't
I'm
break,
just gonna
chat.
stop asking
I don't
questions.
fucking break.
If anything, we should ask how
You're not
these
even
3
getting
ults
shit
are
out
going
of
to be
me.
used after that timeout. Because this could get them. And look
I
how
don't
rich
even-
they are, too. This
I'm
is
not
not going to be a
phased.
question of economy for
Not
Winthrop.
phased.
But if M80 don't pull out
Guys,
this round, it's over.
And just remembering the value that we've seen the Armageddons get.
Play, chat, oh,
A
that
little
I
bit worried to see
uninstalled
what
already.
they've got in store. Already we're
Terminal
seeing
all
Sato,
ready to be. Super quick rotate.
sorry, Infiltrator pull out the knives here and go in very far deep.
Oh, just pulling out the knives with
trade.
the Tejo drone, but it is traded at M80. Which is gonna fight tooth and nail. They're a bit delayed by the Armageddon from Flare. And the dimensional drip from behind. This Okeanos spike is everything. And Flare will
You
stay
gotta be
30.
fucking joking me, bro. Now moves on
As
A. They're
Winthrop
going back
don't
A.
have their spike even planted. They have all of M80's attention.
Wait, they got Ollie still here though.
And they're just gonna
the
go
cross,
for
hold the
plan
cross.
B and pivot with 51 seconds left. They have the time.
Taking that back.
Do they have the support? It's just gonna be Flare solo.
At this point too, I wonder how much, excuse me, of an impact M80 not having a Sentinel on their team to keep moves in check has been the biggest pivotal thing, because every single time he goes to this 1v1, moves is generally speaking won that one out.
1v2?
Caillou will be able to find that kill, but it's a little bit too late. They've got no tools really to
no
stop the
chance.
Cypher
Bridge
from going
plant,
so far into their
Astra,
back line.
Teo.
And after this, Winthrop University are
Dude, apparently it sucks to win the first half. You don't want to win the first half.
And we'll see what kind of buy that M80 can pull together. And Winthrop, who can keep their op, and they managed to deny the op from M80 as well. You got Hunter's Fury and a Neural Theft advantage.
Yeah, like
as
a
Winthrop
reward. Yeah, actually, it's crazy, Skate. So normally there isn't a reward for that with channel points, but today is actually a very special day where I'm actually, it's like kind of like a make a wish type of thing that I'm going with. And if you go ahead and type your wish right now, I might be able to just come through really, really quick with it. What's your wish, actually? I'm curious.
round. And usually M80's been the big attacking team, but Winthrop just came dialed in for this map.
And this is something that we were not expecting coming into this. You heard the desk really just stack up the praises of M80 specifically on this map. Winthrop University, just the question marks that were left. But once again, they did their homework. They made sure to do what they needed to do in preparation-wise. And this already
Oh, wait,
Hunter's Fury
oh
dash
my
on in.
God, they're
It's
clowning
such
on.
incredible
Oh!
space. He's been blinded by B-Dog and still
It's over, bro.
diffs
That's
him.
it.
Infiltrator has stepped up huge, and this should be the win for Winthrop to not let this be a sweep, to go all the way
Damn.
to Pearl coming up next, and it's up to Bao in the 1v3.
Wait. Okay.
And wow, that was possible there for a second. But Winthrop extend the series after that incredible win on Abyss and a lethal offense.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a crazy.
Do these students have it in them to reverse sweep this? This should have been a Winthrop 3-0. It could have been, actually. That's a good point, Chris. I don't know if it should have been, but it could have been. It very well could have been, yeah. 8-4 leads, both of the opening games. Man, that's a good point. Yeah. It's been a great series so far. Really has been. It would have been a shame if that ended 3-0. Pearl next, Fracture last. Fracture map 5.
I can't believe it.
That's a treat.
To Pearl, which is Winthrop's pick.
Second halves have been so stompy, huh?
In the closets, folks. Like, what do we have in store in such a strong map where they
Stats for map
won
3.
against Envy, aka the former
Dude, look at the
Raiders
First
in the
Bloods.
quarterfinals.
They
This
won
is
on
a
First
little different,
Bloods.
but we'll see what M80 have up
All of
against
them
the
positive.
break.
Plus 11 First Bloods, chat. Sato 1-9. Okeanos 0-4. The double duelist just combined for a whopping 1-13 First Bloods. What the fuck? What the fuck? That's rough, dude. Okeanos, really bad game there for him. I want to say he was like the key player in some of those prior games. Let me check. I guess he's, well, he was top frag right there. They haven't played it in a minute. They might have played it here too. I guess not. Wow. That was kind of surprising that Winthrop came out in that second half and did that.
You know, if we wanted to even make a change, which we weren't planning on, you know, you have to go through a whole process of admitting someone into the school and doing all that stuff. So we kind of go with the flow. Like if we have bad problems with each other, like we have to get it done. Like we can't like sit on the problems for too long because then it'll just like
Wait, Baals. Wait, what
mess
about
up the
Bao?
team. So
Just because he played
like,
insane?
we have a lot of chemistry together because unlike other teams,
Or
we're
what?
with each other like all the time. We're always at the same facility. Some of us have the same classes. We're on the same schedules and stuff. So
I do love
I would
Baals,
say
yes.
that's one of the biggest reasons why we have a lot of chem. He's added a good like bird's eye view of the game. he'll call a timeout whenever he sees us doing something wrong or have a read on the other team. So I think he brings in just like kind of a sixth sense, which helps us a lot.
I have seen a lot of wild stuff on the Twitter feed today. A lot. Yeah, Jeremy.
And of course, want to be in every single possible playoffs, and of course, try to win them.
Wait, dog's going crazy. Something's happening. Hold up. Be right back 1 second. I don't want to give the Twitter to you because I don't know if it's real or not. I don't know if some of this stuff on Twitter is like from reputable sources or I'm just gonna cook someone's career, you know? Like I don't fucking. I would easily be the champion of that game. By the way, I would sit you all.
Well, the stakes were definitely high after
Respectfully,
the
of
first two
course.
maps in the series, as Winthrop
guys would try
University
your
were
best,
down, but
and
they're certainly
it would be a
not
great
out.
attempt,
And
but I
after
would win
this,
in the end.
and a very strong victory there, we get to see a map 4 in the series. I mean, Dan, this Winthrop University squad, last time we saw them on Abyss, it wasn't necessarily the most confidence-inspiring, but again, when you count them out, they always step up, and they proved it here again.
Of course, and it had been some time since we last saw them play on this map of Abyss, so we had our questions on what they were going to be doing, if it was going to be enough coming from such a tough loss in that 17-15 that we saw on that map of Haven. But they came stronger than ever, and they get that 13-8 win against M80, pushing us to the 4th map, and this is the M80, or rather the Winthrop University that we wanted to see, right? And I feel like you're so right. When we think it's over, when we start underestimating them, oh yeah, this is not going to happen, it's going to be a 3-0, that's of course the map they're going to win.
Yeah, I mean, Winthrop University has the underdog buff still. Whenever you underestimate them is when they start getting their superpower. So I think we just needed to really lose faith in them, and that's when they finally come alive. I'm here for it, though. They come to life despite a heartbreaking loss in the last map on Haven. Now it seems like everyone's firing on all cylinders. Boobs is popping off. The IGL is getting involved, guys. Things are starting to definitely heat up here for the Winthrop University side, taking us into the 4th map here for Pearl. It's most definitely an interesting one that we just watched for sure.
It is, and I love that you call it the underdog buff, because something too in the first 2 maps we got to see on them, on like Winthrop University starting on the strong side for them and getting these 8 rounds, being in the lead, and then things kind of slowly slipping from there, but down at the half, and then Winthrop University really stepping up. It's no fun if, you know, you're the overdog in it. They just have to make things interesting. And the fact that we now get a 4th map in the series, I am here for. And it was just really, really cool to see. 16 first kills is also just not what I expected, Roy, with this one's catching me off guard, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean, out of those 16, Infiltrator had 7 of those, by the way. I mean, he was doing such a good job at openers, and I feel like the team overall had a very good read on how M80 wanted to approach this map. It really did feel like they shut them down at every toss and turn.
It's something that we continue to see for the duelists, but Infiltrator, a massive step up compared to what we were seeing on that previous map, where he was maybe struggling a little bit throughout the series. Yeah, he was having some great moments, but this is kind of what we wanted to see from him, right? Opening up a lot of the kills, opening up that space for the team, and doing so in such a clean fashion, especially toward that second half. I mean, it was completely dominant from the side of Winthrop University, but also another player that we need to highlight is Moobs. Just from what he was doing, you see him 21 and 13, but this is what he's been doing throughout this whole series. Incredibly consistent on the Sentinel role. This is a guy that has played a lot of different roles throughout his career. He's been on the Duelist, he's been on the Reyna, he's been previously we just saw him on the Vice, now on the Cypher. No matter what he's doing, he is putting up numbers against some of the best teams, best players that we have in Challengers. So if Winthrop University were to have a reverse sweep happen right now, if they were to win this series and move into the grand finals, they just need to buy him dinner. He is having such an insane impact. They need to buy him dinner. He's incredibly consistent, and not even just like in a Sentinel way. He's doing more than what is asked of him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is one of the most flexible players on this team, and that is a statement in itself, because I feel like every player on this team is a very flexible player, but the performance that he's putting up hasn't really been highlighted enough, just because the previous maps weren't really wins. But when you look at the stats, they definitely do not lie. A 1.9 KD on Abyss, 1.2 KD on Haven, and a 1.9 KD on Lotus as well, maintaining almost 170 damage average per round. It's incredible for the Sentinel player. So he's having impact on the lurk, he's having impact on the defense, and he's having impact when it comes down to the retakes as well.
And I love to highlight that this has been something that he's had throughout the series. We just haven't been able to really talk about it too much because, well, we're too busy praising someone on the other end because M80 has been winning. So Move's just so consistent, and that is going to be really nice for the team now, because Winthrop University need that going on forward. They live to see another map. They're still alive in this series, but still, it's still an M80 on the other end. And now we're going to be heading to the 4th map of Pearl. This is their pick, which is going to be nice, but it's still going to be a tough road ahead. I'm excited to hop into this one, Dan.
I am excited for this map of Pro because I don't know what we're going to be seeing on this side of M80. It's been about 10 days since I last played it, but they were playing with the Sky, they were playing with the Killjoy, Okeanos was on the Fade. So I'm wondering if this is going to change at all, just keeping that pattern that we've seen for teams in the past couple of matches with playoffs. And this is where it gets into an interesting territory. We talked about the first two maps being so strong for the first one being strong for M80, that map of him being strong for Winthrop. We thought then it was gonna be a 3-0 because Winthrop, they couldn't get their map pick. But now it's just kind of a back and forth between the two, and I think that's why it's gonna depend so much on what M80 want to run on this map.
Yeah, and I think another really interesting note as well is the recent performances both of these teams have had on this map. Yeah, it's not been their absolute best map ever, but a 13-10 win previously against TSM for the Winthrop University side. M80 also taking down Envy in overtime on that map as well. I mean, recall back, this is Envy's best map, and this was during their peak. So M80 took down peak Envy on their best map, 14-12. So this is a map where, yeah, it might not be either team's best maps, but they are both very comfortable on this map.
And to be able to take this to an overtime up against Envy that has been so strong here, and bringing out a composition that we haven't necessarily gotten to see coming out from M80, when you're looking at this Killjoy, looking at the Sky, I think has been really interesting. So my biggest question again then today is if we are going to see a little bit of a switch up there, considering it was a win, it was still really close. Plus, you know, there's always questions of like, KJ, Sky, do we want to see that? And then I'm also curious about Moobs, if he does want to stick with the Vice on this map, or if he wants to go and bring out the Chamber, considering he's kind of just been fragging out today. So heading to the Agent Select, Dan, those are my two biggest questions.
Yeah, they can really just do anything. I feel like Winthrop University, as we've talked about, they can just go with the vibes of changing a little bit of, especially that Sentinel role for moves. And it seems like he has a lot of power in the team. Where if he has a vision of how he wants to play the game and change a little bit of that Sentinel, then he can do it, and it's going to be totally fine. But now we see how the composition is looking out for them, and Moves is going to play on this vibes that we saw earlier today, and we've seen throughout playoffs. And on the other side, it's actually going to be remaining the same as we saw for M80 against Envy, that 14-12 that they won with the Killjoy, with the Sky, and Sato gonna be on the Jet as we just saw before.
Yeah, and I think the really interesting thing with the difference between these...
Initially, I was unsure about the Sky. I thought they did a really good job actually of using the Sky util. I ended up low-key being okay with it, watching them play. They were getting such good info, like in this position right here, like on defense. They would get info in the mid rounds with really good birds. Like, I'm not gonna lie, the Sky looked nice, like combined with the Fid.
Still 2-1 in the series, one map away, and it could be this map with Pearl to close it out and move into the grand finals. I'm keeping my eyes on Moves. I'm keeping my eyes on Bao and what they've been able to do throughout this series. The two Sentinels players that are now playing something slightly different compared to what we saw on the last map, but could have a massive impact to see if we're gonna go to map 5 or is gonna be M80 moving to the finals.
The fact that we get to see a Pearl after being down 2 in the series for Winthrop University is so nice, but not out of the woods or the waters of Pearl quite yet. And it's time to head to Pearl and to our casters. Jen and Marks, have fun.
Thanks so much. I'm already having a blast because when Winthrop are ahead, they lose. When they're behind, they win. I don't know. I'm here. I got popcorn.
I'm just about to say, let's see who's ahead in the half, because whoever's behind, they're surely not going to be able to win this map. But apparently, if you look at every single map that has been played in this series thus far, that is how it goes. And so super curious to see how this one plays out. Obviously, M80 coming into this one still being the favorites. They have a little bit of a higher win percentage on here, as you saw during the graphics loading in here. But Winthrop University, it really feels like they're starting to get into their stride. Things felt a little bit uncomfortable. They might have been getting frustrated.
Every day when Kier comes in,
to make sure that they aren't out of the series 3-0 is what you need to bring yourself mentally back into the game. And so you can't count Winthrop University out. We are definitely potentially seeing a map 5 after this one.
So Caillou's maybe gonna want to play off his flash, and Sato gets first blood off of
the Astra, bro.
Alongside of B. There's the flash. There's
the Sky value.
And M80 can finally set themselves up to potentially win a first pistol round in a match. Incredible. Usually it's Winthrop ahead.
Knock on wood. Don't jinx it just quite yet, because Nasi immediately takes out Okeanos. His infiltrator goes in. Excellent reflex by Bao.
As long as M80 keep trading, this round will go in their favor. Bao's going to play as safe as they can. No util left to play with. Haunt, and maybe an aggressive play from Nasi. He gets the headshot and gets good damage into Sato, bringing him down to 40. But the heals, Caillou still in the picture, has been huge. He had the first blood for M80, and he hopes to continue making this a marathon for M80.
Dogging
on up. We'll
should see this. Oh, doesn't
There's no one on the site. It just barely misses that player from Winthrop. The fuse starts, Caillou swings, and the trade favors M80.
And a great job to M80 being able to get their first pistol round on a map.
Let's go.
On map number 4. You love to see it. They're not out of this one just quite yet. And okay, so according to some statistics here that I've put together, based on how Challengers has been going in this current split, M80, they prefer that defensive side. So in theory, coming into this, they're going to be playing more comfortably. However, if this matchup, comeback season thing happens again, then that might actually work against them. So it's still gonna, I'm assuming we're gonna be seeing M80 really pop off on this defensive half, but I imagine we're gonna see that bounce back from Winthrop University, as they're showing us that they can be a really resilient squad. Especially if they want to come back into this one, that is what they need.
Think about it before I say it.
Yeah, good at shutting down.
I'm actually probably the most humble and kind streamer there is.
Has the outlaw, and he has B on lockdown. And Winthrop are going to try their hand again.
Yeah, let me think about that real quick.
Full sheriff
it's like how I add that part in.
The waters, but Caillou's not going to be in that right door. There. He's going to be playing off his flash, and what I imagine would swing off of this is Bao.
Oh, the dogs.
Dog shot up close, and Nazi caught out in the open.
Sky getting so much value.
And that's a big win for M80.
Sidestep was
good.
Keep
control of the mid-map. And yeah, they'll lose numbers. But M80, the trades are so good. And now Okeanos anchors the site, and with the SMG up close and the pistol too, he says goodbye to Winthrop.
Great job yet again. Keep in mind, they're just leaving Sato on these extremely long angles. That time Sato was just anchoring B alone while they got that trap setup play on middle, and then you see the other 2 agents from M80 hanging out onto that A site. And so they're really trusting Sato to be that solo anchor. And based on
I literally was like, I'm fighting back. I'm fucking fighting back. When you guys were fucking talking shit in here yesterday after I signed off, I literally took the time to write this fucking thing. And the only thing any of you fucks say is my typo. I was so livid. I just sat there waiting for a response. I was waiting. I was waiting at my computer for a response. Grown ass man.
Continue.
Timing.
Push towards
I was so fucking.
Flair just gets a great catch, but the flash from Caillou, he's been so solid on the sky.
You're really not funny though.
Out of him too often. But Winthrop will be able to collect.
I couldn't believe it. It's like, what? I wrote a paragraph of bullshit.
And Caillou is just gonna greet this at the front door. And go 1 for 1. As Winthrop 1 step at a time. B-Dog lurking in the shadows. Okeanos can't help him. It's all up to B-Dog. And the star won't last forever. And he's got a shotgun. He's got a kill. And he bounces away to safety. And Winthrop left with a 2 versus 2 on the post plant, time favoring them as Nasi tries to bring attention towards himself.
Damn.
B-Dog and Bao.
B-Dog playing the round kind of well, considering what's happening.
Is Nasi and Ali? They're just playing from main. Nasi at
No,
the angle
no.
actually loses that to Bao somehow. Now the Gravwell delays some things. Bao picks up the Bucky and tries to get up close and personal. It's still at range. Defeats Ali.
Excuse me? Okay, there should be enough time here. Yeah, okay. Foul gets the defuse there. Unbelievable. I think that this is the singular most Bucky kills that I've seen in a matchup between two teams. Of course, we have to keep in mind this is the best of 5, so maybe it's a little bit longer. But the amount of value that Buckies have been getting is a little bit suspect between M80 and Winthrop University. Somehow, that Bucky changing hands gets so much value and just finds a couple of kills to make it almost impossible for that retake to really happen.
Don't get it, though.
And of course, you have to talk about that initial kill
What do you mean
coming in,
find a
making sure that
kid's house?
Caillou gets that flash there, is able to get the
got
trade off,
nothing,
and then
bro.
on top of
I've
that,
got
anchors in onto the
nothing.
site, finding Infiltrator. Such high value kills coming through. And Winthrop University are left kind of scratching their head. They're going fast though.
Bro literally just sees stuff falling from the sky. Like, I think they're coming A!
A try and kill with, but Infiltrator up close is just
my God, the
chaos.
trades.
It's who's
Big kill
quicker
by Bao.
wraparound, and Winthrop
Bao is on
just
fucking fire
kind of
this
funneling
series,
themselves
dude.
into Bao's
Actual
vandal.
difference maker
And
today.
this is not going to
Holy
help at
fuck.
all. Almost an ace gifted to the Killjoy player. What the heck? That looked so good from Winthrop until it wasn't.
I was about to say, I mean, hey, we got stingers in our hands. You know what stingers are great at? Just spraying and praying. Let's just smoke our way in, get the caterpillar underway, and just waltz in the confusion and just hope to find a couple of kills. And it was chaotic and it was looking good, but M80, specifically Bao, just hung outside of all those smokes and was able to just capitalize on some kills. Infiltrator finding that one almost felt criminal, but still it just works out for M80. They secure yet another round, and the snowball is rolling, but Moves immediately punishes Sato.
And that's the off being drawn.
Damn, Caillou
so
again.
I feel like M80 have to
This
kind of
guy's been
fight for
owning
this. and
street.
I feel like you can't touch mid with Caillou hanging around. It's not like Winthrop are running like a breach or their own sky. They don't have flashes. They just have like a prowler and some harassment from Nazi,
Holy.
and maybe they just got better guns.
Great kill by
A
Bao, though.
two-piece from Flare. Finally,
2-3.
Winthrop will get to explore this back alley and actually push into B.
Flare has been very consistent at kind of baiting Infiltrator to fly up and around and then immediately be ready for the follow-up. Now has the Armageddon online too. It's going to be a 2v3 retake. It's going to be a very split up attack back onto the site. Sokiano spots one out here. Nightfall available. If they find one, I imagine we'll see that ultimate.
Hold the flank. Okeanos. He has a Nightfall too. They're in a position.
Oh, Taylor. I'm sorry, not Tay. Kiara left.
Identify who's actually
You guys
on
wanna
the
play that
site and how
game
much coverage you
after
could
that?
get, and at this point, you just don't risk it. You save it for a more
I'll re-download
guaranteed
right now.
round. And I mean, M80 have so many options of Nightfall, Lockdown, and Seekers. And it's a good time to remind everyone that
Oh,
this is
she's
the
back?
patch
Never
where
mind, never mind, I
Tato's
deleted it again.
salvos don't kill Lockdown. So KJ got a lot of help.
It was a joke.
I mean, honestly, that just made sure that KJ could still be played because so many teams run
Yeah.
this Daeho composition, and it's
Gotta
like
stream
you
together.
can't use
Winthrop need this round. Super important round. The M80 Econ's down. Quad ults. Oh shit, this is the Overwatch
this
round.
time. Killjoy going to be anchoring closer to A, relying on Sato yet again. With Caillou playing that kind of flank watch, or sorry, support watch, just to make sure that that operator can still get quite a bit of value as
Yeah,
Winthrop
that
University
is
decide to
insane.
head the other way once they scout out the fact that that sniper rifle could be looking them dead in the eye.
Wild.
Maybe Nasi can try to use his util to contest the other initiator, and Winthrop have only prioritized B if they had that mid control.
12 and
which
I don't even know what
we've
you
only
mean by
tried
that.
once, and you saw how that worked out. But
Alright, missile to break the turret.
see how the chaos goes. They're going towards A.
Staying?
E-Dog just holding on.
Oh, bro, he's
The
gonna get the
lockdown
planner.
ensues from
They're
the
gonna try to
defense,
plant.
surrounded by the Nightfall
everything.
and an Armageddon. It's just gonna rain down hell from Winthrop onto M80,
Bro.
and they'll send their executioner of Infiltrator to lead the charge, and it's just not working out.
Oki.
Okeanos.
That hit all three, I
His own
think.
Nightfall.
Jeez.
What a retake from M80. That is so.
Bro, that fatal was nuts.
And once again, Okeanos going on to that initiator role. You don't expect the initiator to be the one who goes in on that front line, plays the life, stays alive, and is able to just find unbelievable flick shots just to make sure that M80 continued to secure yet another round. Bao did use the lockdown there, but it's all good because it forces out that Armageddon so early on without any value really being found. And then the Nightfall just secures the round. An excellent hold by M80. When push came to shove, they were ready for it.
Growler just disrupt the orb, and even the haunt too from, oh no, that's the haunt from Nasi. M80 haven't really fought for that A orb, so keep in mind on how that's going to help Winthrop's ults, but with the big ult exchange last round, it
Too
was
early on
M80
the
that benefited.
Seas.
There's the Cosmic Divide from
4 here,
offense
though.
to give themselves just a
Great
sliver
rotate from
of that
M80.
A, so that they
They're
only
ready to
have to
flood.
worry about that mid
Oh!
cut. But how do you get onto
God
A when
damn!
Okeanos
Oh
is
my
there? Well, you see
God!
they're infiltrated with knives.
1v2
to cut up and
infiltrated with
shred
3.
this defense, leaving Sato
That was
just there
crazy.
with pistol. Oh, well, something a lot
Good
better than a
Phantom
pistol
pick up there
now.
low.
Spike's
Oh,
playing
fuck, he
is
has a
very
chance
winnable
here.
for Sato with how low the HP
Very
is.
low.
Infiltrator on his last
Oh, bro.
flag, but it sets up Flare to clutch for Winthrop.
Oh my god. How did Winthrop win
the
this
aerial
shit?
support inbound. Infiltrator
Are they gonna buy?
flying
They're
across
broke.
the sky. Knives.
That was a miracle round, and it broke their econ. What the f...
Much easier for them to be able to just play off of things, but still Infiltrator alone just clutching it up after an excellent first pickup by Okeanos. Immediately gets it shut down here.
Do we have a
Infiltrator
game
just putting
now?
on a masterclass of what we expect on this jet. We're finally seeing Infiltrator start to warm up, and you know that
Like,
M80 has to be
literally
a little bit
coughing
more scared
baby
of
who
that,
just
as
woke
Sato
up,
pops knives
potentially.
of their own.
That didn't even
Coughing
start off
baby
too hot for
started
Winthrop.
crawling
I was
and then
worried
just
about
stood up
how much
and
of a menace
fucking
Okeanos was
flexed.
gonna be, but surely with the sheriff,
Crazy
they're
scenes
gonna be
here.
a lot quieter. Able to grab the orb too. It's always been an early round priority for Winthrop as they have their lurk from moves inserted at B. And based on M80's pings, they have Caillou less holding on mid and pushing up with
Hideous
the scout.
skin, by the way.
See what damage
Call
he
that shit
can
chat.
do. And okay, connects on the second shot. Not too bad.
You know what? But it is moves that they found. So that's going to be a good one. As the stealth bot should confirm nobody is there. Sato going to be flying in, though, very quick. Knives still available as we get to see Bao start to move over. as
I've
well.
been on one.
Sheriff's
Bro,
in the
Challenger
hands of the rest of
playoffs
the
have
members
got
of
me in some
M80.
kind of mood.
Winthorpe
But
University
honestly,
waiting for a chance to engage.
it's been working out. Something about all this shit talking is
Sato
really working out well for the team.
Chance to
So
make this round winnable for M80. Another thrifty in this series. I can't believe it. Could it be possible?
Oh.
Sato jumps out, surprises Infiltrator. Great timing.
Damn.
A lot more enemies, but the team
Oh,
of
how's that?
M80 is so good. They have a number advantage.
Oh my
and
God,
they're
3 on
picking up
1.
weapons. Bao has a Phantom. Didn't have time to reload it. Just Ali in the 1v2
Reposition.
has the better gun. But does M80 have better teamwork? It's a 1v1. Whose Astra is better with time? It's Winthrop are allowed to play.
this Astra or
Here comes
that
V-Dog.
Astra?
Will emerge with the slow walk.
Coach goated.
Gifted to Ali with the 4K.
Wow.
Wow, unbelievable stuff. Sato putting on a masterclass on the knives. Wow, haven't said that one in a long time. Just after Infiltrator was the one who just turned things up. Just unfortunately, like the knives should have secured yet another kill in that Cosmic Divide, but simply because the agents of Winthrop University lined up, that was only a 50-50 and I've run out of knives. So it didn't quite work out perfectly while Sato was definitely looking for that reset, but still Caillou starting it off. Once again, this is M80 with low weaponry, almost being able to squeak by around. That is looking pretty good
Bobo,
for
who's
this
he
squad.
impersonating now?
Still though, Winthrop University now just a 2-round gap
curious
separating
who
these
he's
two
thinking of.
teams. As already it's early pressure. Sato gets dinked there, but still alive. Only 14 HP left. Has to retreat, and this guy with the overgrowth will make sure that that jet is going to be ready to go.
Yeah, the sky is huge here.
Ali's just having these huge
Man, the
rounds. after
sky is
having a
getting so much like
sort of back and forth haven of
hidden
just
value.
unlucky scenarios that we pointed out. So now stepping up big.
I mean, KO would also be getting a lot of info too. So
Yeah. It is. I was like, that was a weird echo, but it is Winthrop. At least
Oh,
that
good
seal off
movement. He
their
took that
half.
extra step.
M80 go past the grab wells, the stars. Kind of set things up for Winthrop to finally make M80's off angles uncomfortable. As B-Dog and Caillou work together to flash up Nazi, who still gets away with 3 kills, make it 4.
That bullshit
won't be able to
round
get
that broke their
the A's, but
econ
Winthrop can
actually
still pull together
changed the
this round on
entire
the
flow of
post
this
plant.
game.
It can be tough to see the spike from where Flare
It's
is
so
playing.
mental.
But it will be the job of moves to peak. Spike has been tapped. B-Dog take a 1v1 against Flare first. Early pick. B-Dog hasn't gone down yet. Has to find the second player. Spike taking down. And man, Winthrop has just bought enough time. But wait, the immediate reaction from moves is huge. And Winthrop now with 3 rounds in a row keep themselves very close.
That was just unbelievable reflexes kind of coming in there. And it's so annoying at the end. Winthrop University, I mean, the reason why you have that Tejo is to really just stall things out. You see that the hand is kind of forced. You got to just be able to push in there. But honestly, just a great job playing off of the Cosmic Divide in the chaos, making sure to hold a lot of these angles. Nasi able to get so much value as the M80 players just kind of send it through the Cosmic Divide.
Dude, look at the assist totals for the team. The teams, next time you get a chance, look at their assist totals.
We're not even in the half. Winthrop University mounting a comeback. It's just a little bit too early.
M80 has like 1,000 assists. Winthrop has like 2.
So that's really been the crux of M80's retake potential.
Winthrop's just like, all right, I think we'll
are
just
able to
fucking
take when they
kill you
surround
all.
Winthrop at A.
Abilities.
But Winthrop just haven't really pushed that envelope ever since they just kind of getting dumpstered on these mid exchanges. And that's kind of thanks to Caillou's flashes. But with the buy advantage, Winthrop can get away with a lot. And the Vice Wall was triggered.
Can't believe it.
Winthrop
Has
gonna see
potential to be
that
5-5
we're
right
up to
now if they just
something.
close out an
Slow
eco.
back away. Wait for this re-engage from Caillou. He had a flash out and it almost comes out too late. And Sato just doesn't want to deal with a 2 versus 4.
Who lost the upper finals? Winthrop. We played Winthrop yesterday.
Able to pick up guns if they are getting kills.
M80
We'll
beat
retreat back
Kubert
to site.
yesterday in lowers.
Yeah, and in all of that exchange, keep in mind that that uses a lot of the utility for Winthrop University. So it makes sense that they're going to be backing around. Go towards this A site. Moves has gotten so much space here. Only has to deal with B-Dog hanging out at the back. The reinforcements come through from M80 now.
Yeah, they're in college,
But
yeah.
still, this is going to be a slogfest on this A site, and Winthrop have the better weapons.
Oh, and M80 wastes no time with the sheriffs doing work. 10 seconds.
Got it down.
And the plan is successful from Winthrop, especially when Moves is on your side, but Dugout is a problem.
Oh,
And man, you're
carry
digging.
through these
B-Dog's
ults,
goes
man.
After that one.
From 5-1, that bullshit Blade Storm round, we're chilling at 5-5. Wild scenes out here. I'm not gonna lie. I feel a little bit bad for M80. This is like spiraling out of control right now.
As coordinated as they usually did. An excellent first pickoff coming up there. B-Dog able to scoop up 1. And as soon as you see the M80 get set up to retake that site, Winthrop University just press the gas pedal a little bit more. Run right at them
Buy
with
the
the
sub
rifles
in
in hand,
tomorrow.
knowing
What
that
stat
they can
line am I
out-bully
dropping?
their opponent.
Fuck,
And it works
bro.
out just the way that they want.
Literally,
it. M80 now have these rifles here.
Who would I compare
Sato
myself
holding it
to?
nice and close with the
There
soft
honestly
trigger in
isn't
hand.
anyone
Satos
similar.
go
It
through
would
and Infiltrator
kind
already
of be
dashes
like
across.
Michael Jordan in Space Jam.
Down to 0. Sato invested in this, and it has to pay off.
Like LeBron in his prime, combined with
Although
like
the shots come
Tom
in, he
Brady with the
stayed stoic.
assists, combined with like
And wants M80 to get back into that lead after that 5-1 start.
Wayne
That elbow's gonna
Gretzky,
get it.
the
Try me
longevity.
again, Flair. But this Armageddon could just be disastrous depending on how Flair
fuck.
places it. If A is even
That's a
still
hit.
a priority, is Winthrop now trying to put pressure out maybe into Art? But since Flair is still there, it tells me Winthrop maybe still want A, or they're selling a fake. We'll see just where the first pick goes.
So we're lying.
Oh, and Prowler forced the
Who's
reposition
lying? Who's
here
lying
off
in
of
chat? I'll
Sato.
ban him right now.
Sato takes a little bit of
What are we
bullet
talking
damage.
about?
Not
I think
quite
they're on
done
something
yet.
that
Oh,
I
Nasi
can't reach
goes
out.
down.
Such a great adjustment. Steel Garden from Moobs used. Over to try and trap A. M80, they back away. And it's Okeanos holding towards spawn, wanting to play off the
Damn,
Nightfall.
nice
And
shot.
Sato emerges. M80 Nightfall's in. And Winthrop caught but they're already on the
got
retreat.
hit
and
with
able to
that
get through mid.
nightfall and
guess who's
came
gonna hear this?
through?
It's Bao over at B, who has his util all over to try and delay this. Bao gets forced out into the open by the salvos and still
We are
manages to
not
clutch up.
committing that.
And Winthrop have 10
Bao.
seconds left to plant.
Wow.
We'll have just enough time to do so after eliminating that threat. Zato is just gonna drop down and
Oh my god.
body fell
bro.
over. Numbers are equal.
Ooh, nice shot.
Sato with 3. Off the other side, Ali dangles
Okay.
and shifts.
Big kill by
and
Sato.
it's Caillou that has his back.
And Jen, I was sweating there for a second. I was like, not again, not again. We've seen moves just somehow win things out. And on top of that too, Bao doing a fantastic job stalling things just long enough to allow M80 to be able to come back into it. I was gonna say, given the fact that the Nightfall came through from Okeanos, they didn't have the noise anymore and walk right on top of the alarm bot. And that's perfect here for your M80 because then you know exactly what the play is. And finally, Bao comes alive. And now has the lockdown available in this next one. But once again, it's the Sato operator diff that has really allowed M80 to come alive. We've seen it happen on Haven on their defense, and now we're seeing it happen here on Pearl. So let's see how this goes. This is now the last round and a half. There might not be a comeback because it is very possible
talking about
we
it,
see a
chat.
6-6.
5 volts available this round. And
Jeez.
Winthrop that could easily just get all this real estate for free with the Nightfall. But with the dugout and all these nooks and crannies to hide in and the box for M80 to fall behind, how much do Winthrop want to invest on just space if they may not be able to follow up with kills? And then you got to know, where is this op? Misato, 90% of the time, has been at B.
What rank are
been a
you in
menace.
mate ranked?
So Winthrop have just
What a
defaulted to just
fucking
staying
lie.
quiet and slowly pushing and scaling through art.
This is insane, bro.
It's so quiet and so slow right now. I imagine too, with the Armageddon in hand, they're waiting for an opportunity to use it to counter the lockdown, but it's gonna be an early Nightfall there, which catches actually nobody. Great adjustment by M80.
The Seekers to respond from M80 and the lockdown. And the Armageddon, I
sticking the
think, to try
plan.
and catch that lockdown, or at the very least stop M80 from re-emerging into the site. And the lockdown is gone. Prowler back in. M80 fighting
boy.
for every inch of space they can. And with the Cosmic Divide,
Here we go,
the
chat.
Winthrop swing
All
off
right.
of this. They don't have the flashes like
B-Dog
Caillou
ult.
does.
There we
but they
go.
do have gunfire. And M80 use their own Cosmic Divide, and it's gonna be chaos. Just all the teams trying to find each other through, dashing across. And that jet is flashed
Ooh.
up by probably his own teammate. And Winthrop.
Dude, the trades are
rounds up the
insane.
kills. It's all up to
1v1.
Infiltrator and the 1v1 against Bao. And the walls.
Oh, God, it's
is
not
all
even
that
halved.
separates them.
Oh, what a
and they
time
can't
to
even
dash.
hear what's on the other side of the Cosmic Divide. And Infiltrator
I'm-
tries to play his life. And the lucky right click rings true for a 6-6 half.
Wow. On top of that, too, it's a
How
ring.
do
I'm
we
like,
end this
all
half
right,
6-6?
Everything right now should point to M80 at least being able to find the kill. Whether or not there's enough time, that's a different question here. But there's no way that we see Infiltrator do it. And of course, sometimes the right click giveth, and sometimes the right click taketh. And somehow Infiltrator is able to find that one, tying us up to 6-6 here. Once again, Pearl Pearl defense is M80's more preferred half. I imagine they wanted to see just a bit more score line
Yeah,
than
those
what they're
trades were
currently given
wild,
here.
man.
But now they're going to be on the
And
attack.
then when
Winthrop
Bao got the one
University
that broke the
really looking to
pinstripe, I
potentially
thought
force
M80
out
would win the
that map
round.
number 5 after what we've seen.
Clutch just goes Infiltrator's way.
The team's going toe-to-toe for that chance for a grand final, for a reverse
Dude.
sweep in the cards of Winthrop.
I am not feeling good if
Look at this
M80 dropped
push-up
this map.
From Infiltrator in the pistol. It began
Well,
in
I'm feeling
M80's
good.
favor with a
'cause
5-1
I'll be
start.
streaming, but
And the tables have turned.
Hypothetically.
And Infiltrator managed to get out
if I was rooting for
mostly
M80, I
scot-free,
would
but
have
at
felt
27 HP. M80 know they've weakened the site, but they haven't dealt with the problem.
Yeah, and look at this, the spike all the way onto that A side. Keep in mind there's a shear there, which is going to be really annoying for them to deal with. So it's really going to just be a raw commit, which is
A
interesting
raw
because at
commit.
this
Don't
point,
say that word. Ahad's in the chat.
as well as
A
B-Dog
raw
and
commit for
Val have
Ahad.
gotten so much room on this.
He's literally
site.
fucking 1
Just
inch from
under
his
a minute
monitor.
left here as they slowly pull backwards.
Ahad
The
is-
engagement going to be happening over onto that A with that Prowler kind
This
of
is
leading the
your
way for
type of
Okeanos.
hit, Ahad.
Okeanos triggers The Vice wants to get the attention of 2, and Winthrop hold their positions. And they hold
God damn it, chat. Let me tie all of the jokes together. Just fuck. Do you not remember what we were talking about 5 minutes ago? Whatever, man. Whatever.
But instead, Winthrop go for the quicker rotations to help support.
How is that a kill?
May just not need help, but he is low HP. Sato gets finished, but the rest of M80 work together to clear the site. And it's just Flare moves. And man,
oh, Sat! What?
Does succeed.
5 HP.
1v1. 5 HP. Spike planted. Bow knows he can't reposition. Spotted out Flare.
Oh.
Just one stray bullet goes in the way of Flare and Winthrop.
Oh my god.
Oh man, it's looking more and more likely we're going to be seeing map number 5. Winthrop starting this out very strong there with that pistol. And they're able to claim yet another pistol round. They've been really consistent with these pistol rounds up against M80. And with that, we'll be seeing the heavy weaponry get fought up here.
I told you.
University also preferring the defensive half just a little bit more than their offense here. But it's still nothing to sneeze at overall. I love the chaos that just kind of came through, but at the same time,
oh, thank you so much. I'll add you after.
A really good job at fragging out on the individual site. That looked really good coming in. And now, let's see what they do. I'm expecting a little bit of silliness, a little bit of goofiness, but it might just be a very standard play, catch people off guard if you are M80.
And the Vice wall shifted from Winthrop over to B. It was usually placed at the A choke. They're just going to depend on smokes or grab wells to fight through if you're Winthrop. Orb grabs from M80.
Nothing big, eh?
And with Sato at range, this is...
I'll take a look.
Good advantage to work with, while the rest of M80 in mid, they have 2 just waiting to play off contact from the turret.
So stupid,
and Okeanos, that is just not going to let the right side of the map go free, so good default from M80. But with the smokes in place, do M80 still want to trust this long-range battle over at B? All depends on what is revealed by that Tejo drone from Flare. Mid presence from M80 revealed from that drone being shot. Sato, quick flick onto his opposition. And he's brought down to 10 HP as a result. And this pulls 2 from Winthrop.
Okay.
And that's a quick response from moves. And the spike is still heading this direction for M80, but they stagger in 1 by 1, and Kai doesn't even have time to really throw out the flash and capitalize off of it. As M80 just feel like they're running out of time. And this is so uncharacteristic for them to not play off of each other, and the spike is down in Okeanos in a 1v4. The round is cooked.
Saw B-Dog running down street. Said it was a spotted dog.
80 are feeling the pressure a little bit. When it comes down to these longer matches,
we spotted the dog.
Winthrop to have just a bit of
an advantage. How can I cook this?
The way that
there's a way to cook it. There's a way to cook it.
These different tournaments.
There's a way to make it work.
Of course, that was just that save round there. Sato starting things out very excellently, but Moose somehow gets that long-range stinger kill. And yeah, this is going to be the rifle round coming in. Sato reduced only to a Guardian as it goes in deep, looking for a kill.
M80 went a little too fast this round.
What was that Cloudburst blocking, bro?
Team and a big win against Infiltrated. These duelists have gone back and forth, and Winthrop leave corpses behind and 2 left on the site to repel the upcoming M80.
Wow.
Oh, jeez.
No way, bro.
As these flashes of brilliance,
the coach just buys every shit gun in the game.
Double kill, leaving the spike in its path.
140.
But Bao tries to salvage around for M80, equalizing things, but they still have to recover the spike. And Ali doesn't have health to really play with, but gets Bao down to just the last stand and drops the spike. And
chat, we are going to go 5 maps. We are going to go 5 maps.
Better Winthrop become.
What have we learned so far?
They're aging like fine wine right now. Now 9-6.
I'm glad you asked.
And they show no signs of slowing
What did we learn,
down.
Palmer?
I don't know, sir. I love the aggression play from
I don't fucking know either.
And yet Ali just playing alive in the midst of all of that.
No one knows.
Great stuff coming in from Winthrop University onto this defense. M80 reduced back down to Sheriffs. I never want to say never, but it's looking like this should be a round for Winthrop, as already Sato taking so much damage.
I am so
Just
back
decides to tank
mentally.
through.
I was
He's
checked
Salva.
out at the 2-0. I am
I don't know if that was really
back.
worth it.
I am so back.
Winthrop, they've put Flare on Teo for this long and for the right reasons. You don't see it every day on a map like this. It weakens M80, and with the pick in mid, and you still have the Vice Wall up, Winthrop are really setting themselves up to succeed, as they should, against the mostly save from M80. Now the Tejo goes and checks out Art, giving signal to moves that could be trouble ahead, and just catches B-Dog. I don't know what he was doing, walking out without his gun, and no response to someone like Moobs. There's gonna be a threat at this angle, and the spike is dropped, and the spaghetti's on the floor. And M80 have Okeanos in a 1v3 who managed to recover a rifle, but just won't be enough. Winthrop up to 10.
We're really not seeing that same level of set play come out from M80 that we've been expecting these last couple of maps. Everything looking so clean, everything looking so coordinated. But like you said, Jen, it just feels like it's one of those like the spaghetti's on the floor type of situations. Meanwhile, Winthrop University are just kind of chilling. They're letting M80 just spill the beans all over the...
Bro, I'm thirsty, okay? But you guys are trying to drown me. I might enjoy the first 3 redeems on the way to literally drowning to death from chat. Maybe. I might enjoy this.
Honestly, burnout might even be the right word coming in from M80. It doesn't feel like they're playing as they should be these last couple of maps. Things are slowly becoming unraveled, and Winthrop University are only beginning tighter.
Just a flawless half from Winthrop, and the most important timeout for M80 this series. How do you just have a cleaner round on offense? You took unnecessary damage from the salvos. You have to mark that on the right side. He just wears Infiltrator. He's buying ops. He's buying outlaws. B is difficult. And then these Vice Walls are shifting from B to A main to even the middle of the map. And it's hard to keep track of moves through all of this. And he's also fragging. So, like, Winthrop are just locking in at the best of times. And better late than never.
What happened to the chat I once knew and
Like
loved?
the first 2 maps, those were just warm-up maps. Now we're feeling good to go. And once again, Moves just leading the kill feed for Winthrop. That is so painful. Finds a headshot as well. Onto Sato here. He's able to fire off that second shot. Doesn't quite find purchase onto Okeanos.
This man in a fucking risk management
A lot
course.
of damage has been done. Sato has not been popping off as we've seen him do yesterday. No, M80, they kind of hedged their bets this round, spreading themselves out, not really committing one way or another, trying to force out the utility from Winthrop University, who are just circling around. Like, Winthrop just look comfortable right now.
M80 have information tools. Like, yeah, they don't have a Sova, so it's not as easy, but still we're able to do well with Caillou, just going for early engages to Okeanos. Maybe he can't get his util as deep into B. All depends on the haunt placements, and M80 just going kind of neutral, vanilla, no util, just vibes, and
I don't know about that one.
are losing bodies more and more and more, just not able to suss out where Winthrop's setups are.
It's looking over here,
so pain. M80 can't get control of Art, and M80 just have to go in from front
These
to
college
back.
kids, they got
Against
hands.
the Cosmic Divide with the Gravwells, the smokes, 11 seconds to plan, and B-Dog will get away from it. He'll get away with it.
We got the plan.
Steel
We're back
Gardens
in
from
main.
moves to give the edge to Winthrop.
Oh no.
M80 played through main though, and they still have their rifles. Move steps.
Wait,
and the
it
Seeker
broke
system
all of the
not
cabbages
in
and
his
it-
face, and B-Dog has no time to use his util either. The timing so off from M80.
What?
As Winthrop get to 11 and still haven't lost around this half.
No, it's been very dominant from Winthrop University. It almost feels
Yeah,
like a panic
I said
coming out from M80.
cabbages.
The cosmic divide comes up a little bit too late.
Bro,
They're not even sure
the
whether or not
shorty
they should
shot
engage off of
literally
it.
just
The
broke
only
the
reason that they're able to
cabbages
do so is
and
because
killed
Winthrop
him in
decide
one
to
shot,
back
I'm
up a
pretty
little
sure.
bit, decide to play a little bit more safe, and that
Buff
gives
it,
M80
yeah, that's what I'm
just
saying,
enough
buff
space
the
to go
shorty,
in.
yeah.
But it feels like this is just
That was-
turning into a deathmatch on the side of M80. Nothing
not
feels
gonna
as
show us
coordinated
that.
as it used to be.
Okay.
They're just trying to
I'm
go
gonna go
for
ahead
these
and go
hero
to
plays,
replay.
take these hero moments, and hope that they can win it out. And especially if Winthrop University are starting to turn it up, are starting to coordinate themselves, this simply is not
Bro,
going to
that's
do from
crazy
M80.
that killed him.
I like this that M80 are just scaling up a little more carefully. And they throw the dog out, even if it doesn't seem much, just knowing where the shots
Oh
could be
my
coming
god,
from, and
dude.
B-Dog lands
I might
one
literally
right on
let
the
my dog
Moses'
run in the
forehead.
street after that.
So M80
Maybe
take
good.
control of mid, and now
This
this
dog-
opens up so many more options, rotating through art or
I
even
mean-
through the back of A. But I think M80 shouldn't cook any flanks until they could just win around this half.
Recovering it.
And now with full
Stay
control
in,
of B,
stay in school, kids.
there's still some Vice Thorns hanging around, but this will be a plant. But Nasi being killed there is awful. He had Nightfall, and that was a win con for Winthrop's retake.
Imagine they lose after this.
Flare and Alley have their ults. But do you really want to invest that in a 2 versus 5?
No way.
Probably not. They're rich
There's
enough to
no
obviously
way that's
try
what
this
gets us.
round, but still
Surely
deciding to keep
not.
their rifles, I guess.
13-11 incoming.
Yeah, I wonder too, like, given the fact that both of them have their ultimates, there's no
No.
real point.
No, that's the start of a Fate comeback if I've ever seen one. This is how Fate comebacks start every time. Every time.
Keep the gun
It's
in your
fake.
hand and carry that forward to the next one. I talk about those individual hero plays, and that's what M80 are expecting. And this time it actually does come alive. Thanks to Bao, thanks to B-Dog, they take out two of the most impactful players on the Winthrop University side. But
is
Jen, that simply cannot be the win condition for M80.
A message
You
for
can't
chat.
rely on finding a couple of kills onto the top
a message.
fraggers on Winthrop University. If you're relying on that, then this is very clearly just going to continue to be a Winthrop University map. M80 coming into this next one, have that Nightfall, have that lockdown.
Dan.
But I imagine the lockdown immediately gets countered by the Armageddon from Flare,
Dan's
not
gifted
really
one
giving
to
anything up.
Dan.
And so, let's see what M80 have. They played a slower
Dan
round
will
last time.
win.
Looks like they will be doing that again, just poking their heads out, hoping to find an early pick or at least a little bit of information before they decide to commit one way or another.
This is such a forward smoke from Winthrop over at A, and this means
Double
this
swing.
dog won't get as deep into sight as
32.
before.
We got out.
I don't even know if it needed to be shot, and that was
Shot.
an
Oh,
important
fuck.
information tool for
Damn.
because
Wait
what
a
you can
second.
see when you can just shoot better.
Good
Okay,
prowler.
Oki.
Oki's feeling it.
This lethal, this
That was
initiator
insane.
is gonna pull M80 towards the right side of the map. The duelist will be late to the party, and Nasi's just gonna get collapsed on. He'll take one with him. And Moobs is left to just hold his gun. And I
shot.
guess
1v3.
Sato would hold the L, but at 800 credits, Moobs still get to keep the op too, which will be needful infiltrator at B next round.
The whiff
Yeah,
chat.
and it's like,
the whiff.
when we saw that last composition where you saw Okeanos as well as Sato both playing that duelist, we're seeing something similar here happen. We see Okeanos really be the the spearhead here for M80 to be able to move in. While meanwhile, Sato applying pressure onto B, and you see the Jet, you're like, well, surely the Jet's not the one who's trying to lurk and
Dude.
flank on us, except that's exactly what the thing is. And so M80 just walk into that site for free. They take out the defending members who continue to pressure, assuming that Okeanos is going to be alone there, and they're sorely mistaken. So M80, they get another round, but still, Winthrop University, they got more than enough cushioning to try and scoop this back. They just need 2 more rounds to force us to map number 5.
Oh God. Don't tempt us with a good
Goddamn,
time,
bro.
Marks. Okay, you were looking already towards a map
What's,
5 just based on M80.
man, what's that guy?
Not winning a single round and a half. Even
What's that
after the
guy's name?
timeout, it took them a while to get back on their horse. And you were like, oh, M80 can't just depend on getting random kills, and it's kind of what helped last round with Okeanos at A. And they'll go back to the similar default, where depending on where the smoke is, we want to see Caillou get
Googling.
a dog as far into
What
B
am
as
I
possible.
Googling?
And the Vice
No.
stacked up there. already shot down.
Oh, yeah.
You kind of have a broken buy from Winthrop, too. There's only 2 Vandals.
And we do see Infiltrator pop the knives as well. Seen the Jet just...
I can't think of this
chef off the
motherfucker's
other
name.
team. And so you know that M80 are going to be a little bit more cautious about that one. It's this slow push from M80 that has gotten them success on these previous rounds. And Winthrop University are becoming aware
No, I
of
said
that.
it, Vince. I don't get
So
it.
they just dig their heels in and say, you know what? We're not going to push into you. You have to push into us because that's how this attacker-defender thing happens. And so everybody is just kind of halting there, waiting for a little bit of information as the haunt gets sent out just for some fake info.
Yeah, with the lost streak bonus to now pulling some rounds together, M80's economy is looking a lot better. And for what's turning out to be a marathon and an extended map, M80 are down to play the long game.
30 seconds left.
But now they got to play like an obstacle course game with all the thorns that have now been triggered. Some delay from Winthrop, and Sato's just gonna go above and beyond, physically and metaphorically. Wraps around gets to. You
It's
can always
happening.
depend on Sato.
It's a fake
As
comeback, though.
Winthrop emerge,
Spike planted.
pistols, 1 Vandal, an Infiltrator down. No knives, no impact. Miss Alley, I don't think they really want to try too hard here. Flare does put some initial damage, so he's going to call Allie's attention.
That's what I thought, Vince.
Oh,
I don't think I
Salvo's
said it
forcing
right when I said it.
reposition, but right into the sight of Allie. Okiano says, you wanted me to fight, so I will.
Wow. Okay. Excellent job coming in there. I said it that Nasi getting completely caught out and just completely taken out of the equation is what M80 needed to do there. With the Nightfall available, there was a real chance that Winthrop University could have moved in, but instead Nasi decides to play their life, move out forwards there, and just
There
gets
you go.
completely shut.
Man, some really risky searches going on the second monitor right here. I was trying to think of what it's like when fucking literally Tay and Ahad are in my chat. It would literally be like LeBron and Kobe teaming up, except like, imagine like Johnny Sins. This was the guy whose name I was looking for. The searches were searching. They were searching. Let's just say they were searching. What was the first search that I typed in? Male porn star jobs. That didn't retrieve the result I was looking for.
Fair, Winthrop, they do have 3 of their ultimates online.
Look, I don't know
Very
what.
important ones.
What do you want me to
Obviously,
do?
We're still going to be expecting Flare to be only using.
I don't know what
once we
this
get
guy's-
the lockdown getting tossed out. So it's just about timing coming in from Bow. Maybe if you do catch Flare off guard, Flare's already down.
Yeah.
Then that lockdown gets away for free. But otherwise, you know, it's just going to be a 1-for-1 trade.
I was like,
Has
what
been
am I
pretty much the
typing
tale
in right
of
now?
This map so far for
This
M80.
ain't gonna get the
Just
response.
being so much more careful.
But maybe I'll
How
see
many
his
ops and
face
outlaws that
somewhere
have
and I'll
been
know
bought
his
from Winthrop
name.
To just not immediately just walk out at the B long.
It's good.
Use dogs to jump peek. M80 are adapting, and they have their own op to boot.
Okay, lock in. Lock in. Lock in.
There's not much progress made as M80 have left
Oh,
also
they
A or
ruined the
completely
chat.
open.
Don't let
Of course, an
the
alarm bot.
the
if
message get
Winthrop
lost.
Do go deep, but this M80.
The
mid
message is
push,
still
Gotta
there.
be careful of this vice wall. This can break things up, and Nasi's around the corner with a nightfall, and this is where they want to take a fight. This could
That's
be
a
deadly
nuts
for
respawn.
M80. They can't afford to slip up, and you've lost your star player. Sato is cooked, and Okianos has to pick up his ult, or his op, I should say. Hey, picking up the ult. He has his own. And it's the haunt. It doesn't mark anything as Winthrop are back to square one.
Don't
That's
play
so
that
lucky.
card on me.
That's the kill you needed to see. It's going to be the kill.
How
coming
dare
through.
you
The
act
Armageddon
innocent.
Should be en route, but actually Flare decides to hold it. Should be waiting for a second here. We're unleashing it, and that's going
Coming
to be the
in.
Nightfall in response.
Overwatch round.
Oh, jeez.
Double
okay,
fade
everyone,
ult.
time to
They
press
fade
your ults
ulted
all
spawn.
at
Ooh,
once.
nice
And
kill.
Caillou just jumps in with the shotgun. Caillou did get hit by the nightfall.
No
It's
sound.
sketchy, but
Floor is
still
lava.
M80
Can't
plant.
hear on the other side of this
With the
wall.
cosmic divide at the end of the site.
Couple
Winthrop
birds and
hesitate
dogs
on
flying
how to try to
around.
retake this.
First with the mask
And they
coming
don't
out.
have a good tool, but they do have Infiltrator, and they do have moves. Ooh, It's been deadly. One away
Shot.
from the
Holy
Steel
fuck.
Garden. And
Alright,
he's going to
everyone's pistol
activate as
only
soon as he
now.
earns it. M80 will have their guns taken away. And their lives taken away too. Winthrop close to forcing a game 5, but it's all up to Val. 1v2.
Dude,
Winthrop up to
moves.
match point.
There's no way that Moobs gets away with that. Moobs, once again, the highest impact player on Winthrop University, and nothing you can see right now
Map 5.
can change my mind on that. It was an evened out fight, 3v3 there.
Moobs like that.
Moobs currently
Yep.
26 kills in the lobby. Just decides, you know what? No, I'm just gonna take my timing and make it work absolutely perfectly. A lot of visual clutter on your screen, but it doesn't matter. Moves excellent positioning, walks around here, finds the headshots immediately. And that Sentinel player makes sure that Winthrop are at match point. Map 5 in their sight lines. Winthrop University are ready for it.
The crowd chanting. Moves.
Okeanos going to disrupt the A or
Okay,
grab. He's going to be overwhelmed
not-
1v2.
not
While
doing
the
it
rest
for
have
me.
a pretty normal default. M80 also dial back their B approach, not dogging up or flashing up right away. Trying to change up the timing and test if Winthrop have an op on the left side of the map.
What?
Oki with a big opening.
Crazy
And the Prowler
spray
knowing that they have
control.
space and that there's
What?
someone over in dugout.
Oki in these A
M80
fights.
aren't too inspired. They're
Filthy
not
kills.
making any headway towards Okeanos' position. And if anything, Caillou is solo pushing with the spike. With Sato
my.
overhead with the op. Kind of scaring me, bro. Okay, Caillou's gonna be a lot more relaxed now.
That would have been a move. On top of that, too, just make
Shadowy
sure
figure
that
behind me. Oh, that's the hat man.
Seekers are
from
going to be
Dreams.
online. Another tool for M80 to use. Winthrop University doing a good job at
Just
countering
shoulder
things now.
sometimes.
Just playing a little bit further back. Okay,
No.
yeah, Sato gets those shots, moves down. Suddenly M80 look like they have a real chance at this one. The Seekers get launched here, so we'll be able to at least spot out Infiltrator's position. Infiltrator trying to get ahead, but does get
What's
pinged
it
up by the
looking like?
cabbage.
Maybe some In-N-Out burger.
Yeah, the Seekers drawing the fire, draining the bullets, forcing Winthrop back, and M80 set up camp.
am I ready for here?
Smokes
Map
in
5.
place. And Sato is Caillou by his side with a flash left too, and Winthrop. You have a
Okay.
Prowler, you have a Haunt,
Gonna save
you have a Cosmic Divide, and they're just not gonna bother. They're gonna save. They don't have a lot of credits to play around with.
Yeah, at this point too, like that's the economical thing you want to do. Winthrop University, they understand, hey, we're at 12 here. We give up one round, give up another. We still have a chance at getting match point. 3 opportunities will remain. And honestly, just an excellent job at M80 trying to engage onto this B site. They do have to escape though, to make sure they keep all that weaponry in. Well, they will be at least sacrificing one person just to make sure, as Okeanos is going hunting right now.
I'm over here on the second monitor
Force
learning about
out
Winthrop
some
University
more money out of
chat.
M80, but
Econ
we
101,
could easily
dude.
see ourselves
Saving
in
them
another
guns.
overtime.
What are they known
If
for out
M80
here?
keep this up, they have found the secret
Business
sauce to breaking
program.
open B, which is
Is it
to
a
play a
dry
lot slower,
campus?
to dog up, and have
Good
Sato
news, shot. Beer and wine served
challenge
at
the
group
op with his own
functions.
op, if there were to be one, which Winthrop can't always afford that, and currently can't.
It's still
Can't
so
afford
crazy
it.
to me that
Yes.
Infiltrator is on the bottom of the kill feed right now.
Yes.
Just
Yes.
6 kills
Yes.
and trying to just keep this alive. And meanwhile,
High.
Sato
Too
is
high for
starting to
you.
turn things up a little bit. Got 16 in total. And still the
No,
heroes of
MCE is
Okeanos and
coaching
Val
Maryville.
for M80 being the very reliable backline. Winthrop, meanwhile, are just relying on moves to do moves things, move things around and just do everything. So great job coming in from Winthrop University. 1 round away. And this isn't exactly how they're doing it, but still, that map number 5 just on the horizon if they can force it out. And I don't want to jinx anything right now, but with the
Yeah,
momentum
so-
that they've been going, they should be able to get
That's
this
crazy.
across the finish line within these next 2 rounds. And we'll see how it goes. I'm so scared of saying anything right now.
I know, I've been trying not to curse anything
Sato on this
either.
attack off.
You try, but it just happens.
So I guess Winthrop's game plan should be to just, I guess, not peek the op, but then you don't want them to just death ball onto you, because when you do give Sato space, he just dashes.
It's a bit of a scary situation because there's not really any ults to work with other than this Cosmic Divide, and honestly, it's not as good as what it once was because a lot of these teams have solutions. Like, they have really good solutions to playing forward. And usually it requires, like, something else to make a Cosmic Divide go insane. This is going to be good.
Tier 2
Last
level
couple moments,
could
chat.
be what propels M80
I
to
don't
an
wanna jinx
overtime.
anything.
All depending on if Winthrop can think of something.
The
This
ults
round, just
would
one
all
round
come
for
online
Winthrop
for
to
M80 for
shut
the
him
last
down.
round.
On top of that, too, for this to be this close of a matchup between these two teams, once again, we've seen Winthrop University really just start to take off recently, and they've had some major upsets, really becoming contenders in this playoff tournament. But on the other side, like M80, once again, bringing Sato in just like a week before playoffs even started, and now really fitting that squad and feeling nice and comfortable. You can tell that they've got some of those. There's still a little bit of room for growth.
Did you call
in
me
this
a
squad
hoe?
in regards to playing off of one another and setting up that duelist for success. But still, in their current form, they have been massive contenders. And
have any
only
more.
one of
There's
them
no
are going to
more
be able to
water
go
in my
up against
cup.
Shopify Rebellion Black.
Leave me alone.
And our final deciding map, if we get there, is Fracture.
Fuck.
And the winner of this rises back to the upper bracket to face Shopify Rebellion Black.
Fuck, y'all being
And
mean.
here we go, Winthrop. The 4 stack on the right side of the map. The Prowler. And usually Okeanos has only had to face a
Hold that up.
1v1, a 1v2.
Like, it
and
made
then
me
back to the
start.
same default.
It's a fucking fire combo of words. I'm not gonna lie. Hold that.
Any contention on that
sad.
side, and B-Dog gets first blood.
That's
Finally, some
top
aggression
fragger
from
just getting
M80
sad.
over an R, which is going to get Winthrop distracted for the moment. And
Posture
with
check, man.
M80,
Y'all fucking suck.
they don't really know the numbers,
fucking
though, so
drinking
it's not like
water,
this
sitting up
inspires
shit.
them to start the push into B quite yet.
Yeah, it's so slow from M80. Just relying on that time there while Winthrop University, like, ape strong together tactic, moving as just a monogamous
Actual
blog
wolf.
on the map.
Wolf
Just
pack
trying
right
to make
here.
sure that they're playing off of one another because they think that that is going to be the key to success here, while M80 are just doing a good job at doing what they've been doing thus far. This should be a easy plant for them. They should be able to get that spike down, no problemo.
30 seconds
And
left.
especially too, getting Okeanos being that spike planter means that the Nightfall is going to be available. They're still on the other side of the map, so this should be easy for Winthrop University to move through. As Nightfall, I can't tell if Winthrop are deciding to go for a save or not.
Yeah, I guess. And you just nightfall the ghosts of Christmas past. So that's one ult away. Yeah, because why would... I mean, I'm
What?
with M80 on this one. I'm expecting like the most quietest... I'm so suspicious of a retake here. Winthrop want everything in their arsenal.
Bro, me when I'm fucking fade ulting spawn right there. Yo, they're retaking. Fucking fighting the ghosts out. Why are we fade ulting?
I get it.
Teamwork makes the dream work, right?
I guess.
What the f-
Oh man, I know I talked about like, oh yeah, you know, they're going for the save. Yeah.
Oh, I was looking forward to have it.
They no longer
I
have
even
rounds
said if they win this round, they'll have the ults for the last round. Well, fuck, that doesn't feel very good.
can't buy up a rifle on this specific round, and that death ball just simply did not work because M80 they spread
What's
themselves
wrong with
out.
it? It's just unnecessary. Like, I thought he was gonna have it out as a reaction to like a play. That was a 5v4 post where they had like no one fighting them, right? The 4 players were over here. They weren't throwing util down. And so normally what you'll see in these scenarios is some kind of like coordinated system where you might have the fade like sit in some weird spot like this. They might have, this is the Killjoy team. I don't know what they had, but hypothetically they could have had like an alarm bot holding the flank, a turret holding down street, the fade sitting with ult out, like right here, or like up, probably actually up against the wall so you can't die to heaven. And if they come up and if they expend all that util and if they're willing to lose those guns, then you fade ult. But you don't do it for like info in the 5v4. Like that is such a waste. But regardless, it's just an ult, so it's not a big deal.
There's
But
2 operators on the side.
that
of
would have been the best piece of util
What
this
the
round.
hell? Oh my god.
That's like the best
And
piece of util
Sato.
last round of the game.
The 2 operator
the only reason
specialists
why I care.
are going to be running things through here onto this A site potential. Well, B-Dog's on the B side, but this is a lot of heavy weaponry. And to be fair, they have been good for it, but I think
Coach
I
has a
prefer
rifle, but
B-Dog
not
on a
moves,
bit more of a rifle
just like how
than
it
this
should be.
operator.
This is how I would have it,
I know
probably.
B-Dog has been having
I would
a
frag the
pretty
fuck out. You
phenomenal
guys know that,
performance
on
today,
God.
but It seems a little bit too
I'm
gutsy
getting
in
3
my
here.
opinion.
And M80 haven't revealed too much. Okeanos has always revealed himself at the A side, has conditioned Winthrop to expect him there. But Winthrop plays so far back, out of sight, out of mind, that M80 weren't able to lock anybody down with the ult.
What happened
or
to
with
the
the
dog
op, I should
team?
say.
A
The ult's not
squirrel
available.
came into the fucking
M80 go back
picture.
to
They all got distracted.
what worked in the first place,
Like,
which was
movie
pushing
up.
B. And they got 2 ops this time, like you said. One already hurt. And it's not even Sato with one, as he could be
30
helping get
seconds
some
left.
space with the dashes.
Thorns are
It's just
alive.
been a little too quiet. The Thorns are going to activate. But as usual, Sato just updrafts and gets past. And Winthrop are smoked off. And Mult, to help get some of this real estate back, is Ali's Cosmic Divide. I've usually tried to lock up their half. And there it is. It's pretty far forward too, actually. So M80 are going to be enclosed in a small space, and with the salvos coming out from Flare, Winthrop
jeez.
have maybe
2v5.
done it. They've just demolished M80, who had the setup, who had the time, what more, had the timeout and everything.
Last player
But it's all
standing.
up to B-Dog, who's already got one, but the defuse goes through, and Winthrop forced game 5.
Win.
Not like this, just a simple.
It was a fake comeback. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it was a fake comeback. I fucking knew it. I smelled that shit from a mile away, bro. God damn it. Map 5. This series has been so crazy. All of the maps have been so fucking close. I've been truly just enjoying it. So I haven't really been able to like appreciate how good it was like overall, but man, the maps have really delivered here. These early, like, look at how the games start every time, man. You start 5-1, you lose. You don't win. You literally do not win if you start 5-1. Jeez. They got diffed in the first bloods too. They had the support players fragging out. Oki 4-0 first bloods. Shit. Fracture we go, chat. Fracture we go. This is the one where M80 has all these fucking cringe plant strats. Ooh. Wait a second. This is actually going to deliver, huh? This is going to deliver. Where's it at? I think it's the opening pistol, right? We get a little taste of it on this pistol. Maybe not. Was it the bonus they did it on? Is it here? It was M80 doing this shit, right? No, it's not here. This is it. This is it. This strat is gonna make there be a fucking patch.
Stealth drones exchanging information.
It's the old school Fnatic strat. He even missed the satchels. So they plant here. You can only imagine how this goes. I mean, bro, there's aftershock lineups for this. There's Molly lineups for this. There's missiles constantly refreshing. You have to get into sight quick and kill this raise, like very quick. You have to take huge risks. It's fucking awful, bro. And if this Vice like hits a thorn and gets you trapped up there, if any of these ults are online, like you're cooked. Like, you have to be moving
we are
so
going
fast.
for a silly post plant.
Here we go.
Toes in some serious trouble, but if he goes
This
down,
is like
it's
actually the full drawn out round.
Yeah. Have him down to 7
We get to
HP.
see it,
They
I'm
eventually
pretty
spam him out,
sure.
But again, this post plant, what can they do to try
So
to hold off TS?
it kicks off with the molly. And he got there so fucking fast, chat.
Getting the high ground control. There it is, the set for the molly. After
Okay, after the molly, we're going into the aftershock. I think looking at this, I think they should throw a deep brim smoke here instead of top drop. And I think they should push up. They need to fight for drop with like a deep smoke. That's the counter. And then they just need to get the tap in and control this area.
shot to help get them back into play. Still being held on to for Caillou just in case he hears another toggle. Bow now through halls. It's a
So the aftershock comes next.
pivotal one, wins it. No one can hop on for the defuse, but you're stalling.
The missiles after the aftershock, because they're coming back online. You use the missiles initially for the hit, and now they're back online.
Tactics are now essentially null except for the salvo.
Bao is creeping up main right now because your whole goal during this whole time frame is like, we got to kill all these guys up here. And the hidden secret here about this shit is that it's also set up for a spawn lurk. So I guarantee you in this game, we get the spawn flank because we didn't get it here, and that's the extra layer.
This is ridiculous.
Promise you, we're going to get it.
Sim spammed out as again Bao winning that gunfight at Halls. So pivotal, so many
Just
ways
so
to turn
cringe,
this
bro.
defuse, but M80. Wow, that's annoying.
So yeah, that is what Winthrop need to counter. They also have something similar at B. I'm guessing this isn't it because the molly is used. But we saw them do their B post. I might have already passed it, to be honest. This comp is just so gross. This might be it.
For his peak here, avoids the no stop.
That event it up.
Whatever.
It's been
The whole thing
honestly-
is like Winthrop need to have a lot of solutions in the post plant in this map. So far, it looks like in those scenarios, M80 look way better. Winthrop are going to need to come like prepared on this map. They're going to need to have seen what I'm talking about and have an idea of what to do.
Yeah, I mean, we are actually going the entire distance, and in the most Winthrop University way, they have taken us to the 5th map. The underdog powers, the underestimate them, they get superpowers type. It
KO.
really is coming to
Bro,
life. But I do want to give a
If they lock KO, bro, I would be so happy. That would be an insane counter pick. There's no way they would do that though, because it's just they don't run a KO normally. But man, that would be crazy. That'd actually be a crazy counter.
sort of the style that M80 was going for, which is like opening up, isolating a lot of these defenders, forcing a lot of these engagements. And it really did feel like Winthrop University were all winning their individual challenges, and it felt like it completely dismantled and distraught M80.
There was
Dude,
a time that
I mean, Winthrop fought back. I don't know. You could. Chris said it in chat earlier, and I mean this like with full respect. Like there's you could make the argument that Winthrop could have and should have won all 4 of these maps. Like, it is a legitimate argument, right? Like, they started up 8-4 in these first 2 maps. Like, so now we're heading into map 5, Fracture. It's like such a brawly fucking map. A lot of these fights really just come down to like, I don't know, who's going to win this weird exchange in A main? Like, is it going to be 2 for 2? Are the attackers just going to come out and get the first blood and then run over the site? The map can be very punishing in certain fights. Holy fuck. I can't believe it, man. This is a rough scenario for M80. Not saying the Fracture is bad. I think it's pretty good. But... So we beat them twice on Fracture. Yeah, I don't know. And for those of you asking, like, who who I would rather play, I don't know who the team would rather play, but I've said it before. I would rather play Winthrop just because when we played Winthrop before, it wasn't with our full roster. And so if we were to rematch them, it would be a different look. Whereas M80, we played them twice with our like actual roster, and I don't know, just rematches in Valorant feels so bad. What a weird series. It's an insane map from Paint though. So yeah, I don't know. I think I would rather play Winthrop just for that sole reason.
Being a difference maker, it has to feel good.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like the Sentinels are playing Duelist and they're playing.
Yeah, well, when we played Winthrop week 3, Brock was on the team. So, like, again, we never played them. Yeah, this was Brock's last game. Kind of weird. It was Jerk's last game and Brock's last game. Both teams had a player that played their last match here. So this was Brock's last game. Monty joined. And, yeah, it's been good.
Just, yeah, overall, just massive, amazing jobs by both Sentinel players.
It's funny because throughout the split and throughout these playoffs,
Yeah,
Jerk
Jerk off the team. I believe Jerk off the team. At very least, Jerk off the starting roster.
And they got to do it one more time. One final map.
What do you mean I'm
this series.
enabling?
And this is so exciting. We're heading
Stop what?
into Fracture for the very last map here. And this is pretty storied for both of these teams. For Winthrop University, especially, again, this is a series where we're talking about Winthrop being, okay, they have to get this early momentum or else they have no chance
Jerk
in
was
the series.
on the team.
It was a similar tale that we've told in the
Now
past.
Jerk
and
off.
I call back to the game against Cubert Academy where they lost Lotus. We're like, they didn't take early momentum. They lost, and they went out on Fracture.
Let me just
really
literally fucking repeat the same joke
into
8
map
times.
3. Whereas for the other end, for M80, this was not a really good map until we got to see it against TSM here, Dan, and it looked so clean. So this one will be really, really interesting to get to. And we have an agent select as well. And with the little switches sometimes coming out from Winthrop University, you never know quite what they're going to go for on this map.
Yeah, you never know what they're going to do, but I gotta say, I'm really excited to see Sato on this race again. We saw it towards the beginning of the day. That's when he was popping off the most. Now he's back on this race for this last map of Fracture, and on the other side, Infiltrator is going to be back on it as well. Moves, we had our question on what he was going to be playing because he's been switching here and there just a few times, but he's going to be on the Cypher.
Oh man, I'm just really disappointed. Ali, you got off the Clove. What happened? He's back on the Brimmy. But obviously, I'm joking. He's been playing all this. I think he's quite literally alternated. He's probably spinning a wheel, choosing whichever controller he wants to. And yes, just a reminder, this is the final home stretch, the 5th map of a best-of-5 lower finals. Winner will advance to the grand finals. It's most certainly going to be an insane matchup here between both of these teams.
This is what we expected when we went into this best of 5. We talked about challengers always being so competitive. You never know what to expect from these teams. But what we expected for sure was a back and forth between these two. Now all the way into the 5th map, changing just a little bit of that comfort pick from Ali instead of the Clove having that Brimstone, and seeing who's going to move to the grand finals tomorrow to face Shopify Rebel in Black.
One final map for M80, a team that really only got to hit their stride late in the season. And for Winthrop University, the biggest underdogs in the playoff. One map separates these two. Only one will make it to the grand finals. And it's time to find out who. And for that, we'll send it back over to your caster, Marks and Jen, for Fracture.
Thanks so much, Sierra. Yeah, no, Ali Clove. Need something a bit luckier and something probably just better suited, because those Clove smokes were not going to be enough. And that's where Winthrop kind of really fell short yesterday on this map, just not having enough smokes.
Yeah, obviously Brim feels like a natural pick when it comes to Fracture, and I think that is the right call. To be fair, we did kind of comment on the Clove previously, and it still was a very effective Clove, but I think that just the overall utility that is coming out of Brimstone, especially to making sure that you've got the stimmy just in case you need to run around the map a little bit faster, should be working out really well. I am so curious how this one is going to be coming down, because there can literally be only one winner now. Whoever wins this map gets their spot. And so everything on the line, the mental toll at its maximum. And let's see which one of these teams can persevere through all of it.
Perseverance is the key word, because how the hell did Winthrop unboom themselves from 2-8 to 4 curses when they were ahead to a 6-6 to just the longest overtime ever? Like, don't they have like an exam?
Don't
in the
act like
morning? They
me
just
leaving mid-chat.
brought us all the way to game 5, and it's
Okay,
Infiltrator with first blood, and they're about to collapse onto this poor breach. Caillou gets run over like a truck. So Winthrop have
Over
full
like a
control of the
truck.
site, and wasting no time is M80 rotating over. Bowser a bit late to the party. It's up to Sato. Paint Shell's not going to force those out yet. They're creeping onto the site. Through and past the smokes. The rest of Winthrop play through main. And there's an Infiltrator with his own paint shells. But other than that, no breach util, no salvos. Just vibes for Winthrop. With all 5 remaining. With Winthrop, who have been so great at pistols before. And look at that double
between
swing.
them.
M80 works out. And they're even tapping the spike. This is going to stress Winthrop. And Winthrop are smoked off of main. Here's an alternate angle. Moves gets eyes. He goes 1 for 1. And the spike gets tapped halfway. What? But the salvos are insane from Flare.
Oh man, the timing on that is just so uncomfortable. Once again, so much stalled utility coming through. So many things just to throw at the spike just to make sure that no defusal can possibly come through. And Winthrop University, they win their next pistol round. They've been on top of it in this series thus far. How did Infiltrator get so far in already? That is a great question. And
I do feel
honestly,
like Winthrop have played a better series
this
right
map
now.
out. As M80 just getting boomed mentally by the salvos, it's not a great start.
Yeah, and Flare had just regenerated those too. Like, those weren't on immediately in the post plant. Huge clutch play. I don't even want to call him a Tejo one trick, but because it sounds negative. I want to call him the Tejo master. Because you put him on that for just 1 month straight, even on a previous map. But moves is the whole reason this team is even still alive and playing.
Dude.
The 3K
I just got a bar, by the way.
eventually stopped before the murder spree from moves. And more than enough work has been done
Dude.
for Winthrop to plant and get this anti-eco rolling.
Not the murder spree from moves. That's a pretty good way to explain how a lot of these maps have kind of fallen out here. Okeano's last person left standing. Flare cleans that one up. And yeah, once again, it's just moves being so annoying to M80. And genuinely, the reason why Winthrop University might win out this set is simply just because of the impact that moves has had.
Especially, yeah, and to be able to carry like almost every rifle too.
Yeah, what's wrong with that, Spencer?
It's just also Winthrop covering their bases and just having hard reads on M80, getting desperate, getting nervous, going for flanks. And Winthrop catching M80 in these isolated positions like they did on pistols. So
Pretty
M80
decent bonus
to play
buy.
more together, having Caillou ready to fault line if there were to be a reaction to M80 grabbing that orb. A
Cypher
Tejo
lurking
drone
up
gets
B.
shot down. Another Tejo drone
Okay,
gets
yo,
shot
thanks for
down.
49.
King goes off, but what is this flank wave from Infiltrator coming through the top of the site
Nice go.
to collapse
Let's
M80
go!
with a gamble?
Oh shit.
Yeah, really
Josh.
irrelevant. And M80 really boarded away this attack from Winthrop, who were stuck panicking and trying to rotate away from A when that was the primary game plan. And M80 denied their bonus.
It's such a fun...
It's actually pretty crazy, dude. Thanks for the raid, though, Josh. My girls actually love when I cook the eggs, not with oil, but with butter. So it's crazy. I was usually just thinking about you. Breakfast tomorrow and shit, you know? Dad, what happened to you, bro? Josh, are you okay? Scrambled. Yeah, dude. I don't know.
Time though, Infiltrator goes in deep, trying to look for a pick.
Yeah.
It's the first time that we're going to be seeing rifles in the hands of both of these squads. And it looks like
They
this
cooked
B
you out
site
there
is going
today.
to be where Winthrop want to go. They will be meeting
cooked you out
B-Dog
there.
and Bao as those members of Resistance on B. But let's see if they're able to at least take them out.
I'm not sure if you have like a sixth sense or
It's been the
something,
big
but
contest of how do you break open A if you're Winthrop.
Whoa!
It's so
You're
good.
kidding me.
Moves is always converting multi-kills. How many members do you have to throw at them? How many bullets do you have to spray him down with
dude,
for
Moves
him
on
to
the
finally
hunt.
die? He even dodges the fault line. Even got the smoke at the door. He is just a
They are
one-man
not
army.
hitting this in time.
Dog's gonna molly buy some time for rotates to come in for M80. And Kai's not gonna go for any kind of silly flank. They're gonna need him for the flash.
There's no way they thought they could
The
beat the
molly is
rotate.
out. Salvos
that
pressure
kind of
M80 as Winthrop races place. They're spiked down, and with the smokes pretty close, if Winthrop race across, there is gonna be thorns, and there's an orbital strike in round 4 from Nasi, right? Or no, not from Nasi, from Ali, I should say.
And
Oh,
Infiltrator 2 finding Caillou, just the pure utility being utilized by Winthrop University forces M80's hands. They can't even make a move
I
in
think
onto the
this
site.
might be happening.
Winthrop relies on that opening duel to go their way, and then they've got all the utility to just push them back, keep them at arm's length. So M80 can't even put a foot in the door. And just like that,
For
that round is
that's
over.
all it took?
Excellent.
Oh, dude. I actually think you guys got scammed, dude. I think Josh would have done that shit for like a quarter of that at least. Like, honestly, he might have done it for a quarter. Yeah. Yeah, I think you guys got scammed. $100 for it? Josh? No, he would have done that for like $5. The butters.
Is M80 think it's clear and they swing on moves
Yeah,
and
I
he's
think
still
you
in
got
spawn,
scammed.
hard locks in, and just rolls on out. And M80 have said Winthrop are so annoying, and it's kind of this reminiscent of Haven of how Winthrop would just kind of stay in spawn. M80 would take map control and just get cooked from walking into pre-aim sight lines. So
we have time.
Trying to read the pacing.
I might even go so far as to say exquisite.
Look at this. They're all set up outside of A.
Can't believe someone
Okiato's the
fucking
only person there.
wrote up
So it'd
that
be an
scene.
excellent spot for
It was
Armageddon.
acted out and put on film.
Given the weaponry here, not sure if that's necessarily going to be worth it. Infiltrator, disgusting little sidestep and tap. All that talk I had about the Armageddon no longer applicable, as this is going to be a Winthrop University just playing the slow default round. M80, it feels like their hand is being forced, so they have to go exploring out of Dish. And look who's on the other side. Who else but Moves?
Oh, he's cooked.
Just hard dodging that, and Moves still gets away with one. He's overwhelmed in every scenario, and Moves always kills something. It's incredible. And Winthrop, I mean, they had first blood off of punishing
And the gun fell off the
Okeanos.
map. Yeah,
Just
yeah.
Jiggle peeking or
Dude.
jump peeking. Or actually, it was just jiggle peeking, not even using the drone. Winthrop are not giving them any information. And they're just
This is
slaughtering
insane,
them.
dude.
Winthrop are building such a nice little win streak and keeping the numbers that they have. Or now I'm cursing it a little bit. Winthrop have a good economy starting to build up in this game 5.
And now B-Dog left alone. 1v3, make it a 1v2, but simply not enough time anymore. Given all the utility that is available, the salvos will come out, and B-Dog is going to just run for the hills. Won't be even able to do that. Flair finds that kill there. I mean, Winthrop University, this looks even more dominant than it did on the previous map when they were starting to run away with things. It really feels like at this point, M80 are just kind of folding over like a sheet of paper.
Call an ambulance!
And that's
Call
why
an
we're seeing
ambulance!
this time out
But not for
come
me!
through.
Every
Like,
fucking
they
round,
have
bro.
to
This
pull their
guy's just
heads
getting
back in the
stun
game.
kills left and
This is
right.
looking a lot more
Holy
sloppy
shit.
than we've seen on their previous
M80
maps.
to be so
And
tilted.
Of course, this is
They actually
a little
have to be
bit of an
tilted.
odder one for
2
them.
stun
They're not
kills
as great
already.
at this map, but still, that's no reason to have some of these just kind of send it down, run it down, hope to find a kill plays. We expect a little bit more out of the squad, and it really might just be the best of 5 that's wearing them down.
That's insane.
And just to give another shout out to
Well, welcome back, Vololo. I guess a 2-map goon session.
as salvos for the post plant.
Welcome back.
It just always does. If they plant, it's Jover. So, and I mean, Winthrop already looked good against SRB going 13.
What is up with chat
That was
today?
without the brim. And now that you're actually playing like the best controller for this, this is such a fantastic start. But maybe I'm just a hater, but Winthrop have had solid leads at the beginning.
Bro, what are these words I'm using? I don't know. Half of the time I'm on stream, I'm over here I have Urban Dictionary on my third monitor. I'm trying to figure out what the zoomies are saying. I'm Googling. I can't even believe it. I'm throwing up some fucking videos from the 80s, getting the kids to laugh a little bit.
What's been going on?
I don't know what
here.
they're saying.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, it's
These
so
words
funny
are
because
crazy.
on top of that too, given the fact that they have Nasi, you see Flair just really playing to stay alive throughout all of it. And Flair still has been pretty good at finding those kills when it comes down to the crunch like that, but still just always being alive, always being so annoying for M80 to feel like that they always have to be worrying about those salvos, and that's that preservation.
The only
of life,
thing that's
that
going to break it is
that
this
keeping
showstopper
Tejo
getting
alive
it.
brings to the squad.
Orbital strike. The trigger's gonna be pulled from B-Dog. He just needed
The
the
contact
signal.
up. They're trying
Well,
to
I
bait it
thought
out.
Just the signal from Okeanos.
They're gonna pounce on
would've been
Canteen here.
enough.
Here we go. Boom.
And there's the fault line, and
got him anyway.
Yes, M80 are just gonna gun this out.
We're not
All the
using
sun is
any
out,
abilities.
And this may have just costed M80, because now they're down for the count, and Winthrop are planting. And here's Sato, the hero sneaking up. Flair doesn't know it. And looks away. Sato with the one tap. One in towers. Nasi,
Aftershock here.
who went to go clear arcade, and
Cypher
now there's
lurking
trouble
main. Oh my god, the
behind.
timing on moves
The
is like
Aftershock. He
actual
has to wrap
crushing.
around, he feels like.
There's no way they're ready for this.
Especially with
This
a
timing's
raise, he can
goated.
still have Boombot or what else? Paint shells in a narrow hallway.
Oh.
And Nasi has to deny defuse, gets halfway, and Sato, the
Get
king,
him. Get him.
brings it
Get
true
him.
for M80.
Get him. Get him, Sato.
Oh, you can feel it. You can feel the tension building up. Sato able to clutch that one up, now has a showstopper online. And keep in mind, the only reason that we didn't see Infiltrator get that rocket off was because a stealth drone happened to activate on the site, just completely negating any utility that could be used. Don't forget that that suppresses as well. And so Winthrop University, they lost one of their most important engagement tools, which really just slowed them down into this weird, chaotic round that kind of happened here. You can tell that the rocket was supposed to launch there, but instead had to go for the rifling. And Sato just a little bit sharper. 4 ultimates online for M80. Bao just one away from getting Steel Garden online as well. If you needed a little bit of a
I've never seen shit
a kick in
falling
the
from there
sails,
before.
then I think that last round was a perfect one for M80.
Staying ahead of it.
Armageddon from the defense to spawn.
Oh my god, he's barely alive.
Winthrop forced a little forward into the line of sight of Sato. Good benefits there, but meanwhile, Moobs has been free on the flank and was hoping to coordinate this with the rest of the team, and
we're
M80
double
just evacuate
ulting,
and hope for a better
and this is the
regrouped
outcome.
retake. So Winthrop will head to
We're
plant
fucked.
shortly
We're actually
with the
fucked,
smoke
chat.
still in place. It's
We
the
must
beauty of
win
the
this.
brim over the
Breach
clove,
ult,
and Nasi
Tail.
has a Rolling Thunder, which I thought would have just been plan A in the first place, to just Rolling Thunder in. But it's the Rolling Thunder from the defense. It's gonna catch the planter, who has cover, responding Rolling Thunder to keep the retake back. And watch this flank from B-Dog if he commits to it. Winthrop have numbers watching it. It's got to be synced up of M80 all attacking at once. And they're on the approach, taking their time, scaling up. Moves is on the high ground. B-Dog's flank doesn't work out. M80 can't call from the front. It's a 2 versus 3. And it's Winthrop with numbers.
Here. Oh god.
And Caillou just not having the time, especially with that beautifully placed molly from Ali. This post play is insane from Winthrop.
It's so annoying. I'm getting annoyed watching it right now. Like, you see if they get the kills, they're like, uh-oh, Spike's counting down. We don't have sight control anymore. Let me shoot my molly. Here go the salvos. Surely they can't defuse now. And yeah, M80 are just like, all right, if that's the game you want to play, then I guess that's the game you're going to want to play. And just immediately back out of it. Winthrop University, once again, getting another round. An excellent effort coming in from M80. They jump 2 of their key ultimates right off the bat, that being the Orbital Strike and the Armageddon, and yet Moves sneaks in from Dish completely unnoticed. 007 in your back line, already onto the site, and that's so key to make sure that Winthrop University
I don't have it in me to
are able
cook.
to win out that round. It looks like they are just completely steamrolling their way forwards with momentum
When the caster
over
said
this M80 squad.
Tejo, I was like,
And M80 were the ones that were getting like tons of multi-kills yesterday. That was peak M80. And they kind of need to start peaking, or we're not going to see them in the grand final. And Okeanos
I did not do that.
Sato
I did not
was
do
huge
that,
yesterday.
actually.
And M80, I feel like, need to make big plays to disrupt Winthrop's structure. There is Sato jumping back in. Gets past the defenses, and the Armageddon just forces everyone to struggle.
Rough.
For Winthrop, it's not been a decisive round quite yet, not with M80's
Missiles in
retake,
two.
with smokes
He's gonna commit
in,
before
spike
missile.
hasn't been tapped and moves. It's just clearing the way. B-Dog responds. 1v2 is possible. Spike
Chat, their
tapped.
attack is
Doesn't
good, but bro, this is looking dire right now. Oh my god.
take them down to 2 people left, which is the cope that I have.
Oh man, and it's so, like, you talk about disjointed there. You can see that Armageddon is going to be online. You know that they've got that tool available to just kind of gamble on the fact that this isn't going to be the round that we get to see it happen. Especially too with how conservatively Flare has been playing. It just feels like that level of attention to detail that you expect from M80 is missing a little bit. They decide to just engage on it, making it such an uncomfortable play. They use the showstopper as well, just for good measure. And of course, it's moves on the back line yet again.
They've had to battle through
M80
lower.
have zero chance for that respectful retake.
Winthrop's
Now,
also been
things are starting to
playing
look
really
dire.
well.
There's still 4 more rounds left, but Winthrop University show zero signs of stopping. Sato
They play a
does
very
have this
annoying
operator.
style
We've
of
seen some
game.
disgusting things. This has
It's
to be
very
the round
loose,
where Sato
fighty,
turns
brawly.
up yet again to reinvigorate this M80 squad.
The Steel Garden could be big. I'm surprised Bao hasn't popped it now after
Yeah, the
getting
reverse sweep
salvoed
is
and
literally all I can
whatnot.
think about right now,
Ooh.
actually.
Little exchange.
I
with
can't believe we're
Infiltrator, no
here.
damage
Like,
done.
I mean, huge
Infiltrator
props to
lurking
Winthrop for
around.
having the resilience after
then
those
you gotta know
8-4
the
comebacks,
skills you can
chat.
hit.
Like that, this is
And there's a
insane.
Steel Garden
that they're
finally
even in
pulled
this
from
scenario.
Bao.
Like the mental.
Winthrop are just gonna hold their ground.
Me personally,
and
I'm quitting.
wait for.
Even if I'm
M80 to
coaching, I'm
approach.
like, we tried our best, guys.
It's a good delay created by Bao. But do they get the
Great
kills?
satchel.
And it's Bao being repositioned. The 1 versus 2 and just
Dude,
sprays through the
that
wall, and
was
it's just not enough to keep back Winthrop.
fucking
But what?
perfect
Sato
up
shows
until
in the
that.
tower. The op.
They couldn't do
that's
anything,
whipped
though.
out.
Oh
And
god,
Winthrop
time.
get whipped into shape, but they still have the advantage. They still need to go pick up their spike though and actually get the objective done. With 20 seconds left, Okeanos can just be on prevention duty with
2v2.
no utility to left from Winthrop to defend this. But Okeanos and Caillou need to sync up. Better delay and do it right.
1v2.
But man, the focus,
1v1.
the tunneling on
Missiles.
the high ground.
Missiles.
Okeanos is left in a 1v1.
Oh,
Knows
missiles.
where Flare is.
Oh, fuck.
Okeanos taking
Dude,
shots
he's not gonna
through
use
the
his
door.
missiles? He's not gonna use his
The
missiles?
spike tapped, getting the halfway. He's gonna
What
hold
the
it,
fuck,
and Flare
bro?
isn't checking it on time. Oh my god! At the last second, he does. Holy cow!
Wow. Oh man, if anyone was going to just bring that one back, of course it would be Okeanos, but just goes for it. Turns out.
It was so fucking close, bro. Oh my god, dude. I can't believe he even brought it back after the tower sequence. Man, the way Winthrop played in tower was cinema. That shit was insane. Like they were so aware. They were so aware.
And is completely unchecked every single time. Moves just doing a masterclass of flanking and lurking and doing everything necessary as Sato, a little bit angry, finds Infiltrator's head.
Sheriff save too. Already sussing out this Winthrop push. You could have an Armageddon, but it all depends. Do M80 invest? And where the rifle is dropped is not to where that could be picked up. Device wall. I think Winthrop are trying to test it and see if they can trigger it.
Bro.
From Moobs, finally he gets humbled, and it's because someone has a sheriff.
Dude. Caillou actually had knife out as first contact
Sheriff
too.
buff.
Man.
Somehow, some way, it makes it possible here. But I love how that's exactly after I say, hey, keep an eye on the minimap, because just shutting moves down is going to make this so much more difficult for Winthrop University. I'm curious to see how they continue to engage off this, knowing that they've already lost Infiltrator as well as moves. This very well could be M80's 3rd round, and of course it's when they're on a save.
Reads from Bao, knowing this arcade
30 seconds
rotate from Winthrop is coming, and now the last 25 seconds, Winthrop still with
Oh
the
fuck,
better
dude,
weapons,
you got
but with
one.
the flash. M80 get an advantage and at least go 1-1.
I'm sorry, 4v2.
Thrifty as possible. I can't believe I'm saying it yet again. Winthrop may not even have time to plant A lot of time is built up from the orbital strike.
Goated
Rally.
ult.
He's been huge this round. You get off with the plant, the aftershock. It's gonna do some damage to Flare. The Armageddon.
That was a crazy shot from the
Runs over.
observer.
The Tejo Master 1v1. And are we
5
serious?
HP,
It's a
man.
thrifty. Oh my god.
It's a thrifty, but you think about how much investment was tossed into that one too. Makes it just a little bit more sweeter for M80 to be able to win out
Space,
that
yo, what's
thrifty
up? I miss you.
round. So much
Moose.
gets utilized there to try and make that one
Yeah,
possible.
it's off.
And yet still, M80, they do come out on top of it. So they do find that third round here. Still, there's only 2 more rounds left. And it really just felt like, you know, a couple of very early pickouts there. Of course, by Sato, of course, by Okeanos, makes sure that this is so much more possible to win for M80. They took out the key players on Winthrop University, especially too when it comes to that map control, because moves flanking and infiltrator moving in are really what allows the Winthrop University comp to thrive.
A hat had it
That's too
coming.
easy.
Moves shut down by a sheriff, and now the op. It's what began the thrifty for M80 last round, and man, Sato.
Okay.
The O stands for op, I think. And
It's that operator.
yeah, of course. Well, he's operating quite well. You got the rolling thunder from Nasi.
This is gonna
Not
feel
over
great.
for Winthrop, combined with the Armageddon
Yeah.
from Flare. Man, they invested a lot to deal with Sato. The 2 ults
2v3.
for the 1 kill. Is it enough for Winthrop?
This is winnable.
It's
This
Ali.
is so winnable.
Has to go big against the high-low. He gets one, not the other. It's 7-4.
God damn. The rounds are so close.
There's so much crazy investment coming in just to win out these rounds. I mean, yeah, you got a lot of ultimates there. Yeah, you want to make sure that you're able to secure it, but it just feels almost excessive. Still, though, slapping that sniper rifle out of Sato's hands is definitely well worth it. Sato now has the showstopper back online. We're at the last round and a half. What started out as just pure, utter dominance coming in from Winthrop University is very slowly being equalized here, round by round. So you can't count M80 out of this one just yet, because as we've learned, the comebacks, they are so real in every single one of these maps.
Dish pop, chat.
Moves is
We're
getting
gonna
support
tail
this
drone
time
right
from
now.
Flare, because he's been first blooded twice, and maybe some info.
Satchling out.
Nothing much to be earned. Meanwhile,
Didn't
from
see the first
behind, the showstopper, and B-Dog couldn't line it up. Under pressure, the orbital strike to let it rain is insane from Ali. He's been such a pillar for this team, and what? I thought that was plain for sure. Bao just spams through the smoke and gets that. All right. Someone else has to do it, I guess. Now you get the showstopper from Sato, and
that box
kind of awkwardly, and it's just always down to these random.
That box
1v1s.
should have fucking
Wait.
disappeared.
8-4 for Winthrop. I worry about this, Marks.
I worry about
That. I don't know why he ulted that. Bro, I don't know what that was all about. Who am I supporting this game? I'm really not rooting for a team at this point. I feel like that would be wrong of me because I haven't been doing it all series. I do think our team would be better off if Winthrop won, just because of what I said earlier about our starting lineup not playing them. But we played both the teams twice, which is kind of weird.
over now. Like you said, 8-4 in the half.
We played M80
A
twice
comeback
with our
very
actual
much
squad, though,
in
which
the
is
horizons, potentially. We
I
don't
don't
know how
know.
this goes anymore.
A little scary to rematch
Logic,
these, you know?
rhyme, and reason does not exist in this game, in this silly game of Valorant. So let's see how these ones want to play out. It's going to come down to, once again, just who can outlast their opponent.
Yeah, can they actually win an 8-4 lead?
Just throwing every single bit
Bro, if they
that
win
they've
pistol,
got at the wall.
if this is
trying
the
to make
pistol and
something
they
work now.
lose,
Winthrop have to break the 8-4 curse, and M80 got to work the voodoo magic, get the dolls out or whatever that's about, and help moves.
we 8. Winthrop has
Now this
8.
time on the defense.
M80.
It's gonna be pretty chilling over at B.
Everyone's
And
eating
it's
out
the
here,
trap
chat.
play from Winthrop, having their breach on the right side.
Fuck,
And
off the cam.
duelist through the door. Nasi on the other side of the box. Won't catch Bao, and the rest of
Caught
M80
both.
got the backup. And Sato has the shot.
Oh
The
my
double
God.
kill. The bulldozers of M80.
Bulldozers?
Set themselves up to respond with a pistol
Sideshow?
round of their own.
standing. Flawless.
Wow.
We talk about the just momentum game coming through here, and right now, M80, like, they're like, all right, enough playing around. We've had the strategy book out of here. You know, we've been doing our set plays. Why don't we just go in there and try and kill them? And it feels like that level of momentum, that level of just coming down to those fundamentals of, hey, let's just run things down. That is what's kind of been working for them. These rounds are extremely chaotic, even bleeding through from the last one, where it's just kind of two teams bashing their heads against each other. And so, honestly, if it comes down to that, I do think that M80 might be able to come out on top. Don't want to predict anything because, you know, who knows at this point, but still an excellent pistol round coming out from M80 to start out the second half on the right foot.
Okay, can Bao pull in moves in 1v3 here?
Right?
God, not when he gets fault line. Well, he's hidden and he's just got a delay, and then it's not even the 1v3. He just gets collapsed on by the entirety of Winthrop.
Fucking thief.
And that gives the site for free to the rest of Bao's team, so the anti-eco, they could work this at range. The damage to Ali too. Nasi has the flash. Just gotta wait for these smokes to expire, I guess. And M80 are on the hunt. Look how they're just exploring the map, looking everywhere.
Here.
Or Winthrop just gonna chill, I guess. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, that works too. Hey, you know what takes a long time? Waiting for the spike. What? We're not playing on a
Thank you for not
Don't worry.
making us
Do I have a
wait.
solution for you?
I really appreciate them for not making us wait.
Grenade.
They're real for
Oops,
that.
daisy. But honestly, that's a smart move just because it makes sure that no other
real for
ultimate
that.
points can go over to M80, especially to knowing how impactful those ultimates have been before.
I'm not gonna lie though. 5v4 and fucking quitting in the 5v4, that's based as fuck. That's college as fuck. I love that college tryout of them.
Like, all right, let GG go
Quitting
next.
in the
Time to go
5v4
round
is
four.
crazy.
Winthrop University is M80 now 2 rounds away. It's going to be the full bonus coming through. And
Quitting in the 5-on-4 is a new one for me.
Already in.
All right, plant shout.
Like
Here we
the back
go.
off if you're common,
I told
like,
you
let's
guys.
use the Forbidden Kool-Aid
This
and
is
go
the B
nuts.
one. This is the one we
Leave that
didn't
80
see.
with a healthy bonus. Oh, jeez.
Oh no.
I'm trying to wrap around.
We
as
didn't need him
Winthrop
anyway.
moves always
We didn't need
to
him
kick
anyway.
things off.
The cringe
spark
doesn't
plug
need
to
him.
This team, the ultimate sentinel.
Trust me,
Try
like we
and
got the Molly, we got
anchor
the
this
aftershock.
retake. And the Thorns are going to delay
I
some
bet you would
things,
want to
and
get
Moose
out
wants
of
to waste no
there.
time and just taking unnecessary damage.
Oh, want to go back
Worried
into
about the
fuse?
spam that could come through
Oh.
main after being communicated that
second.
M80 are there and such post-plant potential.
Did he actually do it? No, he didn't.
With Okeanos, the nades, and the rest of M80. A delay, but Winthrop are getting the kills.
Didn't get
The
half.
kill is
Oh, he
halfway,
didn't get half.
and okay,
Triple
Okeanos.
miss. No.
Last player standing.
The bomb specialist with the 4K. Are we for real?
Yo.
These Teos are something else, Marks.
I was sitting there being like, huh, everyone's evacuated off of the site. How do they suppose that they're going to be able to hold this one? And then I saw the vision. All the utility flying one after
Actual
another.
B
First,
site.
Aftershock.
B
Next,
site.
you see the Molly flying. You even get to see actually the Teo jumping up, trying to body block it, trying to just bounce it
So
off of his
cringe,
body
bro.
to make sure.
Yo, I told you guys. I told you. Like, Winthrop needed solutions planned. If they're trying to cook on the fly, they're fucked. And now I just realized they're fucked. Because the A one's about to happen next.
A single round separating their team.
That was B,
Sono
we're
is
going A
also
next.
turning things up.
And yo, remember how I said earlier, the plant allowed for that flank spawn? That's happening, okay?
Two
It's
are
happening.
in the second half
I'm predicting it.
are something else. The comeback kings never back down. You are against sheriffs, so I'm not gonna just hyperglaze too much. But M80 are really working this voodoo, this 8-4 voodoo, really well.
Oh, jeez. And 2v4 onto this retake. Given the inferior weaponry, it should be pretty easy here.
One enemy remaining.
And the salvos too, nades. All right.
Yeah.
Dude.
Flawless
Wow.
is nice, building up that eco. That's what made M80 so deadly in the late game. In the past.
Tied. We're tied.
They thought the M80 train was dying. Well, they just got a new shipment of coal, and they're
8-4
throwing the
leads.
entire bag into the thing to.
They
fuel
mean
this
nothing.
Engine flying.
They literally
forwards.
mean nothing.
M80 now with 4 rounds in a row here. As we're going to be seeing Winthrop University take their time out now. So far, they haven't had any single answer for M80 whenever they decide to attack. We're going to be seeing Infiltrator coming in with this operator this time, but I genuinely think based
I
off
better
of the
see
last
Breach
couple of
Teo in
rounds,
every ranked
they need to
game.
start to figure out some sort of defensive protocol in order to stop that spike going down, because as soon as that spike goes down, we
Found
know
the person
how
that doesn't play
dangerous that can be
ranked.
on those
Found the
post
person
plants.
that
They've
doesn't
got
play
lineups
ranked,
for days.
actually.
You
No,
don't
that's
even
not gonna
wanna get
happen,
yourself
though.
into that type of situation. The question is how do you
No.
close the door on them when every single time
No.
they're coming at you with a righteous
Sorry, you're gonna
fury
get
flying
ISO
through
Reina
onto the
Jet.
site.
I'm sorry.
And even Moobs has
Chamber
not been able to
2.
really slow
Might be a
this
clove.
down at all. And so M80, like, honestly, I feel like that last round was a huge momentum booster that brought them right back into the game.
Absolutely. M80 kind of were giving me some hints that they looked boomed at the beginning. And they, you know, somehow
What
pulled
a
a thrifty
series,
out of their
bro.
hat, and M80 just got back into the game.
Who's in the
second
lead?
half, of
I have
course,
no
and for
idea.
the first
Whoever's in
time
the
out,
lead in a
see
given moment
what they have planned
is
for this orbital strike.
probably going to lose in the long run.
And it's just the initial plan of having their breach
Both trips
trap
with
play
that one.
into A.
No, I got one, though.
Just the immediate pull of Winthrop towards the left side of the map. And look who's watching that flank. It's Infiltrator with the op. And this is going to be deadly. And didn't catch the jump across.
Ooh,
but
good
got one at the end of the
adjustment.
day.
He's having a rough
And
map,
this is,
too.
man, Asado has to think twice about wanting to challenge this op.
And that's what's so important on that pick onto B-Dog. That takes out all of your sky smokes from this. So suddenly this operator gets even more annoying because you can't even really just shut it down.
Oh my god, crazy
We're
entry.
just shaking our mouse and hoping for the best. He got an orbital strike on top of someone's
Burnt
dome.
bows.
And Winthrop locking down this round and getting to a lead unless Caillou has something to say about it.
That's ult, chat.
With the Rolling Thunder, if he's feeling spicy.
Rolling
But with
Blunder
Nazi still having a flash
or
and
Rolling
an
Thunder?
aftershock,
What are we
don't
feeling
know if he
here?
can get into position. He just uses the flash to get into the
Oh,
site.
dear.
The aftershock and Caillou is for the Rolling Thunder. But gets caught. Is that
It was
wasted?
a Rolling
That's wasted,
Blunder.
right? That's gone. That's
It's
tough.
gone. It's just thrown into the garbage bin. It's done. That is so painful.
What do you mean? Why would you peek? You got to peek to know they're there. You got to know they're there. How would you know to breach ult if you didn't peek and see them both when you ulted? Hypothetically, how would you ever know?
We're going to be good. And then the aftershock comes through, applies just a little bit of additional pressure. Should have just hung
That
out,
was rough.
tanked out that first little shock, and then let it rip. Because if he went out of position just
That
like
was
that,
rough.
you knew that Winthrop University were going to be ready for that. That is a huge tool.
Oh, you
to
like
just
Rolling Blunder?
lose in a
Yeah,
weird
I've been using that one for a
situation.
minute.
But now, I mean, they gotta pull themselves back as they decide to attack this B site. It's been their preferred site thus far.
Oh. Infiltrator doesn't prefer that though. Not too much at all. As you really thought post timeout Winthrop were just unchoking themselves, but man, when it rains, it pours. They're down 2. And then
Reset
Winthrop felt
round.
good. Also
Teo
removing that Rolling
is
Thunder from
baited
Caillou,
out.
making that a
No
non-factor. You got an
value.
Armageddon.
Non-factor.
Flare to just
Reminds
prevent
me of
the
chat.
plan. It will continue. Gets Flare into position and try and fight against it. Caillou has to go for the safest plan ever, but now can't rotate into a better position. It's up to Caillou to defend this. M80 play from main, and what coordination, and what a double kill from Bao to get M80 tied up.
Wow, Bao coming alive. Has been a little bit quieter this game. I know we've juiced up.
Yo, anyone in chat got any of them student loans? Fucking
Finds an opportunity really to turn things
We are
up. I
cooked
still
out
think
here.
that Sato being that high impact player, being the kind of rambunctious duelist that we were expecting when he got signed to this team, is really pulling them forwards.
Bro,
just
how
making
is this
sure you've
happening
got that
again?
reliable backline
An
ready to
8-4
go
half
is
falling
what's going to
apart
make sure
so
that M80
hard.
continue to win this.
Sheriff save, but it's Winthrop after all.
They actually fought out of that?
But he traded the salvos, the mollies.
Oh my
You gotta look where you're walking and look where you're shooting.
god.
With the smoke in place, it kind of... The fence up keeps the dogs from barking at each other for too long. M80, don't let Winthrop gather any of those rifles that were dropped either. So it's just the Guardian from Moobs to really worry about, and that's nowhere near.
Nice and quiet now. A fault line from Nasi should be back online. Yeah, ducks away appropriately too. So this could add a little bit of stall moves. Gonna have to rotate pretty quickly. Fortunately, the fault line was a little bit too short there, so no one really gets pinged up with that. Valley gonna be back on the wraparound. As Okeanos just on the other side to take it out.
Oh, jeez, that first shot was so clean though from Ali.
One enemy remaining.
Moves and Nasi left, but not much you can do when you're at a number disadvantage and a weapon disadvantage.
The Vice is right on the other side of the wall.
It's Nasi is sitting on the spike
Dude,
and is ready to go down.
I
With
want the
ship.
Vice to just run. God, if the Vice just runs, that would be fucking cinema.
I'm like, I know that
Please,
you're just
Vice,
waiting for
run.
the top here or
Run.
someone to go and check.
Run
but
away. No, you
so
fucking
strange seeing
bitch.
it actually play out here,
You
Jen.
bitch, Bow.
Oh, the aftershock that's left over.
Boo!
The post plants. These teams have so many bells and whistles left for that later stage of the round.
Fucking fun
That,
is
man,
ruined.
Defusing, retaking feels impossible.
Not rooting for a team, but I was rooting
It's
for that.
so annoying. It's so annoying. It feels like a Shopify Rebellion Gold. Every single time that they play,
Why
they
the fuck we
love to
getting-
play those post-plant spams.
Don't
And
bring us in this.
Both of these teams, their kits are put together specifically for that. You notice that even when they engage, they hold
Seriously.
a lot of those tools, just hoping that honestly the race can fly
No.
in, get a little bit of value. Get
That's
that
actually
space,
fucked
get that
up,
site for
dude.
free,
That
and then
he
once you
actually
get that
said
spike down, it's
Shopify
just
gold
game
too.
over.
This guy saw cringe gameplay and said it reminded him of our gold team. Chat, you know what to do about that.
They're gonna be stuck in the weeds.
Man, and the credits are so low from Winthrop. This is a must win. And the pink.
No way! Get that. Okay.
I was gonna say if Sato gets away, that's a crime. Maybe you're caught off.
In March,
Jeez.
nonetheless.
Top, they're
It's what
pretty
I'm
rich
saying.
and
It's what I'm saying.
They don't got
It's
a
crazy.
lot of wiggle room in terms
You would have
of
never
rounds.
thought,
the
right?
Armageddon's finally used on the right side from Okeanos.
The dog,
Gets some
what is the
tags.
dog
Ali's
doing?
still up and is trying to sync up with the crossfire. And Winthrop are all out of sorts from salvos and Armageddons.
What is around is
Splitting them
muddy as
apart.
hell.
And it's Winthrop that unite for the final time this round, where M80 haven't planted yet.
Oh my god.
And the spike is
Wait.
wrapping around Arcade, and
Wait. The player
maybe
gen.
are they trying to go to A from here? I guess they have the time.
Oh, there's no way that they decide to do this. Of course, because Nasi
30
has spotted out Okeanos' back. The call is
Okay, we're
made there, and look at that, already 2 kills. And so, yeah, now their hand is forced. They have to go onto this A site. What was looking like a
finally,
free
bro.
plant, a free round for M80 has suddenly gotten into such a precarious situation. This time, though, don't have to worry about a lot of spam coming through here. No aftershock available, just a fault line, and that is simply not enough.
Breach versus Breach A main.
If M80 were worried about this Rolling
Oh,
Thunder
I'm
and
going across.
Showstopper, this is a better site to split up
sorry,
on. And
alt.
Infiltrator leads in, Rolling Thunder ensues, and Winthrop are looking for targets and
Cinema.
have no idea
Oh.
where M80 are playing from until they
Bro.
discover.
All of the ults missing and him hiding there. Oh my god, I was ready for it. I was ready for it.
In quite a while.
Oh man, I mean, I think for the mental reps that both of these teams have been going through, this is honestly really, really, really good practice, because this is one of those things where, okay, you know, we've gone through such a long series. We started now 5 hours ago, and we still have to reach into
Who's counting,
the
though?
bottom of our pockets, pull out every single thing that we've got to try and win out these rounds, and they're still going blow for blow.
We
This is like, honestly,
are
if this
in
was
the
the grand
finals.
finals here for Split 1, that would have
We
been
play the
an
winner of this
honest
tomorrow.
treat. But of course, whichever one of these teams wins has to go up against Shopify Rebellion Black. So they're not out of the weeds just yet. They're just building up the reps right now.
M80's legacy on the line.
Shifty eyes.
The most legendary collegiate run in Challengers. A lot rides on these next couple of rounds.
Someone
And a
poke him
reverse
with a
sweep.
stick.
I just wanted to say that word.
Plant.
I don't want to put that in the air.
Oh
And a
no.
plant? We're getting a 5v5 post plant?
Chat,
Oh, good
we-
luck to Winthrop. You got mollies, you got orbital strike, you got salvos. You're not touching the spike anytime soon. And Flare, the key to that maybe Armageddon retake. The support
no,
M80 in these corridors. Look at the split from M80. They got the crossfire. But Moves has the flank. He only goes 1 for 1, but the growth at the advantage. Will this be enough for Infiltrator and Alley? Especially with the op, it's not going to be easy to handle this pressure coming up. But actually, Infiltrator has a shotty. It can only do a bit of damage into B-Dog, and he still stands, and the post plant is successful.
It's so
Down
cringe, man.
And M80 get up to 11.
M80 now 2 rounds.
Dude, these post plants are so cringe. They have the whole sequence planned out, and you have to like break it. Without that, he needed the kill on Teo. The kill on Teo, whoever crossed that vice wall and got the first, if they got the Teo, it could have gone their way. But that's like the only way to do it. Like the only way to do it is to get that kill. Or like jump up in drop and get one of those kills. You have to make a dumb fucking play to win the round, which is insane. Like you cannot win without making a dumb play.
Better opportunity instead of just losing it just like that. The replay ops doing them dirty there. But still, given the fact that Winthrop University are taking this time out, this is one of those moments where you got to wonder.
Well, actually, Sean, it's not cringe because the util is really well thought out, and the skill ceiling of the game.
And it happens usually when they have a little bit more map control and get these kind of niche wraparounds, applying so much pressure in different areas where you see M80 just assume they can get away for free.
M80 finished their series against TSM with a win on Fracture to move on in the lower bracket. Winthrop find themselves in the lower bracket after losing Fracture to Shopify Rebellion Black. Fracture has been the end-all be-all for both these teams. And M80 have their Spike solo. Okay, no longer solo, rejoining the squad.
Full Cypher setup on B.
Being as quiet as they can, awaiting an aggro flank from Winthrop, knowing they'd be desperate on pistols to make a big play.
Cypher with the Bucky in
just
heaven.
Relying on the fundamentals now of Moves' util at B. Free orbs for M80 in this case.
Trip broken.
2 away from the Rolling Thunder. Just staying put.
And honestly, good.
I honestly don't think they understand, chat. That they're not realizing yet. We're plant strouting again right now. I don't think they realize though. It will be the front B plant shot here. So
Moves kind of has the leash on. Isn't really able to move around because keeping Cypher alive is more important than allowing your Cypher to try and frag out, because as soon as he goes down, then all of that utility gets lost.
Don't do it.
So that impact that Moves has had on previous rounds, specifically on their attack.
We're going into the ults.
Thing here as the stealth drone does go in.
Oh no.
But Winthrop University are not fooled by it.
And M80
it's a trap.
Things over on this left side.
A college.
Using utils to get
trap.
Control of ropes, and Infiltrator could get his hands on a juicy rifle. If he's lucky enough. Hides in the smoke. The defensive orbital strike, thinking the plant was going to happen to limit M80. It's the last 12 seconds.
Oh! Dude, they actually got
it. The defense. But who cares?
No way. They wasted
and the rest still managed to get the spike down, and all 4 of Winthrop down. Moves the last one with a flawless round for M80, carrying every single rifle, having everything at their disposal to finish off this series and go to the grand final.
What a play there. I like that little just strategic swap up from M80. What have we talked about every single time on the post fight? M80, they run for the hills.
How the fuck did B-Dog go up that rope without any of his body, any of his gun going in that brim smoke? Holy fuck. Bro is literally built like an Astra wall. How did he do that?
And they just
how did he fucking do that?
Give Winthrop the opportunity to get close to that spike or tap it so that none of their utility gets utilized that round.
He literally went 2D here. He went 2D on that.
Moves, who is alone on
how the fuck did he not get seen? I thought he was
Winthrop
cooked.
Buying down to 0, but need to go 0 to 100.
Oh my god, his movement was like perfect.
To go to overtime.
Paper Mario, that's what I'm saying.
To attempt the reverse sweep. And it's Sato who's been given the spike. Smokes in place. Moves ready to...
Oh, fucking come, motherfucker. No.
The hero. And with
no, we got you.
To M80's plans. but M80 able to fire back. 11 HP is Caillou. Rolling Thunder ready. M80's confidence building.
Wait.
Winthrop has
Wait, they can
Nasi
win
and
without it,
Pally.
actually.
Still
Fuck.
with Molly, still with flashes. And a rolling thunder from the offense in the 2v2 helps M80
Cosmetic.
maybe conclude this in a 1 versus 1. Who is the better Brim? Who is the alpha? That's B-Dog with the wraparound. Allie buys Winthrop another round.
Ali just says, oh, I've been pushing this way. Let me just look to the left for a second. Oh my goodness me.
This series is goated right now, bro. This series is insane. Yeah, these teams are delivering so hard. I honestly do not care who wins. This series delivered really hard today.
Should have been able to get the kill so much earlier on, and yet still somehow these
This
players
has been
all stunned up,
insane.
get the headshots that they need, making sure that Winthrop University are alive yet again. It's a bit of a scattered buy-in, very aggressive here, but M80, they hold back and play disciplined.
Yeah, despite that win, Winthrop are just gonna have a couple of stingers and
It's over.
Jeez, it's over before it even started. Winthrop
Thought
set
I'd
the
use it for a
house,
second.
and they come out empty-handed. Moves the 1v4 king. Can he do it? He led with confidence last round to get Winthrop the first blood, to stop the spike carrier, to get the objective down. But it's M80 that stand tall and one step away from denying the reverse sweep from Winthrop to go to the grand finals for the rematch. And you still have an Armageddon in the back pocket, and Moves has to retake and bow. He roars.
Dude. M80 just won this series 3-2 with 3 8-4 comebacks. What an insane fucking series.
Here in the second half of this map,
They just won a series with 3 8-4 comebacks. That shit was goated.
last two maps, you could feel them being so stressed out at a moment's notice, not too sure what was going to happen.
Wow.
Or what was going on, and yet still when it swaps over to their attack,
All 3 maps they won. Insane.
so they grit their teeth and they earn their
Map 1, Lotus. Winthrop start up 8-4, win pistol bonus. Map 2, Haven. They win pistol bonus, up 8-4. They lose in OT, despite winning first round OT twice. We go Abyss. Winthrop win both pistols, destroy Abyss. Like, look at the second half. They fucking owned them. It felt like it was their series at this point. They close out this game barely. We go Fracture. They get another 8-4. Their third 8-4. And they fucking lose it. That's insane, bro. That's insane. Fuck. What a series, bro. That was a marathon. Really fun. Like, honestly, man, like, I feel like I've been saying so much nonsense all day. Like, we've done, bro, this series was great. Lasted so long. See, here's our stats from that last map. Moves 5-1 first bloods, dude, on the Cypher. Yeah, that was him coming out of drop. Probably all that half. 3-1, yeah. So impactful on this first half. And then this is the second half comeback. Who was impactful? Sato. 15-7 on the comeback. 6-3 first bloods. Dude, this guy has been tearing it up. He's like officially arrived. Nearly 50 first engagements over the series. Right in line with Infiltrator. Amazing. Maple, yeah, thanks for the 10 months. Dude, Moobs played his heart out today, huh? 41% headshot percentage. Like, look at his stat line. 18 and 11 first bloods playing Senti. Jesus. Infiltrator played really well too. They all did. Like, man, Winthrop had chances. They did. They had chances. They played so well. They got so close. Oh, is 108 the or 113 the kill record? Honestly, 108 is up there too. Fuck, dude. They played a lot of rounds. I mean, this was like a good opportunity to set the record for sure.
It took all 5 maps and a 13-12 and a scoreline on the final one, but in the end,
Oh, 137.
take the series and land
Damn.
themselves in
Holy
spot
shit.
in the grand finals tomorrow. A great
Well-
match up against SRB. I mean, Roy, going into this series, the fact that M80 got the first 2 maps, Winthrop being able to then try and equalize the series, it came down to the wire. So well fought on both aspects, but huge congratulations to M80.
Massive congratulations to M80, a very deserved win. But I mean, we talked a lot about the match stamina, right, for Winthrop University, and it really felt like a factor here. Being able to claw yourself from a 2-0 deficit in what was a nail biter, a barn burner.
All right. I'm going to actually send you guys to someone else for the interview just because Jennifer got home today. I want to go say hi. The series lasted a little bit longer, but it was great. I had a great time. So, yeah. Honestly, it wouldn't be possible without this person I'm sending you guys to. Truthfully, I don't think they would be here if he was still in the server. So, huge respect for We Did. Tell We Did he fucking sucks for me. I love him. I love We Did.